I'm a dog and that's true, baby. Can we call this here a truce, baby? And you know I got the juice, baby. And you see me and it's cool, baby. You say you off at 2, baby. What you gon' let me do, baby? I'm smoking on this too, baby. There is no one like you, baby. My baby is the dope. I bet you ain't smoking on the strongest shit right now. I bet you smoke a blunt, can't tell me what you feel right now. I bet you smoking Reggie, acting like it's kill right now. I just flamed up the loud, so I can't even hear right now. My shorties come through sparking out the cup right here right now. We see you holding on the loud, we like kissing fire. You tryna smoke what I smoke, you take a hit and die. I love this shit so much, I might just take a hit and crash. I'll be done with this blunt in 4. Take your bitch in 5. Truck on 26s. Made me skip to 9. My motherfucking riches made me skip the line. I swear that the dope the only thing that get me high. I'm a dog and that's true, baby. Can we call this here a truce, baby? And you know I got the juice, baby. And you see me and it's cool, baby. You say you off at 2, baby. What you gon' let me do, baby? I'm smoking on this too, baby. There is no one like you, baby. My baby is the dope. I got pints on pints, blunts on blunts. I got swag on swag, stunts on stunts. Troopers pulled us over, we smell like blunts. I was full off dope, that's my lunch. You need to see this big ass blunt that I'm smoking on. This all for me, partner. You should see this big ass blunt that I'm choking on. I'ma need a doctor. I'm just flamed it up. Ain't no changing up. You see how high I am, then why you bring it up? You know what's in my cup. My cup filled with mud. To those who are influenced, just say no to drugs. I'm a dog and that's true, baby. Can we call this here a truce, baby? And you know I got the juice, baby. And you see me and it's cool, baby. You say you off at 2, baby. What you gon' let me do, baby? I'm smoking on this too, baby. There is no one like you, baby. My baby is the dope.
Song. Got me feeling like I flipped 100 somersaults. Hit the cough, I blow the best. I got high standards. Me clenching to your chest, Fred G. Sanford. I tell it, you ain't shit. I'm a Mac, a player. See the skin's only steppers. That's an alligator. She want me like an elevator. Should've been super. Think of Clark Kent sister. Yeah, I stay traveling like a vice lord. Stay strapped like a patient in the psych ward. I held up to his head, boy, I'm not going. Butter so soft, you can pour it over popcorn.
I'm riding on chrome, ain't nothing better. You know what I'm on. They pushing that leather, flicking through the city with they on my lap. No seatbelt, but it's still strapped. Yeah, I'm on that pushing that leather. You know what it is when I put them both together. I'm all about this pimpin', baby, get up in my ride. It's going down tonight. Yeah.
Riding in my old school with my new sitting on 6s. I'm throwing deuces. Now the garbage bag, Kush vaporized. Got the type of paper make a couple testify. So trillin', I put that on this 45. 40 millin', trying to buy a puffy house. I'm into things, culinary arts. In the Porsche, you can smell the poultry when I park. Used to wear a vest, now I just don't give a 30 at the bar, really I don't give a 20 in the strip club, I'ma live it up. Turn around, put the pimpin' down, she gotta give it up.
I'm riding on chrome, ain't nothing better. You know what I'm on. They pushing that leather, flicking through the city with they on my lap. No seatbelt, but it's still strapped. Yeah, I'm on that pushing that leather. You know what it is when I put them both together. I'm all about this pimpin', baby, get up in my ride. It's going down tonight.
Combination is spinnable, the shit is expendable. The leather in my lap is similar to a living room. So sit back and relax as we climax to the pinnacle. As long as you relax, the conversation is minimal. They say that pimpin' there will cause I'm living proof. Minus the alligators, activators, and linen suit. Yeah, baby, cause you know what I'm on. Cause we living for the moment, day you here, next day you gone. So it's gon' last forever, well at least the switch is gone. But she got more than enough, so just roll up and repeat the song. Baby, you know that I'm fly, it's in my SY chromosome. You can see by the way I'm riding, you can smell it from my cologne.
I'm riding on chrome, ain't nothing better. You know what I'm on. They pushing that leather, flicking through the city with they on my lap. No seatbelt, but it's still strapped. Yeah, I'm on that pushing that leather. You know what it is when I put them both together. I'm all about this pimpin', baby, get up in my ride. It's going down tonight. Yeah.
I put that bitch, she in college. I gave her game and bags. Put that wood on her tongue, she'll swallow. And the power of a dollar. You know the power of a dollar. Do you know the power of a dollar? I know the power of a dollar. I know the power of a dollar. August and loaded. I'm absolutely going crazy. They try to stop me, I ain't hesitating. Unwrap the bag and take the medication. I crumble herb on the application. I put a circuit in cake like a waitress. She gave me service when her lip and facial. I wasn't nervous, I hold it and sprayed it. I know you're bogus, I see the forgave. I'm absolutely getting revenge. I absolutely gotta win. I'm coming through in the clutch. Burning money like a Dutch. VBS no cut. These Gucci flops like Chucks. Got that throat from a slut. Best feeling in the world. When you come through your hood, ride far and then you got your new girl. Why you pouring no syrup?
Shout outs to everybody in the building. This Player Talk Radio. I am your gracious host, DJ Kuda, with the most. Right back at the helm at today's show, man. Shout outs to everybody in the building. I'm right back at the helm of today's show. Give me 1 second. I'm setting everything up. Are y'all vibing with me, man? Have your headphones in. Y'all vibing with me? Shout outs to everybody in the building. What's going on, Kevin Kelly? Good to see you in the building. Wagwan. Shout outs to UFO Kamikaze. You said Kendrick dropped another diss track. We're gonna check that out. Y'all support the show. Shout outs to Tech Rail in the building. Shout outs to Bronze Flat Power God. Shout outs to Cynical One in the building. Shout outs to my bro Young Jay in the building. Shout outs to my girl Lolita in the building. And shout outs to my bro Aaron B in the building. If you in the building, tap in, share the show, hit the Cash App. All right. We pulling double time on y'all today, man. All right. Y'all give me 1 second, man. It's Player Talk Radio. I am your gracious host, DJ Kuda. Let's get it. Let's go. All right, what's going on, man? It's Player Talk Radio. I am your gracious host, DJ Kuda, right back at the helm of today's show, man. We putting in that paint today, man. Pulling in that overtime. It's Player Talk Radio. Shout outs to everybody in the building. Yeah, we in here, man. Shout outs to Aaron B. Want to get drunk and nasty. Want to get, bro, that should get me geeked up, you know? Yeah, man. Shout outs to everybody in the building, man. It's Player Talk Radio. I am your gracious host. Right back in the building, man. I've been putting in this work, man. Y'all definitely hit the like button. Support your boy by hitting that Cash App. Hit that PayPal. You said, is it true that somebody deleted the viral mugshot dude from a week ago? You know what's funny? I was gonna talk about that. Let me see if I can remember the name of him. He actually, I mean, he wasn't really a rapper. He was more so of a trapper, but he got sent to the upper room a day or two ago by some Mexican dude or some type of Hispanic dude. Like I guess he bought a car or something from him, and him and his brother or something like that. I guess like he was supposed to return the car because he didn't pay like the full money for the car, right? And they was at a gas station, and see how I'm hip to what you talking about. See, kamikaze, I be knowing what I'm talking about, man. You know. But anyway, he basically he went to a gas station, and I guess the people that own the car, they had like a tracker on the car, because you know a car is a big ass GPS nowadays. And what happened is that they ended up like shooting him, and I think his brother got like shot in the arm. I'm not sure where he got shot, but like they end up shooting them and then beating them up right after they got shot. And he ended up passing away, and his brother ended up getting hit in the arm or some shit. So his brother lived, but he ended up passing away. But there was a lot of women on social media that was like, yo, I'd bond him out. You know, he's prison day and all kinds of stuff like that. We're living in a day and age right now that if you take a decent mugshot or you look good when you go in or some shit like that, when you go to jail, you can get a modeling contract. You know, he would have got a modeling contract. Hell, let me give you some game that nobody's talking about. King Von would have got a modeling contract. I mean, he wouldn't probably got it right now. He probably would have been doing life in jail. But they were talking about King Von also getting a modeling contract. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, he got sent to the upper room 2 days after his mugshot went viral, and all of the women was talking about, wifing him up or bailing him out and whatnot and shit like that. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, like a woman like a guy with a little bit of edge on him. You understand what I'm saying? A woman like a guy with a little bit of edge on him. So if that ain't you, or you ain't that type of nigga and shit like that, you know what I'm saying? Or you ain't got it in you to be having no type of edge on you and shit like that. You got, I mean, honestly, in the game, you really got no business wanting no certain type of woman. You know what I'm saying? Because
now, you know, dudes ain't got no excuse. That's why the black pill is going on the way out. I mean, they ain't got no excuse. They know what type of guy that the women that they want, you know. You know, them niggas are sitting, bruh, you sitting up there for 15, 20 years talking about some Chad Rome. It's Chad Rome's fault. It's Chad Rome's fault. It's Chad Rome's fault. It's like, bro, if you don't grow some nuts. I didn't tell you to go do it. A little birdie told me to tell you to go sell some weed. But I ain't tell you to do it. The birdie said. You did what I'm saying? Go do something and shit like that, you know. Shout outs to Devin D. Shout outs to Andre. And shout outs to myself. I mean, you know, we kind of, you know what I'm saying? We kind of, you know, I wouldn't say beat the stereotype, but we kind of showed what's really going on in the black community, you know. I think we need to move the conversation forward. You know, there's more archetypes in the community. Than Educated Lame and Pookie and Ray Ray. You know, actually, let me show y'all something. I was looking, I wanted to actually go over this, and I'm glad that I remembered this. Thank you, UFO Kamikaze, bro. You always help me out, especially with thinking about certain things. Let me see if it comes up, because I actually saw it. Let me see. Y'all hit the like button, support the show, y'all. I actually got something that I want to go over with y'all. You know what I'm saying? It's a lot of game that we gotta chop up and stuff like that. And you know what I'm saying? We pulling extra overtime. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, support a young brother. That's really giving y'all a game. I got the best show in the manosphere right now, man. I ain't gonna lie, look around. Ain't nobody's show can compare to my shit. And y'all walk away with some mental chewing gum, man. And y'all walk away with lingo. Y'all know my lingo. Y'all be seeing people copy me and shit like that. Y'all know my lingo, man. Come on, man. Stop playing, bro. Man, bust it open for your boy, bro. You dig? Bust it open for your boy, man. Support your boy, man. Ain't nobody in this space doing it like it. The old heads ain't doing it like it. The young heads ain't doing it like it. And I've been doing it like it for a long fucking time, man. Act like y'all know something, man. This another one like the other one, but this one got some more game in it, as always. It's Player Talk Radio, man. We in the building, man. Get ready to get laced up, man. I'm always giving y'all some real shit, man. If you ain't subscribed, let me go look at my analytics, man. Y'all get them likes up, man. Stop playing, man. For real, this is the show. On this show, stop playing, bro. You did pause, yeah. I don't know what I said that was homo, Earn, but if you caught it before I did, man, super pause. You did. What did I say that was homo? I'm just talking my shit. You know. Hold on, y'all. Let me go look at these analytics right quick. I appreciate you guys hitting the like button too, man. The shows have been actually doing pretty well. I'm gonna put out some shorts this weekend. It's Sunday where I'm at right now. I'm gonna put out some shorts this weekend, and we're gonna get over that 3,000 mark. I ain't gonna lie, I just been chilling at the 2,800 mark for a good minute. Let me see how much people that's unsubscribed that's watching me, because I did something recently. I've been focusing on something else. I did something recently. Oh hell yeah, that was super homo. Hey, thank you, bro. I appreciate you for catching that. Hold on, y'all. Yeah, we got 10.5 people that ain't subscribed, man. What's wrong with y'all? What's wrong with y'all? Hit that subscribe button, man. YouTube been unsubscribing me from a lot of people. I already know I'm shadow banned, man. Y'all look out for me, man. Look out for the cookout, man. Y'all should have been doing y'all part on the Cash App. Y'all should have been doing y'all part on the likes. Y'all should have been doing y'all part on the subscription. Yeah, there's 10.5% of people that ain't subscribed. But shout out to the 88.5 that is subscribed. You did? Shout outs to Nicer. Nicer, if you listening, give me one second. I'm gonna get back with you. I got a lot of stuff to run by you. I've been grinding for the last 12 days, man. I'm on an unrealistic time frame, y'all. So I've been doing good, y'all. All right. Let me pull this up real quick. This is something that I wanted to get into. Look at this. Shout out to Alan Roger Curry. Let's check this out real quick. Because y'all done forgot about my brother, Alan Roger Curry, man. Hold on.
You know the trouble with people today? Nobody's honest anymore. You know anybody that's honest? No. Because there ain't nobody. I'll tell you a story. When I was in 3rd grade, I was standing in line for lunch or something, and I cut in front of this girl, Celeste Scalini was her name. She was real pretty. She used to sit right across from me. Anyway, I cut in front of her, right? She turns around and looks at me and she says, "You're an asshole." Now that's honest.
She called you an asshole?
Right.
What'd you do?
I told her to shut the fuck up. It's pretty good for 3rd grade, huh? I learned that from my old man. But that's not the point. The point is she was honest. She said what was on her mind. I should have been there, Lenny. It was great.
Yeah.
She was beautiful. Celeste. Wonder what she's doing now. Hey. What do you think of that? Pretty good, had you? You better believe it. Watch this. Where you going? I'm gonna kill her with fucking honesty, man. Uh-huh. If you're reading Cinderella, I'm the handsome prince. My name's Jack. What's yours?
Corinda.
Corinda. What a beautiful name. What is that, Irish?
No, it's Maltesian.
Maltesian. Corinda, can I be honest with you for a moment?
Sure.
You know, there's a serious problem with people today. I don't know if you've noticed it or not, but nobody's honest anymore. I mean, there's no more sincerity left in the world. No more open.
All right, he risen her up. Let me tell y'all, this is actually pretty smooth. So the icebreaker was the Cinderella thing. Okay. Then he transitioned. This is his transition speech. Can I be honest with you for a second? All right. After he transitioned, this is his transition speech right now. So anything after this is small talk. I've done this hundreds of times. Trust me, I know what I'm talking about. Anything after this is small talk. So he said, "Can I be honest with you for a second?" So now he got her attention. And she's like, sure, you can be honest with me. So whatever he says right now, to a certain degree, real talk, he could kind of get away with it. If she is an honest person, by the way. But let's go.
Openness, no more compassion, no more understanding, no more anything. It's all gone. Do you sense what I'm trying to say?
I think so.
And she's into him. He took off his glasses and everything. She got open body posture. Her legs is open. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, Chris G, I'm telling y'all. So he did an icebreaker. He's transitioning, and then now they're gonna get into small talk. But she's already into him.
You see, everybody is so concerned with making that damn buck that we lose our perspective of one another. And human contact, if any, is virtually non-existent. You see, everybody has a face.
He already got highway eyes. He just wrapping her up. Highway eyes, nigga. Highway eyes. Am I seducing y'all yet? Highway eyes.
I have a face for you, and you have a face for me. And in the process of all these different faces,
modern day Casanova. You know, my another street nickname for me is called Casanova Cuda. Just letting y'all know.
Lose perspective of our real face.
He could kiss her if he wanted to.
And then we become distant because we feel nobody likes us. And then we become insensitive because
she getting closer to him. He not even getting closer to her.
We lose trust for one another.
That's what y'all niggas want.
And then finally,
but can't do.
Finally, we become very lonely because we feel nobody trusts us. Do you want to fuck?
Where?
Hey, yo, ARC a full.
Now I know y'all dripping 3 videos in a row. Yeah. For one of the first times in a long time, I'm doing 3 videos in a row. To recent memory, I can't remember the last time I did.
Y'all hit the like button. I'm doing 3 videos in a row. I'm doing 3 videos in a row. Welcome to Player Talk Radio. 3 videos in a row, Player Talk Radio. Let's get it.
Yeah, 3 videos in a row.
And I got some pre-records coming for that ass. Oh, yeah. Rest in peace to Alan Roger Curry.
There was a point in the last few months where I've done 3 videos in 4 days. As many as 3 videos in 4 days, or 3 videos in 5 days. But it's been a while since the last time I did 3 videos in a row. Now, unlike my last 2 videos on Saturday and Sunday, which both were just under an hour, this one I can pretty much guarantee you is going to be no more than roughly 30 minutes because I have a doctor's appointment this morning that I have to leave in about roughly 35 to 40 minutes. So this video should be no longer than 30 minutes, but it's going to be related yet and still. Like my last 2 videos were primarily prompted by a live stream I did on Friday that was hosted by the young brother named Ramil Amir. And because it was about 4 or 5 hours, there was so much that was talked about that I keep thinking about little things that were talked about during that live stream that I want to kind of offer further commentary on or elaborate on. And one thing,
shout outs to my broski Ramil, man,
that was interesting. There was a brother on there. I can't remember his name. I want to say he goes by the name Brother Fantastic. And
fuck nigga.
What was interesting about one of his commentary, he admitted, for all practical purposes, that he was a hater of my Mode 1 approach and why he was a hater of my Mode 1 approach.
And see, if y'all don't do y'all history, y'all won't know when a fuck nigga start grifting. Oh, we gotta get at these hoes. don't ever listen to a nigga. Oh yeah, I'm going in, kamikaze, man. Bro, hit that PayPal if you can. I'm telling y'all, if you don't do your history, you gonna follow a nigga that is an absolute grifter. A lot of y'all don't do y'all history. A lot of y'all got to get y'all memories jogged. Y'all are looking for the next piece of content that a nigga can grift right in front of you and you won't even see it. Shapeshifter, great grifter. Let's get it.
He said he didn't become familiar with me until roughly about a year ago. And he basically said, I'll be paraphrasing his words, but he basically said, Alan, I don't really have a problem with you personally. But he said, I do have a problem with your Mode 1 approach. And he said, the main problem I have with your Mode 1 approach.
And let me tell you why. See, when I talk about the game, everybody got a lot to say, but when Ramil talks about the game, don't nobody say shit. Because it's a popularity contest. Niggas will make somebody that they like or somebody that they hate override their common sense with the thing that they talk about the most in these spaces, which is called women. MOT, Zero, Fantastic, Game Changer, all of them, because they never read Mode 1 and they had so much to say about the game right now, and they're trying to be game gurus and try to teach y'all how to get at these bitches, right? They thought Mode 1 was game when Mode 1 is a method. This is so how out of touch with women in the real world they are. You know, I fucks with Zero, but it's the truth.
Is you make it seem like the Mode 1 approach is the boldest, ballsiest, requiring the biggest balls and backbone approach out there. And he said, I don't think that the effectiveness of approach can be measured by how, excuse me.
Now listen, I'm gonna tell you as a young player, I've done the Mode 1 approach with certain women, and I've had about 3 interviews with Alan Roger Curry on this channel. And I'm gonna tell y'all that I've been Mode 1 with certain women, but I had to. One thing that me and Alan Roger Curry, and I've brought it up several times, but he kind of been vague about it because he know what I'm talking about, and we kind of laughed and chuckled at it. Was that to be good at Mode 1, you have to learn how to cold read. So a lot of dudes are afraid of rejection, including myself, because me, I know how to talk the draws off a woman. So me, it wasn't about wasting time with me. You know, a lot of dudes be like, oh, I don't feel I got to do this, or I don't feel I got to do that. And it's like they're wasting time, but they're not doing anything with their time but watching YouTube videos. In a rush to doom scroll, in a rush to not do nothing. Oh, I'll just pay for it. And they try to cover it up with they got shit to do. Like these niggas are Elon Musk and they're handing out elite dick. Pause. Oh, I want the wifey type. I want somebody to be submissive, but I don't got enough time to put in the patience or the work to get that. So I just trick. And then now they don't see that they're dumb enough to sit on the internet all day and complain about hoes not being submissive. Other than money, why would a hoe want to be submissive to you? When she can get money from another guy. You see, I don't got nothing wrong with the tricking. I got something wrong with the complaining. If the only thing you have to bring is the reverse thing. It's like why are you sitting up here asking bitches what can they bring to the table when the only thing you bring to the table to them is money? It makes you. If a hoe has nothing but pussy to bring to the table, she don't stand out from the next woman. But guess what? If you a trick ass nigga and you ain't got shit to bring to the table, you don't stand out from the next nigga. You even worse than the hoe because the hoe can bring money to the table. Fucking idiot. Niggas don't even hear themselves. And then the only thing you do is bring money to the table. So guess what? You're rewarding the behavior that you claim you don't like. You're not even content with the tricking. Then you got to listen to these fuck niggas do Diddy content. Why did Diddy use his hands on Cassie? Because she didn't submit. She wasn't submitting. She didn't, for whatever goofball reason why this fuck nigga put his hands on Cassie was because guess what? She wasn't doing what he wanted her to do. Yo, get back in the room. Y'all got so much to say about some damn Diddy. But forget y'all niggas making quarrels about submission. Y'all got so much to say about hoes. But forget that y'all are making quarrels about submission. You don't have a chokehold locked in like Suge Knight got locked in on his bitch. Hey man, y'all support the show, bro. We're not doing overtime today for no reason, man. I'll cut this bitch off. Let's get it.
How bold or ballsy it is. He said, for me, I measure the effectiveness of an approach with women by how strategic it is. How strategic it is. And he basically went on to say, he said, I don't think Mo 1 is really strategic. Yeah, it may be both.
So let me tell y'all something. If you one of these trick ass dudes that is complaining that you don't feel like you should have to do all of this for Keisha, you shouldn't have to do all of this shit, and you don't want to waste your time, Mode 1 could actually help your dumb ass. But if your fear of rejection is more important than your time, you're not even tricking properly. Certain methods will expose you. Let's get it. Shout out to Star P in the building.
And stuff, but it ain't strategic. And so I don't think other guys choose other methods of approaching women because they don't have as big of balls as you. It's because they want to be strategic. Now, again, he's wearing his exact word for word verbatim. I did quite a bit of paraphrasing, but essentially that's what he said. And this, if you remember, this goes back to when I was at the 21 convention in 2018.
Yeah, we're gonna go
which
over
was my
that
second
too.
appearance at the 21 convention. I remember right after my speaking presentation, I had a circle of guys around me. I had probably, I don't know, about 7, 8, 9 guys that were kind of like circled around me, and I was in the middle of the circle. Matter of fact, pretty much a lot of the speakers, I say at least half the speakers would have that happen to them after they got finished speaking. The guys who were fans, followers, and supporters of theirs would kind of find them within 20 to 30 minutes after their speaking presentation and ask them questions. So I had these guys kind of circled around me, and this one guy approached me and he said, Alan, you might be the most unique speaker here at the 21 convention. And I said, really? I said, now I can see you saying that last year, because last year I was the only black speaker. So that without question made me unique. And then the guys, chuckled over that. But I said, this year there's at least a couple of other black speakers, such as Ed Lattimore and Donovan Sharp. So what makes me so unique? And he said,
absolutely.
Well, the biggest thing that makes you unique is that just about all the other speakers here, they have far more female haters and critics than they do male haters and critics. They have far more female haters and critics than they do male haters and critics. But you, from what I know about you and have been observing about you, you have way more male haters and critics than you do female haters and critics. Matter of fact, when you were just speaking in there was one point during your presentation where the few women in the audience actually gave you a standing ovation. So it's obvious women love you, but a lot of men, it seems, can't stand you, or if not you personally, they can't stand the advice you give and whatnot. And he said, why do you think that is? So I was getting ready to respond, but then this other guy jumped in. And again, I told this story at least once on YouTube within a couple weeks after that 21 convention in October 2018. So this is my second time telling this story. But before I could respond to this guy, another guy interjected. He said, I know why. He said, I know why Alan has far more male haters and critics than he does female haters and critics. And of course, everybody's like, okay, why? He said, I think there's a few reasons, but he said, one of the biggest reasons why guys are always going to dislike Alan's Mode 1 approach is for at least two reasons. Number one, Alan is exposing how dishonest, disingenuous, and manipulative guys are. It's like he's throwing in guys' face that you are a liar. You are a manipulator. And most importantly, you are a verbal coward. And he said no guy likes to feel like he's a verbal coward. Even the guys who could tolerate being labeled a liar or manipulator do not want to be labeled a verbal coward. And he said, so Alan's Mode 1 approach, you have to have a big set of balls to execute Alan's Mode 1 approach. You have to. It's like not even an option. It's a requirement. He said you have to have a high degree of confidence, courage, big ass balls, strong backbone to execute his approach. And most men don't have that type of confidence, courage, balls, or backbone. And he said, so in simple terms, Alan's approach makes every other method of approaching women seem wimpy and cowardly. And because most guys are macho, they don't like that. Now, going back to Friday's discussion, again, this guy who goes by the name Brother Fantastic, he more or less admitted that. He more or less admitted what that guy said at the 21 convention. He basically said, that's the number one thing I don't like about your Mode 1 approach. He said, because it makes all other types of approaches seem like they're wimpy compared to your approach, that they're cowardly compared to your approach. And he tried to argue, he said, I don't think other approaches are more wimpy or cowardly than the Mode 1 approach. I just think there's other approaches that are more strategic. Well, with all due respect to Brother Fantastic, he's wrong. Mode 1, that is what makes Mode 1 stand out. You gotta have balls to be Mode 1. That's the one mandatory requirement of Mode 1. You gotta have balls. You gotta have balls and backbone. I emphasize that in both my Mode 1 book and my Who Said Again book. I say in order to execute Mode 1, the Mode 1 approach, you gotta have balls and backbone. You gotta have balls. What balls is?
Shout outs to In My Own Lane. What's going on, player? Now, the biggest thing that a lot of people don't understand, and if y'all listen to all 3 interviews that I had with Alan Roger Curry, which would have been his next book, he would have talked about it because we spoke about it a billion times. Aegon even wanted to go at ARC, and recently he was on not Fantastic. He was on Zero's show talking about it's just, it's just nothing but prostitutes, and we need prostitution legal and this, that, and the third. He wanted to challenge ARC. Dudes wanted to argue about Mode 1 because they thought they didn't have enough sense to realize that it wasn't game. It's a method, not to waste their time. But yet these dudes are like, oh, well, we'll just trick instead of leaving pussy on the table. You understand what I'm saying? Now, me, the reason why I don't go super Mode 1, even though I've been Mode 1 a billion times, is that I have a mouthpiece. So the pussy that I would have left on the table, I know I could talk my way into it. Is it a waste of time? It could be. Depending on what you believe you're wasting your time on. Have I wasted my time trying to talk my way into pussy? Absolutely. Have I talked my way into it? Absolutely. So that's why I didn't look at it the same way guys did. You know what I'm saying? Because I know I have the ability to talk my way. I know I have the ability to talk my way. I have the ability to talk the draws off a chick and talk the draws right back on the chick. So I wasn't looking at it the same way. And fortunately for me, I didn't experience that type of rejection. I've experienced another type of rejection, just direct rejection. And plus, if you're tricking, how is it wasting your time? Because you're basically saying, okay, well, I'm wasting my time dating these girls without no game, and I'm wasting my time because I could be tricking off on other women instead of picking up valuable skills to get a wife. See, tricking keeps you at square one because you're using money. So if you don't have the skills to get the submission that you want, and if you don't have the, you basically paid to rob yourself. Of course you're gonna believe that there's no wifey type women out here. Of course you're gonna believe that all women are the same. Of course you're gonna believe in Santa Claus. You Santa Claus, nigga. You took the Santa Claus approach. Man, y'all don't be giving me half the credit I deserve, man. Giving y'all this game. Of course you're gonna believe that bullshit. You've paid for it. You've paid for what's the term that is called? You've paid for your What's the term of it? Damn, it's on the tip of my tongue. No homo. You've paid for your condition. You know, you've paid for your arrested development. That's what you paid for. You've paid for your arrested development. So let me tell y'all something. Even with a relationship, nobody wants to spend a long time feeling that they made a mistake. But what's even worse is if you finance that mistake. And if you're not looking at it from a good mindset, you're gonna beat yourself up over it as somebody that's learning and paying attention to what they're actually doing in their role and what they're actually doing. Some people may say that's tuition. And there's nothing wrong with tuition to success. You know, if I was trading stocks and I spent years trading the wrong type of stocks and didn't recognize certain things, but now I've understood, you know, the mistakes and the errors that I made. Now I can you understand what I'm saying? I can now identify where I went wrong, instead of spending the rest of my time now with this new knowledge, beating myself up over it. Now I can take that knowledge and actually invest in the right thing to further my education. So a lot of niggas in this space and in general, with all due respect, they pay to stay at square number one because they want to have like sophisticated intellectual relationships with women. It can cost, but if you mix your ignorance with your wallet, it's gonna definitely cost. And not in money. I mean, definitely it's gonna cost in money, but it's gonna cost in time. That's what you're beating yourself up over, because no nigga can really track how much money he spent. Tricks, let me tell y'all, man, listen, man. Y'all support the show because I'm giving you valuable game. I'm putting a lot of value in these shows, as I always do. Tricks don't even know how much they spent. It's so out of their range. They have no idea how much they spent. They just know they spent too much. So they're not even measuring the shit in money no more. The metric that they're using is really time. It's a fucked up feeling looking up being 40 and be like, damn, I still don't know shit and I'm still at square one. Now you feel like you have no choice but to trick. I don't got no problem with the tricking. But the tricking may have a problem with you. Y'all don't hear me. Let's get it. Hold on, let's get it.
The same thing as saying courage. Yeah, balls is the same thing as saying a combination of confidence and courage. The combination of confidence and courage equals balls. See, I explained this before. The word bold, you always hear me use the word bold a lot. To be bold means anytime you do something that has a high percentage chance of failure, that means you're bold. If you go inside, if you're a firefighter and you go inside a burning building, knowing that there is at least a 75% chance you might die of burns, third-degree burns, or smoke inhalation, then that means as a firefighter, that would be a bold move for you to go into that burning building, knowing that there's over a 50% chance that you could die.
What's going on, Ed?
Now, if you were a firefighter and you went into a building where the flames were minimal and there was a less than 5% chance that you could get physically harmed or die, then that wouldn't be as bold because there's no chance of failure. So the number one way you measure how bold someone is when they do something is by what are the high chances of this person failing by what they do. When you use a Mode 1 approach, and even more specifically a Mode 1 hardcore approach, there is a high percentage chance that you're going to be instantaneously and straightforwardly rejected by a woman. There's going to be a high percentage chance that you're going to receive some harsh, subjective criticisms from that woman, some personal insults from that woman, and just generally some negative reaction. Not only would I say that compared to Mode 1 hardcore, that no other method of approaching women and initiating a conversation with them is as bold or as ballsy. But I would say even with my other 3 variations of Mode 1, which would be Mode 0, regular or conventional Mode 1, or even Mode 1.5.
All right, let's get.
Let's
get into this.
That you will have a harsh or abrupt rejection is not as bold, and any method of approaching women that lowers the chance that you will be criticized, insulted, or receive a negative reaction is not as bold. It can be strategic, but it ain't bold. Not only would I say that compared to Mode 1.
Now, Mode 1 hardcore is before Mode 1. This is when this kind of like creep mode. This is when you approach a woman within the first 10 to 90 seconds of your first conversation with a woman. You immediately and straightforward let her know that your only interest is engaging in one or more episodes of short-term, non-monogamous casual sex with her. This is what everybody think Mode 1 is, and it's not. Mode 1 is a step above. Mode 1 is a step above this. All right.
On hardcore.
This is what a lot of dudes in the space think you're doing.
And no other method of approaching women and initiating a conversation with them is as bold or as ballsy. But I would say even with my other 3 variations of Mode 1, which would be Mode 0.
All right, Mode 0. He said this is where situations where women of interest approaches you first and initiates a conversation with you first, and your only remaining obligation is to simply close the deal with her, being straightforward, i.e. at some point before your first conversation with her has concluded and confirmed that she is definitely interested in sharing your company in a romantic or strictly sexual manner. What's going on, Masked Man?
Regular or conventional Mode 1.
Now, the regular Mode 1 approach, which is what Alan is talking about, is when you approach a woman and at no later than approximately 5 minutes of your very first conversation with the woman, you let her know that you have interest in connecting with her either in a long-term romantic manner or a short-term strictly sexual manner. Usually, you slowly progress from PG rated or PG-13 rated language or more R-rated to X-rated or XXX language by the end of the conversation.
Or even Mode 1.5.
That's true, UFO.
I would say all 3 of those variations require a higher degree of boldness, confidence, courage, and balls and backbone than any other method of approaching women out there. I'll start with Mode 0. Mode 0, as you know, that's my variation of Mode 1. That's basically when you're Mode 1 with a woman after she approaches you first, and after she initiates a conversation with you first. And then after she initiates the conversation, you let her know in an upfront, specific, and straightforwardly honest manner that you want to hook up with her to be intimate with her, whether it's within the context of a long-term monogamous long-term non-monogamous, short-term monogamous, or short-term non-monogamous. Speaking of that, I was visiting the comment section of a certain person, and one of my followers asked this guy straight up. He said, because the guy was hating on Mode 1, so he said, if Mode 1 is not the best method out there, what would you say is the best method of connecting with women? And this guy said the best method of connecting.
Well, Mode 1, Masked Man, is not game. You can have game be a Mode 1, but Mode 1 is more so of a method. Mode 1 is a method. Okay? It's a method. Mode 1 is about saving time. So there shouldn't have been nobody in this space rejecting Mode 1, even if they are tricking. But this is how dumb Negroes are. So continue to listen to them.
Connecting with women is just to...
That's just really what it is, what it boils down to at the end of the day.
Become the best version of yourself. Focus on your purpose. No, let me reverse that. I think he said focus on your purpose first. He said focus on your purpose. Basically, immerse yourself in...
Most men don't have the balls to use it. This is why he's talking about it.
Self-improvement and personal development. So he said, focus on your purpose, become the best version of yourself, and then just sit back and let women come to you first. Let all the women who are interested in you make the first move on you and come to you first. Got got food on my mouth. Oh shit. My bad. Now, I've addressed that in at least 2 videos. I've addressed this in at least 2 videos. One, I did a video about choosing signals, which is a popular talking point of alpha male strategies, as well as a lot of other guys in the manosphere. I did a video talking about choosing signals, when they're valid and when they're not valid. And then I did another video about guys here in the manosphere who keep talking about the best method of connecting with women is waiting for them to come to you. In simple terms, that's bullshit. It's bullshit. And I don't want to get too lengthy. Go back and watch those 2 videos. But if I had to summarize 2 things I have with that, using that method of waiting for women to come to you. Number 1, as far as the concept of choosing signals, there's different types of choosing signals. So a lot of guys act like there's only one type of choosing signal. There's at least 4 different types of choosing signals, and I pointed that out in that video. A woman can choose you to be her casual fuck buddy, her casual sex lover / fuck buddy. A woman could choose you to be her long-term boyfriend or future husband. A woman could choose you to be a sugar daddy or exclusively some type of financial provider for her, pay for play partner, or a woman could choose you to be her purely platonic friend. Just because a woman makes the first move on you does not automatically mean that she wants to be in a romantic relationship with you or that she wants to have casual sex with you. It does not. I'll put money behind it. I'll bet anybody money who's willing to bet me. It does not. A lot of guys act like if a woman makes the first move on you and approaches you first and initiates the conversation with you first, that automatically means she wants to have casual sex with you. No, it don't.
I.e. Bumble. I done gave y'all the game on Bumble. That's why you see Bumble doing what they're doing now.
Or they automatically think it means she wants to be your next girlfriend or future wife. No, it don't. No, it don't. A lot of the women who I am now platonic friends with made the first move on me.
And it's small talk. Women are only going to hit on you long enough for you to hit on them. Women are going to say, hey, you're cute. Are you interested in me? Well, if you are, hit on me. That's literally what's going on. And not even. Women are going to say, hey, how are you? And only want a regular conversation. But guess what? They might be open to you hitting on them. But you got to play Blue's Clues. Whereas if you start small talk with a woman if you know what you're doing after you transition into a normal conversation, your small talk is making sure that she is receptive to you possibly hitting on her, because you're approaching her regularly and you're saying, hey, let me have a conversation with you and be around you long enough to see if there's some type of vibe. That's what they call it nowadays. It's a vibe. Or if I can create some type of sexual tension long enough to say, hey, are you interested in me? And then I can be bold. Or let me be bold first and kind of run the lock. It's like lock picking. If you ever pick the lock, you know you have tumblers, you have bearings. You have certain little things that you have to trigger to get a certain type of response that's going to get you a green light to do certain things. Okay, she's giving me IOIs, indicators of interest. She's asking me, what am I doing, and this, that, and the third. And it's like, oh, okay. Let me kind of play real quick. What do you do for a living? I'm a hopscotch champion. Nah, I'm playing. I'm in sales. What's your zodiac sign? Nah, I'm a Cancer. Nah, I'm playing. I'm a Capricorn. What's this? Nah, I'm playing. I'm this, that, and the third. ABP, always be playing. Shout outs to my bro Rosebud. One of my mentors. Let's get it.
But they never gave me no pussy. I can name a number of women who approached me first, initiated conversation with me first, and their number one desire was just simply to be platonic friends with me. So that's bullshit. About all women who approach you first are definitely interested. That's not true. That's bullshit. That's bullshit. Second reason why that method is bullshit. And I'm pointing this out in that second video I did. Realistically, if we're being really realistic, the only women that are going to make the first move on you, either for casual...
That's not true, Masked Man. You don't got to be no goddamn Michael B. Jordan. I've been giving y'all the game for a long time. If you pose with the right clothes, you'll get chose with your mouth closed. I saw a shorty out here. She liked my friend because he had a Hunter x Hunter shirt on. And she said, that's my favorite character. I want your shirt. He could have been like, well, shit, you gonna have to take this bitch up off of me. He could have been real player with it. He could have been like, shit, I want your shirt. She had on a halter top. And could have turned it into a whole joke. Yo, my name is such and such. What's your name? Oh, for real? What you know about Hunter x Hunter? Damn, we got to sit down and watch it together. I'll give you my shirt if you know what I'm saying, if you give me your number or something like that, and then lie and be like, oh, well, I got your number, but you got, man, come on, man. This some rookie shit, man. This some high school shit. What's going on, Devin D? Real player in the building. What's going on, Royce J? Real players in the building, man. Niggas ain't sitting up here adapting the stereotypes that don't fucking fit them. Little do y'all know, y'all waiting for women. Women are waiting for y'all to say this goofball shit to them.
True sex or for a long-term romantic relationship is men that are either above average to exceptionally good looking, above average and exceptionally good looking, rich and famous. You're rich and famous. Or third, you have a reputation that precedes you. You have a
absolutely, Royce J.
reputation that precedes you. This is what I call referral pussy. In other words, you fucked a woman so good that she told 2 or 3 of her girlfriends, and now those 2 or 3 of her girlfriends want to give you some pussy because you have a reputation that precedes yourself. That's only 3 times women are typically going to approach you first, particularly for casual sex. That's the only 3 times a woman is going to approach you first, particularly for casual sex, is if you're like exceptionally good looking, number 1. Number 2, you're a rich, famous celebrity like a professional athlete or an entertainment industry celebrity. Or number 3, if you have a sexual reputation that precedes you. Other than those 3 situations, ain't no woman gonna approach you first, particularly for casual sex. And the number 1 reason why is because most women are dreadfully afraid of being labeled a hoe or a slut. No, the average woman does not want to be labeled a hoe or a slut. That's why you have wholesome pretenders. That's why you have erotic hypocrites. Women are very protective of their public image and their social reputation. So for guys that say the best method out there is just to focus on your purpose, become the best version of yourself, and sit back and wait for women to come to you first, that's bullshit. I'm telling you, again, I'll put money up against anybody. That's bullshit. It's bullshit. But yeah, what I was saying, mode 0, that's when you let a woman approach you first and initiate a conversation with you first, and then you proceed to be mode 1. You can be mode 1 hardcore after that point, regular mode 1 or mode 1.5. Regular mode 1. That takes more balls than any other method out there. Because you're clarifying what type of companionship you really want. That's the main difference between mode 1 and mode 2. See, with mode 2 does require some degree of confidence and courage, because you got to have at least enough confidence and courage to approach a woman, and you have to have enough confidence and courage to initiate a conversation with her. But where the difference comes in between mode 1 and mode 2, when you're mode 2, you're confident enough to let a woman know that you find her physically attractive and or sexually appealing, but you're not bold enough to specifically clarify what type of companionship you want. You're not bold enough to clarify what specific type of companionship you want. For example, long-term monogamous, long-term non-monogamous, short-term monogamous, short-term non-monogamous. You're vague and ambiguous when it comes to what type of sexual companionship you're looking for. When you're mode 1, you let women know specifically what you're looking for. Are you looking for long-term or short-term sex? Are you looking for monogamous or non-monogamous sex? See, that's part of being mode 1. You clarify which one what type of companionship you want, or in the case of mode 1.5, which type of sexual companionship you don't want. Like even mode 1.5, you don't use any profanity. You don't use any R-rated, X-rated, or triple X-rated sexually explicit language, but you still have to be bold in clarifying what you want and or what you don't want. Mode 2 doesn't do that. Mode 3 is even worse. It don't take no confidence or courage whatsoever to be mode 3. When you're mode 3, you're either one or two things. You're either a liar and a manipulator, or you're a verbal coward. You're either a liar and a manipulator, or you're a verbal coward. One of the two when you're mode 3. You're either a blatant liar and a blatant manipulator, cheater and adulterer, or you're just a verbal coward, which takes no balls and backbone whatsoever. So there you go. It does. Mode 1 requires a higher degree of confidence, courage, balls and backbone, and overall boldness than any other method of approaching women and connecting with women out there. Facts. So the fact of the matter is, yes, I will maintain that the mode 1 approach is the ballsiest approach out there. There ain't no approach ballsier than mode 1. And I would say there's definitely no approach ballsier than the mode 1 hardcore approach. There's not any approach out there that's ballsy. What is bolder than going up to a woman and within the first 5 seconds of conversation telling that woman, I want to fuck the shit out of you? You are attractive, you sexy, and I want to fuck the shit out of you. What's bolder than that? What is bolder than that? Again, to this brother fantastic argument, you can say there's other methods that might be more clever and strategic. But when it comes to balls out confidence, what method is bolder than that? But I was glad he said what he said, because again, he just validated what that guy said at the 21 convention. That guy said at the 21 convention, I've always known that deep down myself. He said, yeah, man, I think that's the reason why so many men hate on the Mode 1 approach. Is again, because one, you're causing men to face the facts that they really want to be liars with women and manipulators with women. That's number one. You're
basically, in other words, he's been saying what I've been telling y'all. A lot of these dudes, they want to be players. How much times have I told y'all a lot of these dudes, they're trying to be players? They just don't know what the hell they doing.
You're forcing men to face the fact that they really deep down want to be a liar with women and a manipulator with women in order to get them in bed. And number two, probably more importantly, you're exposing the fact that most men are verbal cowards. They're profoundly afraid of rejection, and particularly harsh, abrupt, instantaneous, and straightforward type rejection. I've always said that most guys can handle delayed rejection and or polite rejection. Most men can handle rejection that's delayed and or polite.
Right.
But most men cannot handle, the average man in society, they cannot handle rejection that's harsh,
direct rejection,
abrupt, instantaneous, and or too straightforward and blunt. Most men can't handle that. In other words, that's what conventional PUAs, they actually call that being blown out the water. That was their nickname for that. I remember I was at a conference and these PUAs kept talking about, you never want to be blown out the water. You never want to be blown out the water.
Crash and burn.
Yeah, that's convention. A lot of conventional PUA terms for being rejected, like in the first 2 to 3 minutes after you start talking to a woman. They feel like if you get rejected within the first 2 to 3 minutes after you start,
you want to be set down,
initiate a conversation with a woman, that means you were blown out of the water. And most conventional PUAs, they actually advised against that. So they would encourage men to engage in flattering, entertaining small talk,
which is not Mode 1. Which is not Mode 1.
For at least 5 to 10 minutes. Because they said you never want to get blown out. See, I feel just the opposite. I want to be blown out the water.
Because he doesn't want to waste his time. Again, Mode 1 is about not wasting your time. That's why he's talking about manipulative time wasters. Because you can still be Mode 1 and get your time wasted by someone that's manipulative and they're wasting your time. Hence the term manipulative time wasters. Speaking of time, we're 1 hour and 50 minutes into this show. We need some people on the Cash App, giving y'all some really good game. We need some people on the PayPal. Let's open up the panel. Let's get it.
In PUA speak, I want to be blown out the water. Why? Because I'm going to drop a fact on you that I've dropped before, but I feel like it needs to be dropped again. Here's reality that a lot of you men don't realize. At least 50%, if not more, of the women you meet in your day-to-day, week-to-week, month-to-month lives do not want to reject you. Let me repeat that. Of all the women you're going to meet in your life that are not interested in being in a romantic relationship with you and that are not interested in engaging in one or more episodes of casual sex with you, do not want to reject you. See, a lot of guys have this impression that women are like rubbing their hands together, anxious to reject them. When the reality is, it's just the opposite. And that's the simple reason why you have manipulative time wasters. That's why you have my archetype of manipulative time. Most women do not, between the two, there are more women who desire to be a manipulative time waster than.
Some women won't reject you. And they just want to be nice. And by proxy, that can make them manipulative time wasters. Follow what's being said, y'all.
And there are women who want to be just a flat out rejecter. And the simple reason why is because most women, even if they're not interested in being in a romantic relationship with you or engaging in one or more episodes of casual sex with you, they still want flattering, entertaining, and emotionally empathetic attention from you. Facts. Most women want flattering, entertaining, and emotionally empathetic attention from you.
I.e., they want your non-sexual attention. Women get off on your non-sexual attention. Your NSA. When's the last time in this space have you heard of that? Because that's what you dudes want to avoid. You want to avoid spending a lot of non-sexual attention on women. Your non-sexual attention.
I talk about that in the first 4 chapters of The Possibility of Sex. Second thing they want, if they're materialistic, they want access, if only temporary access, to your financial generosity, your overall wealth, and your material possessions before they reject you. So that's the thing with manipulative time wasters. Manipulative time wasters don't want to reject you straight up because then they limit their own access to your non-sexual time, attention, and companionship, and they limit access to your financial generosity, your wealth, and material possessions. So they want, in simple terms, they want to play you before they reject you. They want to manipulate you before they reject you. That's what they want to do. They want to manipulate you before they reject you. Whether it's for a few hours, a few days, a few weeks, or even in some cases, a few months. They want to reject, they want to manipulate you first, toy with you first, and then reject you. And a lot of you guys don't seem to realize. Matter of fact, I mentioned Big Mike, I think in my next to last video, he was talking about this. And I remember, here I go bringing up his name again, but Alpha Male Strategies, I remember he tried to suggest that the reason I'm all about straightforward honesty with women is because I'm trying to be Mr. Morals and Values, Mr. Ethics, and I'm trying to please and appease women. Insert dog face here. Nah, bro, that ain't it. And see, Big Mike, he gets more respect from me because he picked up on it. He talked about it on a video over in his channel.
And Big Mike defaulted to tricking. Big Mike defaulted to tricking.
Yesterday, because he was talking about that the live stream I participated in last Friday. And Big Mike was telling his audience, he said, a lot of guys have this mistaken belief that Alan, the ARC, is about being honest with women for the sake of the women. He said, no. He said, the reason why Alan ARC promotes upfront, straightforward honesty is to protect himself, is to prevent himself from being played by a woman. This goes back also to the live stream I was mentioning to the guys on the panel that I used to work in Hollywood. I had a number of short-term and long-term temp assignments in almost all the major movie and TV studios. Paramount Pictures, Warner Brothers, Universal, NBC, 20th Century Fox, Sony, Columbia, almost all the major studios. I don't think I ever had a permanent job, but I had a number of short-term temp assignments, like that might have been like 2 months, 3 months, 4 months. Then I had some others that were more long-term, that were like 6 months or longer. Some of them over a year. Like 20th Century Fox, I worked for 20th Century Fox for like over 2 years. But yeah, a lot of the departments I used to be in at some of these studios when I would do these temp assignments would be like 90% women. Sometimes, there was a couple times where I was actually one of only 2 guys working in the department. All the rest were women. And more specifically, they were gorgeous women. Just about all the women I would work with at these movie studios and TV studios were women who were like, on that scale from 1 to 10, were 8s, 9s, and 10s. A lot of them looked like Victoria's Secret models or Playboy Centerfold models. Beautiful faces, beautiful bodies. And the thing is, a good percentage of them, like during their lunch break or right after lunch, they would brag. I would hear certain women bragging about how they just got finished taking advantage of a guy, financially and materialistically. Right. Like there was women who had guys paying their car note on a month-to-month basis, but yet they hadn't even had sex with that guy yet, which was mind-blowing to me. There were women who said some other guys were paying their mortgage or their rent for the last 3, 4, 5, 6 months, and they hadn't had sex with that guy, oral sex or intercourse, which was mind-blowing to me. That some of these women had guys buying them all kinds of expensive jewelry, like a diamond necklace and shit, or expensive clothes, but yet they hadn't had sex with those guys yet. And I would basically have to interject and be like, how the fuck are y'all getting away with this shit? I had gotten to a point where, I was pretty cool with a lot of these women, so they would let me join their conversations a lot of times. And I would be like, basically like, how the fuck you getting away with this shit? And without getting too lengthy, they would basically break down to me, which is what I explain in my book, The Possibility of Sex, and what I tried to explain to these guys on this live stream on Friday. They basically let me know in so many words. They were like, Alan, you want to know how not to get played by a woman like me? Is to do what you told us you do. You're very upfront, specific, and straightforwardly honest with women about what you want and how quickly you want it. And see,
this is the beauty of rejection. Sometimes you just got that woman's attention. So when she says, hey, I don't want this with you, she set the stage on how she can behave with you. She just set the stage on how she can behave with you. Okay, you don't want this with me, so you got no business asking for my non-sexual attention. You rejected me, so why would you want this now? Now, some of them have the audacity still to ask for it, but now you have a trump card. You can be like, well, I can't do this with you because you said no to this. You don't want to spend time with me. You're not interested in me. So I can't be spending my non-sexual attention with you. Oh, but I was just... Oh, I was going through 2 hours into the madness, man. Y'all hit that like button. Hit that Cash App. Rest in peace to my bro, Alan Roger Curry.
They basically said in their own way, they basically like, we can't play a guy like you with your Mo One approach. We can't play a guy like you. They said basically the 2 types of guys that are easy for them to manipulate is either a guy who really don't know what he wants.
But this is why I told you there's so many people here that's intelligent. There's so many people here that's smart. But a prostitute has outsmarted them. As you can see, it's not a impossible feat for a prostitute to outsmart intelligent men. Because it never crossed some of y'all mind that they haven't been intelligent with this woman or strategical with it. Bruno Mars niggas, I'ma leave the door open.
He don't know what he want. He don't know if he want friendship, a long-term romantic relationship that'll lead to marriage, or simply casual sex. He's like indecisive. He's an indecisive motherfucker. They basically was like, that guy is easy to manipulate. An indecisive guy, and along with that, a guy who's vague and ambiguous, which under my parameters of my teachings would be mode 2. They said a guy who's a combination of indecisive and vague and ambiguous is easy to manipulate. Particularly, they said, if you're a beautiful, sexy woman. Now, they were basically trying to say, if you're an ugly chick, maybe not. But if you're like a woman that's a 7, 8, 9, or 10, and you're dealing with a guy that's in combination.
Now, this is where I got to give y'all a short caveat. Because women that aren't 8, 9s, and 10s can do this to you easily nowadays with the internet. And at the same time, if you understand the game, like I said, I'm mode 2. I leave that door open, but in a way that I know what I'm doing. I know that I'm being mode 2. To a certain degree, I know I can get certain women, so I'm not going to sit here and say, hey, I'm going to use this method and leave coochie on the table that I know I could get. And this gives me a lot of power, and it'll give you a lot of power if you know what you're doing, if you have a little bit of game, because it's like, okay, I'm not going to get the repercussions of saying that I'm wasting my time with said women. Because if I want a one-night stand, I can get it. If I want a same-day lay, I can get it. If I know she's a manipulative time waster, but she's not going to do that with me because how I'm going to go about this course of action, or how I'm going to approach this endeavor, I won't feel no type of way about it. Shout out to my bro Chris Trucker in the building. Yeah, Sirski, real big old player in the building. So you have to have a compass. A lot of y'all in this space have no compass because you don't know what you're doing. And when you don't know what you're doing, now you're subject to the games that that woman may play. She probably didn't want to manipulate you and waste your time, but you put her in position with what she got going on in her life to manipulate you and waste your time. All because you just don't know where you're going. You leave a gray area, so to say.
The indecisive and vague and ambiguous, he's going to be generally easy to manipulate. Second type of guy they said is easy to manipulate is a guy that does know what he wants, but he doesn't have the confidence or courage, the balls or backbone to straightforwardly say it. For example, he wants casual sex, but he doesn't have the confidence or courage to just come right out and say that shit. They was like, that guy's easy to manipulate. And again, they basically acknowledged, they was like, Alan, from what you've told us about your stories of women, see, we couldn't manipulate you because you just come right out with what you want. You come right out and say, hey, I want casual sex. Either give it to me or not. If you're not, I'm going to leave you alone. I ain't going to spend no money on you. I ain't going to take you to dinner. I ain't going to buy you shit. I ain't going to spend no time.
So in other words, what I'm telling y'all is that there's alternatives than to just default to tricking. Or run around here and call dudes Pookie and Ray Ray, but you hanging out on the blade. Because even on some square nigga shit, at what point throughout your dating career or your social life do you have to start breaking the law? Or be mode 1 with your wallet?
Time with you non-sexually, Either you give me casual sex or you're not. If you're not, I ain't doing shit for you. And it was like, they basically said, your type of man frustrates women like us. Matter of fact, if you've read or listened to my audiobook version of Possibility of Sex, there's a story in there. I'm not going to go into details, but there's a story about this woman I had an interaction with at an apartment in Chicago. And she basically said the same thing. She was a manipulative time waster type, a cock-teasing, manipulative time waster type. And when she really...
Now, why is it lucrative for a woman to be a manipulative time waster? Well, you're getting your time wasted, but the time that you're wasting, she's making money off of you. Pimped you out. Your weakness is her sweetness.
Realized that I was a Mo one type of guy. She basically came out and said, I hate guys like you. That's what she literally said. She said, I hate guys like you. And I said, to fuck with her, I said, I love you too. She said, no, really, I hate guys like you. And of course, I indulged her. I humored her. I said, okay, why do you hate guys like me? She said, because guys like you, talking about guys who are very upfront, specific, and straightforward, i.e. Mo 1, she said, guys like you prevent women like me from using our feminine charms. She said, most women like to use their feminine charms to take advantage of men's desire to have sex with us. And I said, so essentially you saying you hate guys like me because you can't manipulate me. And she was reluctant to acknowledge what she called the M word. She said, I wouldn't go as far as to use the M word. But really, that's what she was saying. But yeah, she said, I don't like guys like you. She said, I'm going to tell you something if you don't know this already. And it was something I did already know. But she said, most women, particularly women who are good looking, sexy, basically women that a lot of guys want to get in bed. She said, we're socially trained to use our feminine charms to take advantage of you guys. That's basically what she said. She came clean about it. She said, we're trained. She said, that's what makes life interesting for beautiful, sexy women, is we want to, in simple, blunt terms, and I'm kind of paraphrasing, basically she said, we get enjoyment out of fucking with you guys. In other words, making you think you're going to get some pussy when you're actually not. She said, that's like, for most women, that's like a sport. That's like a sport. She said, we get off on that shit. We get off on being attention whores and cock teasers and making you guys believe that y'all got at least a 5% chance of getting in our pants when we know in reality y'all got a 0% chance of getting our pants. She said that's essentially like a sport. And guys like you, meaning Mo 1 guys, she said, you type of guys fuck that up. You force us to have to say, yes, I'm interested.
They lose out on hypergamy when that's the case.
In having sex with you, or no, I'm not interested in having sex with you. And she said, women like me don't like that. And I just smirked at her and I said, I know.
Yes, sir.
Say it again.
Yes, sir.
Who's the king?
Alan, you're the king.
Say it again.
Alan, you're the king. You're dominating me.
Say it again.
Alan, you're dominating me right now. Mode 1.
Mode 1.
Daddy, can I go, please? You're the king.
Say it again.
Oh, you're the fucking king. Yeah. Oh.
Women are oral creatures, y'all. Not oral, but oral. Audio wise.
You're the king, Alan.
AKA the king of verbal seduction. You know, it's the tone of your voice, how seductive. Your intonations are the vibrations that you could just reach out over the phone lines and stroke a woman's breast just by the sound of your voice. How you could make her pussy so wet just by the sound of your voice.
So yeah, shout outs to Alan Roger Curry. Y'all are starting to see a lot of different things go on. Shout outs to UFO Kamikaze. He said that's why most guys are triggered by She-Ra 7. They know that content is directed at them. Yeah. But 1 out of 30 guys can actually pull this shit off. You know what I'm saying? 1 out of 30 guys can actually pull this shit off. You know? Five out of 30 guys can get what they want. But 1 out of 30 guys can pull this shit off in that manner. You understand what I'm saying? Since y'all niggas like numbers and shit. So what are we seeing in Hollywood today? Y'all are seeing a bunch of different things. Y'all are seeing, hell, I'll even use Family Matters as a example. Y'all don't see Steve Urkel, Joel White, I think his name is. He done got himself a snow bunny. He playing in the snow. He got himself a wife. Eddie Winslow, he's still playing around with Sydney Star, trannies and shit. You got women nowadays talking about they want to chill with a bear. And now you got niggas nowadays talking about I'll have an AI girlfriend, Kuda. We don't need game. Still on that bullshit. All these non-game niggas, where has it gotten y'all? Y'all are tricking off y'all money and still complaining. It didn't get y'all nowhere. That game war shit kicked off because I'm like, okay, well, what is the information that y'all are giving to young niggas? These young Generation Z niggas. Niggas done argued me down to the ground, boycotted me and everything, and they still in these spaces trying to soak up game. Where's Hammer weird ass now? I'm not listening to no 18-year-old nigga tell me what he can do with his money. Nigga, you ain't made no money. You ain't even paid no significant bills. The money that you looking at ain't even your money right now. Go get you a car. Go pay what we was paying. Shout out to my bro Chris Trucker. Chris Trucker will tell you, go pay what we pay in Maryland. I'm a Measy. I'm from Maryland. I say I'm from the DMV area because y'all wouldn't get what I'm talking about if I told y'all I was from PG. Go pay $240 in car insurance. On top of that, a car note. On top of that, gas. On top of that, trying to date a bitch. On top of that, trying to feed yourself. On top of that, rent. On top of that, trying to get fresh. Go fuck around with MAIF. Niggas don't even know what the fuck MAIF is. Maryland Insurance Fund. Maryland Auto Insurance Fund. You think niggas just get on the internet and just be talking and shit like that? Nigga thought he was saying some player shit to me, trying to impress me, talking about some Kuda. We could just spend our money on the girls. We can get our passport. Why you think niggas hate me? Shout outs to Paul Hightower. He said, I need some good life insurance, man. Go hook up with Allianz. State Farm ain't gonna help y'all. There's brothers in the space that sell insurance. Niggas don't even promote their channels. Niggas not directing y'all to Alonzo Hall. The fucking manosphere done failed y'all because y'all done failed the manosphere. Real talk. Niggas really want to sit up here and talk to y'all about the black community and shit like that. Niggas really trying to rally behind Kendrick and all these other people like they for the black community. Niggas ain't even rallying behind Umar. Umar's still asking for donations to get that school. Y'all let y'all scholars get fucked up in the game. Y'all not fucking with people that really kick that shit. Sitting up here lying to me. Niggas talking about some Hotep nigga. Nigga never even been to Africa before. Much less on a plane. Then get on the internet and want to talk to me like I'm a fucking rookie. Bro, I've been doing this, nigga. I'm a pioneer of half the lingo half y'all use, man. We got fucking dykes coming into this fucking space talking shit to y'all. That's what y'all niggas get. You got fucking dykes telling y'all don't have game. You got a fucking dyke telling you don't have no goddamn game. That's fucking wild. Out of all the money y'all done tricked, it didn't get nobody nowhere. Shout outs to my real tricks though. Niggas just telling y'all to trick and willy-nilly spend y'all money and shit like that. Not even giving y'all no fucking game to get the best bang for your buck. That's like a nigga telling y'all, hey, spend anything for a plane ticket, nigga. When you could have got a deal. No, I hate it. I hate it because Alan Roger Curry, when he came into the manosphere, niggas treated him like a joke. Let's see if we can watch the rest of this real quick. Hold on, y'all. We was watching it the other day. Anyway, hold on. We'll get back to that. Let's go into Kel. See what Kel got going on Club Shay Shay.
I told the makeup artist, I said, yeah, just do full makeup, just cover up. And she did the full. So, but you gotta be careful how you tell. Nah.
This nigga Kel said that his wife cheated on him with multiple niggas. His wife. You got a bunch of women in this space. What's going on, Prince P? You got a bunch of women in this space that know Prince Seller got a whole husband. And they ain't tripping on hooking up with her. She not even going into a lesbianist relationship. She's not going into a lesbitarian relationship righteous. Yet she want a submissive righteous bitch. Niggas up here talking about B. Taylor as if they've ever dealt with one of them bras like that.
Yeah.
What makeup artist you say too full? And you went through a similar thing.
Yeah. You remember that? I told them I wanted to be casket clean. They took me literally. Tell they had me the casket.
Yeah, right.
Going in on Shannon Sharp.
Kel, you're a pastor, you're a musician. So for you, for the very first time, we have a live performance. Coming to the stage today for the first time on Club Shay Shay is 3-time Grammy-winning gospel artist Ty Tribbett, and he's going to sing his song, Be All Right.
I ain't about to watch that. Shout out to Ty Tribbett, though.
All of us, we love doing that. And I started out in theater.
Okay.
You know what I mean? So I started out in theater first, and it wasn't a thing of like getting on television or anything like that. That was never the thing. It was for my parents. It was having a positive outlet. You know what I mean? So thing about it is they put me in everything because they didn't want me to go into the wrong crowd. So they were like, hey, try everything. And karate, science camp, everything. And what stuck was literally this theater, ETA Creative Arts Foundation. Shout out to them in Chicago. They still going.
Right.
And I went there to this theater, and I was like, this is where I belong. You know what I mean? I did it as a summer thing.
Right.
And I started going on auditions. I went from ETA to Victory Gardens Theater out in Chicago, Goodman Theater. Started making my rounds in the theater game. And it went good, man.
When you auditioned, did you know you had got the role? Did you think you had knocked that out of the park?
No. so when I went to the audition, I remember I was at my high school, CVS. Shout out to CVS Cavaliers.
Okay.
And I remember I had a test that day.
Okay.
I had my finals that day. And so usually I don't forget my monologue, but I remember when I went into the audition, I went blank. Because I just had finals on the break, you know what I mean?
Right.
And I went in there and they were like, you want to go out in the hallway and practice it? I was like, cool. Knocked over some camera cords when I was walking out. I did it in a funny way, though. They started laughing. I'm thinking I ruined the whole audition, but they were cracking up the way I did it. Came back in and they said, wait, before you do the monologue, I want you to just do some impersonations. So I did some impersonations. I did Ed in there.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Ed was one of the characters that I did. I also did Coach Cretin in there. That was based on a coach at my high school. Did all the characters that you saw and all that. I did it in the room. Weeks went by. You know what I mean? I also killed the monologue. But weeks went by and I'm thinking like, no, I didn't get it. And I remember it was a phone call late at night and my mom was like, what now? Hey, thank you, Jesus. And we went to LA. And when we went to LA, it was like the Avengers of every funny kid that you could possibly think of from all over every city. Went up against it and definitely got in there. Yeah.
So you get all of that. So you froze the very first chance. Now you've got all these people watching around like, okay, this is my big moment. And you're like...
Yeah, man. Yeah, it was deep. Like I wouldn't say froze. I had finals on the brain, and my parents were big on education.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Yes.
They were very big on that, and so I had finals, and we were like the last audition. I was the last audition in Chicago, and made it through. But I had been doing theater and everything, prior to that for years.
So how did you learn to develop your character? Because you said they asked you to do impersonations and impressions of some of these characters that were in the script.
Yeah.
And just like on cue, because did you rehearse that? Did you think they might ask me to do this, so let me be prepared. And if they don't, I'm cool. But if they do, I'll be ready.
No, check it out. So it wasn't scripted. This was literally like what impersonation.
Hold on, y'all. We got the link in the chat.
For Comedy Hype News, I'm John Appa. Shannon Sharp would sit down with another noteworthy comedic talent. This time, Kel Mitchell from All That and Kenan Kel fame would speak with the football great turned media personality. You see, upon its release, fans online have now reacted to several headlines, one in which Mitchell reveals to Sharp that he stayed with his then ex-wife after she cheated on him and was pregnant by other men during their marriage.
She had gotten pregnant, other things, and...
While y'all were together?
Yeah.
And it wasn't you?
No, with me. It wasn't.
And you stuck around?
Yeah, here's the thing. These were things that were being revealed,
She telling you this?
So Def, do y'all part.
No.
How did you...
In the interview, Kel would reveal that he would find out that the baby that they aborted in their relationship wasn't his. Well, now Kel's ex-wife, Taisha Hampton, is publicly speaking out after being called out on Club Shay Shay, and she's denying the allegations placed on her. Hampton would take to TikTok to tell her side of the story and clear her name. She would detail how the two met and got married, catching Kel with other people, even stating the first time the two had sex, Hampton became pregnant. She would also release another video asking who is the woman that was pregnant in their relationship. Hampton would go on to criticize Mitchell's selective memory and began to list several other instances of Mitchell failing in their marriage, accusing him of mental and physical abuse, not taking care of his kids, and even catching Mitchell with a man.
So, Kel, who is this person that was pregnant? Because it was not me. Like, who was this? And then other thing is, like, how do you remember all these pregnancies, but you don't remember your kids for like years? Like, I don't even know, 13, I don't know, 14. And then how do you remember all these pregnancies, but you don't remember Nick, you know, in my cheerleading outfit, right? Like, how does your memory work exactly? Because you remember lots of things about me from a long time ago, and it just kind of odd, like how your memory works. Like, you don't remember, I don't know, do you remember your daughter in a car accident? Do you remember your son losing his tooth? Do you remember taking your kids' money? Do you remember being completely physically, mentally abusive? Do you remember that you used to beat me and hit me and choke me and strangle me when I would come out the hospital because I have sickle beta thalassemia disease? Do you remember that? Do you remember that you were addicted to sex? Do you remember that? Do you remember me catching you with a man?
Again, Hampton would declare that she was loyal in her relationship and did not cheat on Mitchell at all, calling him a narcissist. Now, this isn't the first time we heard from Hampton, as she would shock fans by accusing Kel and Nick Cannon with messing around back in 2022.
It was really shortly after Nick was in my cheerleading uniform on my bed. And I know that's crazy, right? I know that's like, you know what? I have realized that I have, I don't know, Asperger's, autism, I don't know, but I know that nowadays people would think like, oh man, a guy's, you know, and his girlfriend's cheerleading outfit, you know, people would think like, why would you want to marry that guy, right? Why would you want to marry that guy? Because, you know, he might be, I don't know, you know, with the rainbows. I love rainbows, by the way. But, you know, I'm saying he might like them more than me. Who knows, you know? So anywho, so no, but that's not actually what I thought about. I just thought about the fact that Nick and his little balls were in my cheerleading outfit, and I was just thinking about how I was going to clean it. Could it be sanitary? Is that possible? And has he done this before? And have I known? And everything else went through my mind except for the fact that possibly they were in some sort of romantic relationship, because he used to like me to wear the cheerleading outfit. So I wasn't thinking like, you know.
Listen to all of these broads. They all read from the same playbook. Remember when you choked me? Remember when you choked me? Remember when you did something to me? All of y'all are reading from the same playbook.
That could have been happening because he never told.
I'm not even gonna lie. Low key, she looked like a shorty that should get choked.
I'll get my cleanup on. Ain't gonna be long. Y'all don't need that trash. All this trash away. All this stuff out of here. Come on, big dog. It's just weed. It's just weed.
Okay, bullshit,
I had to throw that trash away. It wasn't nothing but trash.
Get your ass out of here, man.
It's just weed. It's just weed. I'm sitting by the trash, so I know it had to be trash. Or we had to be trash. Just weed trash.
Look at
bisexual.
Cannon himself would go on to respond to the accusations. Yep, we probably had the big ear of corn, a bunch of orange soda, and a couple of kid choice words up our ass too. Now, in her latest comments, Hampton would also share a document coming from one of a few lawsuits she's filed against Mitchell and stated that the two are currently in court. Hampton would release several more TikTok videos responding to the comments and reposters while continuing to accuse Mitchell of not being there for his children. If you remember back in 2022, Mitchell's daughter, Allure, would accuse the actor of being an absent father in her life, saying that he missed 10 years of her life. She would add that Mitchell wasn't there for her financially, but only paid for what, in her eyes, looked good on paper, which included her first car, high school tuition, and campus housing. With allegations and accusations being thrown from all sides, it's tough to tell who's telling the truth. Followers under Hampton's page would heavily support her, writing that Mitchell wasn't telling the truth in his interview. However, when the Art of Dialogue posted Hampton's response on their page, followers would still heavily support Mitchell, claiming she's the one lying. So let's talk about it more in the comments below. What do you guys think? And stay up to date for the latest news and content by subscribing here to our YouTube channel. And check out the Hypers Club right now for cool and original content. And for our YouTube viewers, if you like this story, send us a super thanks by hitting the button below, and you can tip us what you want to show your support. For Comedy Hype News, I'm John Abba.
all right. So what's going on in these Nickelodeon / celebrity relationships? You got doing Sports Illustrated photo shoots in her 60s. Y'all think I'm bullshitting? Look.
So if you haven't heard already, Gayle King recently was featured on Sports.
Look at this bullshit. This bitch up here looking like a wrestler.
Sports Illustrated. And while it naturally got a lot of feedback, before I get into it, I want to read this one comment. It says, okay, while she looks great for almost 70, most of us can only pray we're looking this great at her age. There is something to be said about letting yourself be vulnerable enough to step in front of a camera for the world to see, especially her age group. Most of us are mothers, have busy careers, caregivers to our elderly parents. We're constantly busy. So to step outside your box and to do a whole bathing suit photo shoot is a beautiful thing. How many women you know at 70 looking this great? I work at a hospital, so I see many looking old in a wheelchair, on a cane, wrinkled body, etc.
What's going on, the Don? Shout outs to big old player, the Don in the building. What's going on, player?
And not to say that's bad, but if you're still looking like this at 69, you're definitely blessed. So quit with all the hating and just compliment this Black woman on looking fabulous. And so, to be clear, I am not here to sit here and police and judge the body of a 70-year-old Black woman. Like, that's just not what I'm going to do. Good for her in taking care of her body. I do think she looks great for 70. But my issue really isn't with Gayle King as much as it is how this shoot, in my opinion, opens up a much larger conversation about how we approach women, how we approach femininity, and just overall values that are continuing to be pushed in the West. Let's just start off with women. I think in general, women in the West are incredibly infantilized. And what I mean is there is this obsession with youth. Okay, there's this obsession with youth that I think is just, quite frankly, strange and really unhealthy. Because why is it that the way that women are presented in their 20s, in their 30s, even 40s, whatever, like, why is it that the way media treats those women is identical to the way that they're treating women in their 70s? I take issue with that. I'm not saying that women can't feel good in their body at 70. They can feel sexy in their body, but I take issue with the fact that there seems to be no distinction between how women are portrayed in the 20s, 30s, 40s, 50s. Like, this whole theme of, oh, I still got it at my 60s and my 70s. It's like, okay, that's great, but like, is that all you have to bring to the table? Because look, the world expects when you're young for you to look cute and pretty and things are going to be tight. That's what everybody expects. But as you age and mature, hopefully you have more value. Like, you mature, you have more to offer yourself, the people around you, the community. It's like you grow and mature as a woman, and it's not just about how you look, but it's about what you are bringing to the table internally, the different qualities that you can offer, the wisdom that you can bring to the people around you, how you can help and build and impact the community for good. But it seems like all everybody ever cares about is how women look. And I think that is incredibly childish, to be quite frank, because, like, again,
I mean, to advertise that you're looking like that is to advertise that you're still dating in your 70s. Imagine still dating in your 70s.
You're a victim. There we go, CSI.
Imagine still dating in your 70s.
You're a victim. There we go, CSI.
70s.
God damn it! You can't make this shit up.
Yeah, of course we're going to expect a young, beautiful woman to be young and beautiful. Great. But as she matures and ages, those looks are going to fade. But there are other aspects that make a woman beautiful, not just her looks. But it just seems like in the society, all we can focus on is how good a person looks, which is why they're pushing this idea that, like, oh, you know, she still got it at her 50s, she still got it at her 60s, she still has it at her 70s. Okay, great. But what else? If all we have to offer, the only way that they're presenting older women is they still have it at 70 or 60 or whatever, like, I think that's a warped society. because women in their 20s and women in their 70s are not on the same level. They should not be in the same level, right? There is a distinction in life. There's a difference in what they have to value, what they have to offer, their station. But I think this society, media in particular, does a great disservice on how it's like the only way they present women, no matter what their age is what they can bring to the table physically. And quite frankly, there is no comparison between a 20-year-old and a 50, 60, 70-year-old. There's not a comparison. And there does not need to be a comparison. It's like, I don't want to see a 70-year-old woman put on the same level as a 20-year-old, because they're not. Other cultures understand this. Like, this is what I appreciate about when I travel, especially when I'm in more traditional cultures. You think of like African cultures, for example. I think this is the same in Asian culture. Like they just have like this innate sense about elders. And there's a certain way you're going to present elders. There's a certain way you're going to talk to elders. There's a certain way you're going to honor elders that is just innate. You're not going to nitpick the body. You're not going to nitpick the way a 70 or 60-year-old or 80-year-old woman looks. That's just because you understand that she is bringing something else that is intangible, but she has a higher station. So you would never even dare to do something so disrespectful. Other cultures understand the importance of elders. America has no concept of this. They have completely lost their mind. And this is why we can have, in my opinion, somebody who is like an elder be positioned in society as somebody who just like hit high school. And they're trying to put him on the same level. And I'm like, they're not on the same level. They're really not. And again, I'm not saying that you can't feel good about your body. You can. But I think there's a way that we can get that message across while making it clear that the value that a woman brings, especially as she ages, has less to do with her body and has more to do with what she brings in the table entirely. The essence of who she is and how she impacts those around her. The way youth is idolized in this culture is just weird to me. It's just weird. Like, yeah, like there's benefits to being young and your body just naturally working in a particular way and you naturally looking a particular way. Like there's benefits to all of that. But the way the culture like leads with it, I think that is, again, that is a reflection of a broken.
This woman looks crazy.
You're a victim. There we go, CSI.
If Jesus can't save these hoes, why are you trying? What make you think you greater than Jesus?
This shit is crazy.
Society that has, in my opinion, completely screwed up values. I'm not saying like there is a place for youth. There is a place for young adults. I think there is a place in society. Like everybody has their place. But my point is, I don't like how in this society, there is such this push to try to blend everything, right? They're trying to put everybody in a different age range on the same level. They're not. Trying to put everybody of different genders in the same level. They're not, right? Like I said, a 70-year-old woman is not equal to a 20-year-old woman. They're not on the same level. All these people have equal value as far as
2 hours and 45 minutes into the madness. Y'all hit the like button. I know y'all are enjoying the show. Let's get some supporters on the Cash App, y'all. You can support the show at $PTV 888. That's dollar symbol. PTV 888. This is the second show of the day. Actually, third show of the day. We did 3 shows back to back, y'all. This is the littest show in the man.
Whether you are a 7-year-old kid versus a 7-year-old man or whatever, like you being a human, the essence of you being a human means that you have the same amount of value, but your function is different. The way a man functions is different than the way a woman functions. The way a mother or grandmother functions is different than the way a young girlfriend or a young wife functions. Different functions. So I do not like how in the society there is such this push to try to like minimize roles, minimize authority. We try to put everybody in the same level to the point to where now you have lost the value of distinction. You have lost the value of family. You have lost the value of roles, of family roles, even of gender roles. Like there's value in all those things when they are balanced. So that's what I do not like about these kinds of different things. I would encourage people to consider that the value that a person brings as they age, especially as women, is not their body. It's really not, like I said, and it's okay to say that your body at 70 is likely not going to look as good as it did at 20. It's okay to say that. It's okay to admit that. Doesn't mean you can't still look beautiful. Doesn't mean you can't still keep things in order. But there's no comparison. However, what a woman brings to the table, especially as she ages, is invaluable, right? Like ideally, this woman is God-fearing and is healthy and is evolved. She has so much to offer to her society, to the people around her family, her kids, maybe her grandkids, that is invaluable. And there's this one passage in the Bible that I think really sums up what I've been trying to articulate about understanding how not everybody is on the same level. And as we age, we go into different functions, and that's beautiful and okay. It's Titus 2, and it says, "These older women must train the younger women to love their husbands and their children, to live wisely and be pure, to work in their homes, to do good, and to be submissive to their husbands. Then they will not bring shame on the word of God, and the same way encourage the young men to live wisely." And this is the important role that elders have. They have the responsibility of teaching us how to thrive, of maybe even warning us. Or
Black women have killed off the elder community. "50-year-old women are in the club dancing to Little Baby." "50-year-old women are in the club dancing to Little Baby." Shout outs to my bro Prince P dropping the humongous cowabungus with no fungus. $20 on the Cash App. I appreciate you, bro, for supporting Player Talk Radio. I got you on the Jap Drop. Shout outs to my boy Prince P supporting the show. Let's get it. Let's go.
If Jesus can't save these hoes, why are you trying? What make you think you greater than Jesus, nigga? If Jesus can't save these hoes, why are you trying? Why are you trying, nigga? If Jesus can't save these hoes, why are you trying? Why are you trying? What make you think you greater than Jesus, nigga? What make you think you greater than Jesus? What make you think you greater than Jesus, nigga? What make you think you greater than Jesus? What make you think you greater than Jesus? Swing the remix God! Can't save these hoes. Can't save these hoes. Can't save these hoes, nigga. Can't save these hoes. Can't save these hoes. Can't save these
my
hoes.
shit.
Can't save these hoes. 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 Can't save these hoes, nigga. If Jesus can't save these hoes, why are you trying? Why are you trying? If Jesus can't save these hoes, why are you trying? Why are you trying? What make you think you greater than Jesus, nigga? What make you
Shout out to my bro Prince P. Dropping a huge 20 on the Cash App. I appreciate you. Again.
If Jesus can't save these hoes, why are you trying? What make you think you greater than Jesus?
And out of all of the interviews and stuff that she's doing, why is she doing Sports Illustrated? You seen her follow in the same footsteps as Barbara Walters. Gayle King has replaced Barbara Walters. Is Barbara Walters doing Sports Illustrated at her age? Obviously, we know you can age gracefully. And that's what it is, aging gracefully. Sports Illustrated. Imagine dating at 69. Same thing with Oprah and Stedman. Imagine dating at 69.
Your pussy. Hey, bring the camera, son. Bring the camera. All the young girls who want to make life with pussy, your pussy will perish with you in hell. May your pussy perish with you. May your smooth pussy, creamier pussy, and tight pussy perish with you.
69, y'all. She on her Tekashi years. She in her Tekashi years. Imagine dating in your Tekashi years, bro.
My bitches. You saying you can't control your bitches? My bitches. You saying you can't control your bitches? My bitches. You saying you can't control your bitches? My bitches. You saying you can't control your bitches? My bitches. You saying you can't control your bitches? My bitches. You saying you can't control your bitches? My bitches.
69.
Hey, yo, what the fuck?
Passing on cultural values, passing on spiritual values. This is the role that elders have. Being a guardian, giving wisdom and advice, and giving counsel to young people, to young couples. Like, this is the role that elders have. And so when elders are no longer positioned like being elders, and when elders are placed in a competition with people half their age to try to look and act a certain way, that it's like they're stepping away, in my opinion, from their God-given role. Which is like, you don't need to compete to be a 20-year-old. You're 70, you're 60, or whatever. Like, be that and be that graciously, because we need that. We don't need folks in their 80s trying to look 30. Okay, we don't need people in their 50s trying to look 18. Like, we don't. Like, we need people to be at peace and be confident and be in the role that they're at. So, like, in my opinion, if we had more people doing that, like,
it's very sad. Shout outs to Prince P. It's stupid. Use your common sense.
Is this camera on me?
Yes, it's on.
That's stupid. Use your common sense.
So you haven't been with any underage girls?
Why would I let y'all catch me again for something I ain't do before that I'm gonna get caught for again? That's stupid. Which camera I'm lying to? That's stupid. That's not even common sense. Where's your common? That's stupid.
What about the alleged unspeakable things in a dark room?
Woo! Absolutely not. Absolutely not. I hope that camera keep going. This is not the truth.
So you really want to play the victim right now?
You're fucking killing me! You're fucking killing me! 30 years of my career! 30 years of my fucking career! I've been fucking these young bitches 30 years of my career! Now y'all wanna kill me! This is not me! This is not me! I just don't wanna believe
These girls going after academics. Diddy kicking Cassie with slippers on. And you got niggas running around the manosphere talking about some they don't need game. They can trick their paper off. Like Diddy.
Yes, sir. Appreciate you, bro. Look good, man. You look good. Go. Oh, you definitely. Oh, you did that. Cut right there. Cut, my boy. Absolutely. Yes, sir. That'll be about 100. That's 100 right now, right? Why you put the hat on? What you mean? I'm done. I'm finna do. You got the group. It's just a cut. You got the group. It's just a cut. It's just a haircut. Let's the group. It's gonna get dangerous. That's the group. It's just a cut.
I swear to God, the black community, man.
Like elders actually being elders, young people being young people, middle-aged folks being middle-aged folks. Like the people I feel like were just really content in their station. And we could recognize that there is value in every stage, then I think there would actually be more cohesiveness in the family structure. A 7-year-old is not like a 20-year-old. They're not the same thing. They're not in the same station. They're not in the same level. There is going to be an inherent wisdom that a God-fearing 67-year-old will bring to the table that is so much more valuable than how they look. Then I think the more grace women can have for even aging, the natural aging process, because not everybody's going to be able to look good or still look nice in a bikini at 70. Not everybody's going to be able to do that. And that's fine. It's not all about that. Anyways, y'all, those are my thoughts. What do you think? Do you agree to disagree? Let me know. Leave your questions, comments, concerns in the comment section below. Thank you so much for listening if you've gotten this far, and we'll talk later. Bye.
You got all this shit going on. And like I told y'all, the studs are finna be in this space. The studs are finna be in this space. Giving y'all the game. You got studs running around telling niggas in this space they ain't got no game. Shit is unmitigated. It's just ridiculous. Hold on. I want to show y'all something. They just did a podcast talking about being crushed by women. And this is what's going to get half y'all niggas in this space. Look at this. Let me show y'all something.
Welcome to the Shellisphere.
Look at this. Look at this, y'all. Take a look at this. Hold on.
What's up, y'all? Welcome back. We got a new episode.
Shout outs to Prince P for dropping a huge 20 on the Cash App. Y'all make sure y'all hit the like button. Y'all drop something on the Cash App also. This show is supported. We on our third show of the day. This show is supported by the supporters. All right, let's get it.
Today, and we're going to be discussing getting crushed.
Niggas talking about how much men be abusing women, but they don't talk about women being abusing women. but women are being crushed by a woman. You got women being crushed by a woman. Everybody is doing vlogs and podcasts. Oh, Diddy is this, Diddy is that. When Suge Knight was doing it, y'all wasn't saying shit. Y'all didn't say shit about Suge Knight. Y'all can say shit now because he in jail, but y'all wasn't saying shit about Suge Knight when he was choking that bitch out.
And this had been for some years. Get the name and everything. So now that we done did that and took my number, did not contact me at all. Months go by. So I'm outside, I'm working outside. I see her. I say, so you really not gonna give her a sister a play? Like, you serious? She said, I like you. It's just that she was like, okay, hold on, listen. She said, your name Nelly, right? They call me Nelly at work. I said, my name Nelsia, yeah, I know, but my mama named Nell. She said her mama named Nell. She was like, that's not weird to you?
Sorry, y'all. I'm working on myself.
I said, maybe in a feminine way, but no, that's not weird to me, baby. But she was like, if we, she would see herself call it. I don't get it. I just registered. She doesn't like you anymore, Nuki. She just doesn't like you anymore. Because if you're gonna tell me that you don't want to date me because my name Nell and your mama name Nell.
Shout outs to War Master. War Master said at an old job I had, I went to the general manager and asked him to look at a video footage of her stalking me, and he laughed when he saw footage and did nothing. No one gives a flying fig what happens to a man. Shout outs to War Master.
If Jesus can't save these hoes, why are you trying? What make you think you greater than Jesus?
A man that's supposed to help you and eliminate the problem, even in HR, when you show him video footage of women stalking you, will sit you down in a whole room with paperwork and everything and look you in the eye and tell you
you're a victim. There we go, CSI.
And not do a damn thing.
I was like, damn, Joe. Shaking my head.
Excuses.
I know it's too late though. It's like 3-4 years too late. I know that.
You got another crush
by my crush.
How many crushes you got? I got another one.
Girl, I stay crushing.
That's
what crushes are innocent. Let's say that too.
Crushes are definitely not innocent.
You need to diversify your bonds, nigga.
Anybody that I'm talking to, crushes are innocent.
What's going on, Keish?
Goddamn.
Damn.
This young lady. We entertained each other for a little bit in Chicago. Before my move to LA, her move to LA. We all crushed on her at one point.
Her name was our girlfriend.
Our girlfriend, yup. Used to be our girlfriend. None of us ever tried to holler at her. None of us ever hollered at her. She was going through a breakup. I was going through a breakup. We was going through a breakup at the same time.
So I'm gonna have a theme running in my pre-records where I'm gonna start referring to women as gorgons. If you know what a gorgon is, shout outs to Medusa.
Our paths crossed.
Yo, I crossed. Hell no.
Our paths crossed. She didn't want me to leave that day. Like we both supported an event, and she ended up hopping in my truck, and we were just chopping it up. Wait, did I walk past her? I forgot how it went. But we were sitting in the car together. We was having a conversation. She did not want me to leave because I was about to leave the event I just came to support, and she was there. And we were just chopping it up, man. So we entertained each other for a little bit. I feel like this is what I'm starting to learn about women and myself, and me going from one extreme to the next. Because women used to really latch on to me a little bit more, and I was more of a mystery when they didn't know how I felt when, you know what I mean? Like I was just like, nonchalant about a lot of shit. But now I'm clear. When I'm crushing, I went from like one extreme to the next. It's like, I move more out of fear than fate. Like if this shit's supposed to be, then it will be. I moved out of fear more so because I had these rare attractions. So it's like, if you got you one, you try to hold on to it. But I'm learning that there's going to be another one.
Yeah.
And if that don't work, it's going to be another one. So I have to like move more out of faith than fear. But when her ass got to LA, it was over for me. It was over for me. Something had happened, transpired where I think she told me one thing, and then I saw on her page she was somewhere else, and then I saw who she was with, and I liked the page.
Yeah, she ran into a better taste of Doms. She ran into a better tier of Doms. Her taste in dykes went up on butt naked crib. On butt naked crib.
Just like the bitch, she was like, this passive aggressive. Gee, I never heard these words.
Yeah, you was crushing on her because when I got out there, I think when we drove down there to move you down there, we were supposed to kick it with.
She ran into a different tier of Dom. She ran into 180 Kevin. She ran into AK-40 Kevin on butt naked crib.
With her.
Did we?
We never, no.
Right, War Master, they got ovaries.
She spent us that night too.
I was still in touch with her?
I'm sorry?
I didn't know I was still in contact with her then.
It was when I came out there it was my birthday when you moved out there, right?
That week, yeah.
That week.
Yep.
Yeah, and we went downtown. I don't know if we was stalking her or what, G. I ain't gonna even front.
We did not stalk her. No, I didn't stalk her.
How much women are y'all gonna admit on one podcast is stalking? And why aren't y'all getting taken to court for stalking? But if a man does it, oh, it's the end of the world. Why aren't y'all getting taken to court for stalking?
Is this camera on me?
Yes, it's on.
That's stupid. Use your common sense. Oh, brother, this guy stinks.
I played that for War Master, by the way.
No,
we definitely did not stalk her.
We were supposed to meet her somewhere, though. We were supposed to meet her somewhere.
I only got one stalk in my life, and I didn't even care when I stalked.
Oh yeah, that was young though.
No,
what stalk you do?
What stalk you talking about, bitch? You know you got a romantic.
Sitting up here lying to each other.
That stalk I said when I went to her house and I remembered the code. I didn't even care. That was my stalk.
No, your first stalk was when we got off the bus and walked down to her crib.
Bitch, that wasn't no fucking stalk. That was a address. I was addressing the issue. Cause she fronted on me on the phone.
You went AWOL, bro.
That was after. I was on break for the holidays.
That was it was snowing. We was walking.
Yeah, I was on Christmas break. G.
What's up, Zadri?
Yeah,
nigga just admitted to like 4 different stalkings in like 5 minutes.
God damn it! You can't make this shit up.
He hit me up, right?
It was me, you, and him.
Yeah. Yeah. No, that wasn't. You consider that a stalk?
She didn't know you was coming.
How you not? The shit you just said to me on the phone, man. Stalking is like you trying to see what motherfucker see who they. That wasn't it.
Stalking is
that wasn't it.
The door code.
No, yeah, that was stalking. That was stalking, well, and didn't even care. Now I loved her. I loved her. I was addressing some shit.
Okay, bet.
I was hurt. That ain't stalking.
Addressing and dressing are two different. Addressing and stalking are two different things.
He said addressing and dressing. Nikki, you got us.
Oh, because I'm hurt, it ain't what it is.
That's Nikki, boy. For real. Girl, while you sitting here going, I'm trying to figure out. It's so many crushes. I get kind of. I got a lot of crushes. I've always crushed on people, and you know that used to be my approach.
Tell your story, because I got some more.
No, go ahead. You can go.
No, you was your turn.
That used to be my approach. This is my story. That used to be my approach. You my crush. I had a dream about you because you're my crush. Then I make up a dream, and it'll work. You go though.
No, G. I think it's your story time.
It is my story time.
I told the Chicago to LA move.
Okay, that one and that one get crushed by my crush.
You had your girl calling my motherfucking phone. I'm trying to defend you and shit. You played me as soon as you went to LA.
You did play it because I was like, this nigga.
Like, women feel crazy when they lose their women to men. Let me show y'all something very dysfunctional. Check this out.
Sphere, we have a very interesting episode. We have a special guest. Her name is Lanier. She's going to explain to us and break down why she stopped dealing with women and went back to men. Oh,
yeah.
Oh, what we do to you?
We finna get into it.
Okay.
Ooh.
Okay. All right. Well, here's to this episode.
Toast.
Yeah.
And let me tell y'all something. These are all average women. These are all average women. They got their pick of the litter. They got their pick of the litter when it comes to men, and they got their pick of the litter when it comes to women. Let me tell you why I stopped dealing with these bitches and went right back to niggas.
God damn it! You can't make this shit up.
To this episode.
Yeah, I can't wait to hear this. We be fucking up.
Now, basically, this is a part 2. So
yeah, because we already had a conversation about us losing our women to men. So it'd be interesting to hear some of the reasons why you feel like, you know, you was done on this side and what was welcoming about the other side that made you.
Okay.
And give your this side background though.
Okay. Ooh. So I'm gonna start off by saying that originally I dated men. I dated men first. For some years, and then when I finally was exposed, because I was very sheltered. So when I was finally exposed to the lesbian lifestyle, I'm like, ooh, like I want to see what that's like. So I dabbled in it, and I enjoyed it way more than I actually did dealing with men. So being with women is not all bad for me, and it wasn't so much that somebody did something to me, but for my personal preference and where I am now mentally and spiritually, it's just not gonna align with me. It's too imbalanced.
Oh,
it's
we asked for it.
Yeah, it's too imbalanced. Being with another woman can be so beautiful, but at the same time, it's extremely emotional.
Yeah.
And from my experiences, I've dealt with some good people and bad people, but the bad people were very manipulative emotionally and mentally, spiritually, physically. And I had to kind of step back from that. And then dealing with men, it's just so much more easier.
Okay.
Like a whole lot easier.
So when you say easier, like in what sense? Is it because
the balance that's lacking on the lesbian side is there on the male side?
Okay.
I've had experiences with women where if I'm too masculine, then they wind up falling into their feminine energy, which is okay, because I feel like dating a girl, I like studs. So dating a woman is like, I get the best of both. I date a stud, I get that boy feel and that girl feel at the same time. But I found myself dealing with people who, when I'm showing my masculine energy, it's like they fall into their feminine energy too much. And then now I'm feeling like, okay, look, I'm not the one walking around here in boxes. Like, I can't deal with this. I can't deal with this. Like, you got to toughen up a little bit. And I'm a tough cookie. Like, so it was that aspect. And then it was also too, like, a lot of the studs that I dated had issues and like a battle with men. Like it's almost like they hated men and envied men so much, but they tried to
Be like
emulate that man. And it
Dang.
Sounds like you too, though.
It was just crazy. I can't even really break that down like I want to. It's
I get it.
That aspect right there, though, really drove me crazy and irritated me.
Okay.
Like to no end. Because it's like, how could you despise something so much, but then you're trying to be that? Yeah.
Damn.
Shit.
You're a victim. There we go, CSI.
I think we should respond to what she stated so far. And I think you should start, Nelsia.
Well, I don't have anything against what you're saying because of course it's your preference. You say where you started. I mean, I can see where you say the softness comes out if you're too aggressive because I'm a sensitive person. The softness comes out of me, but it don't come out to the where
you hear this shit, UFO kamikaze. You hear this shit, bro?
You're taking the lead of this relationship. Though.
Yeah, exactly.
It don't come out that way.
Some people can't do that though.
War Master, you hear this shit? Being with the man.
I guess they can't.
They can't.
And that's crazy. But my thing is, you said what we lack, or is in what we lack, the guys take care of. So what they lack, do we take care of?
In a lot of senses, yes. In a lot of ways, most definitely.
Okay.
Where a woman lacks, and I feel like a man has that aspect. Okay, I say men, I know how to be, or I'm allowed to be a woman and be in my feminine energy when I'm with a man.
My feminine energy. My feminine energy. I'm allowed to be in my feminine energy. Somebody's allowing you to be in something you should already be.
I'm allowed to feel protected, respected, all of those things that come with that. And some women can give you that feeling, but because it's still another woman, you then have to step up and give her that as well. So then you find yourself being the masculine one. And sometimes that's just not what as women want,
Yeah. I agree.
Yeah.
I can dig
I also feel like this though. Like when we talk about, because I do believe in the balance. I do feel like that is important. And I've been saying that for a minute. It's all about energies though. It's not about who possessed the energy. And I told Nelsia this before. I'm like, we present ourselves a certain way, but that doesn't mean energetically that's where we dominate.
Exactly.
So I feel like your statement when you said sometimes you have to show up for that woman. I feel like y'all underestimate men. They need that safety and protection as well. But this is what I'm saying. I feel like the world has conditioned them to suppress certain things that they actually need in these relationships. So that's the reason why I'm saying that. So it's like with me, I don't really know how to fall in my feminine like that. And I've been trying to tap more into my feminine side just to, I guess, understand it better and to know how to show up for my woman in that sense. But sometimes I need, I don't know if this considered feminine, but just see me in a sense.
Yeah, that's not feminine.
Okay.
Everybody wants to be seen.
Okay.
Now, I don't disagree with you. Society has molded our men to think that they cannot express certain emotions. So I 100% agree with you on that. But it's not.
And that's the thing right now. We live in such a free society that LGBT people are lying. When we went over the Jubilee thing, the guys are like, I just feel I can't be myself. Maybe in your social circle or your group, but you actually can. It's 2024. Who's doing anything to LGBT people? So what is society telling people that they can't do right now? Society, shit, I'm not even gonna lie, it's harder to be a straight person in society now. A couple of years ago, they tried to do a straight pride festival and that got shut down. A straight pride festival. They literally, for whatever reason, sat up there and asked, what does straight pride mean? Because it was a concept nobody has ever heard of before. And then it's fucked up that if you declare yourself being straight, that people take offense to it. When it was a complaint, when it was the other way around. Oh, if you declared yourself gay, it was, you know what I'm saying? Now, if you declare yourself straight, it's offensive. Whereas it's not a choice that's respected. You know, you have a lot of choices that's respected. You got, if you go sign a job application right now, they'll be like, oh, look, are you non-binary, or are you have a, like, aside from your resume and your credentials, they're very particular upon what you choose as your quote unquote gender. Because what you choose as your gender indicates if you're drawing a line in the sand. And when they give you the option, they're like, you don't have to answer this question for your gender. Not if you're qualified for the job. They're more worried about your gender than the job. And as a matter of fact, to a certain degree, it gives you the undertone that if you don't answer that gender question right, you might not get the job. So again, in 2024, what are you being excluded from? Where's the society telling you you can't do what you want to do? Nigga, you can identify as an elephant. And a motherfucker will be like, I agree.
Even so much that I can't be that for a man too, because men sometimes they be on their cycle too, just like us.
I was about to say that.
Yeah,
I feel like their emotions are expressed differently. Like sometimes it's in the form of anger.
Yeah. And sometimes they get just as catty as the next woman.
Yeah.
I've experienced it.
Yeah.
It's just still a different feel.
It feels different,
with a female. It's just different.
I got a question.
Mhm.
What was the last straw for us? Where exactly can you pinpoint?
Yeah.
Where you was like, you know what? I'm just gonna go back.
So my very last relationship, I was dating somebody back and forth across states. And when that did not work out and I came back home, I came back home and I was on the verge of a mental breakdown.
Mm.
I was mentally and spiritually torn down. Like I was beat down to my lowest. And in the process of rediscovering myself and learning me all over again, what it was I wanted, I just knew that wasn't what I wanted. That last relationship just...
I got you, Chris G. I got you, bro.
God damn it! You can't make this shit up.
Blew the candles out on the cake.
Damn.
He didn't like the candles. It blew them out.
That's deep.
Yeah, it blew them out. So I was just over it after that. And that's where it really started. And then I kind of like, I got back home. I didn't really socialize and date and deal with nobody for like the first year and a half, 2 years. I was just really to myself and learning about spirituality and, you know, diving in deep to me and like facing myself. Cause that was the hardest thing I ever had to do.
Yeah.
Was facing myself.
Ooh, I know.
Recognizing my narcissistic ways that I had to change. Just working on me, digging deep. And when I figured out all of that, I was just like, yeah, I might have one, possibly two that I'll go back for, but everybody...
See, it's the average women y'all really got to pay attention to. You know what I'm saying? That's how you get into the female perspective, because the average women get their real pick of the litter. They run around here and they want people to feel sorry for them, but it's like, bro, you get more choices than beautiful women. It's the average women. Average women are giving dykes hell. Because a lot of dykes are average to less than average. And then you got the honorary cute ones. But guess what? They bow down to the average game also. Like, think about it. The girl on the furthest to the left, the light-skinned girl, if she was to really doll herself up, she can look like a beautiful, decent woman. I mean, and look, just like, in general, all of these sisters are beautiful. I mean, I'm not sitting here using the scale maliciously. But I'm gonna tell you right now, it's just that, I'm gonna tell you, a lot of women are gonna suffer just in today's society, not being told they're not beautiful enough. Something as trivial as that will lead them down a path to a whole lifestyle that they may not understand. But let's go.
But yeah, so I'm good.
Yeah.
I'm cool.
Yeah. I do feel like women need that level of stability to feel safe in their relationships.
Mm-hmm.
Not all men carry that.
See, when a man gives a woman a compliment, it's $10. When a woman gives a woman a compliment, it's $5. All right, we back. My bad, y'all. I was saying, when a man gives a woman a compliment, it's $10. When a woman gives another woman a compliment, it's $5. So for that one compliment that a man gives her, she damn near needs 2 compliments from a woman to get that same effect. When a man gives a woman a compliment, it's $10. When a woman gives another woman a compliment, it's $5. In reality, she needs double the amount of woman to equal a man, or what she might get from a man, if she's being realistic. All right, let's get back into it.
But it's still a rarity on that end, just like it's a rarity on our end as well. So it was something that you said I wanted to respond to. When you said, She actually sound good.
You keep trying. Stop putting this
she
in my
sound
face.
Good. We trying to get you used to it.
I don't want to get used to it. I don't care if I am dealing with men. I don't want no dick in my face, and I don't want this mic that close to my lips.
So look,
y'all better get it together.
How you gonna have the
and
dick sucking lips? But
we all got preferences. Did you just say that? Marquita, I'm just.
There you go. God gave you a gift.
I ain't said nothing.
And that gift
God gave you a gift.
And I'm better at it doing something else. I prefer.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right, so look.
Yeah. Yeah.
So when you we gonna get into that. So look, so when you said when you go into your masculine, they automatically go into their feminine. And I mean, welcome to the balancing act. So that's what I mean about energies. It's not about who presents it. It is about knowing your dominant energy, because sometimes y'all can't.
And the time.
You gotta leave room for it.
Like, true, but when you have to have room in it all the time.
Okay, what put
it's
you there
too
though?
much.
What situations put you in those spaces where you feel like I have to fall into my masculine though? Because we got to talk about that. Because you said
I wish I could just narrow it down. I'm
your
trying to think.
self-discovery, when you had to face yourself, you acknowledged that you had a lot of narcissistic ways.
Definitely.
So what did you present that made a person feel like I need to carve out space for this presence?
Good question.
Right. So,
good question.
I was a control freak. I wanted to control everything. And it wasn't because I wanted to control people, but I wanted to control what happened to me.
Yeah,
because
I was like
had
that.
been hurt so much. I want to control the outcome, the narrative, and how this goes and how that goes. So I was always trying to control stuff. So that, and I've also been told that I could be intimidating.
That's all I was going to ask. Do you think or look at you as you're aggressive?
Now, what a woman doesn't understand is when she picks a man or a woman in a costume of a man, is that she's electing or selecting a president. So it makes no sense you out here trying to date and you're looking for a masculine entity and you're not picking right, because at some point you have to pick to say, hey, I'm gonna be subjected to what this person does, meaning that I'm trying to pick autopilot, meaning that when I can't show up for myself or I can't do for myself, that's where this person comes in. You understand what I'm saying? When you select a president, you're picking somebody that can make decisions that you've elected to say, hey, this person can make decisions even on my behalf if I can't make decisions. Or this person can make decisions while I go off and go do something else. Or this person, I trust this person enough to be around for me and do some of the things. Like, it even goes against your greater purpose of doing compliance tests. It goes against your greater purpose of shit testing people. It goes against every single rule of dating, for real. It's like you're just wasting time. What's your point? Why are you out here? Why are you doing this? You wasting your time. And even in the dating game, when you waste your time, by proxy, you waste other people's time, including especially the person that you're dating. So even for lesbian women, my lesbian players, my lesbitarian players, you got to understand is that when you choosing a woman or a woman is choosing you, you gotta really take into particulars her choice or the choices that she's made, because you're the one that's subjected to it. Her not choosing right can waste your time. And honestly, you got to show up for yourself when she's not choosing right. You got to be able to choose right. I.e., you got to be like, okay, shorty don't know what the fuck she doing. Do I want to stick around in this situation? Is the juice worth the squeeze?
Yes.
Yeah.
I've been told that.
Yeah.
I've been told that. That's definitely something I'm working on. You said some yeah.
I'm just saying. I would love the space to just be me. And I would like to be trusted in those spaces. But when I'm not.
That's what it's supposed to be.
Because masculine try to put to death other masculine. Like it's one of the traits of masculinity is death and an end. That's why some men be looking at your ass sometimes like you going off the deep end. They just ready for that to die.
Okay,
so they don't know how to respond.
That's
to
crazy.
It. Yeah.
Let me say this too. Another reason why I feel like I am overly aggressive and as masculine as I could be.
Yeah, let's get to the meat and potatoes.
My mother did not let me be soft about nothing. I couldn't cry. If something hurt my feelings, okay, cry about it. Wipe your face. Let's go. Life gonna go on. She didn't want it. I was on the child for a long time, so she wanted me to be protected and to be able to protect myself. So I know it's a protective mechanism for me.
Yeah,
to put that type of shield up.
Yeah,
okay.
Like even now, I don't like crying around people. I go cry at home before I cry in front of a room full of people. I don't like to express that emotion.
Yeah,
I was told that crying is a weakness. And she was like that because of how she was brought up. And I understand, I'm not mad at it. And I thank her for it because it's helped me through a lot of things, but it also has been a hindrance.
Okay.
So
do you have a man? Like, are you in a relationship?
No, I am big single. I'm single as a Pringle, honey.
I mean, that's can it swing anyway?
Could it swing either way, male or female?
Or is you just like,
no. It could swing either way, but like I said, it's only one female and the possible that I would actually deal with.
Okay.
And that's right now. I just don't see it changing. But it's not the gender for me, it's the person.
Okay.
I don't like to be put in a box.
So let's say that.
Yeah.
Let's say that then.
Yeah, it's not the gender, it's the person.
Check it out. So we always have conversations about the dating pool. What's it like?
It's a whole lot of shit and piss in it.
It's just like over here.
Man, it's worse.
See, that's the crazy part. Her mama raised her like a nigga, but she don't understand niggas. But she want to date an imposter nigga. Her mama raised her like a nigga, but she don't understand niggas. And she wanted to date an imposter nigga.
God damn it! You can't make this shit up.
World small?
Yes.
Are there no fish in the sea?
No, and if they are, they all messed up.
And I've noticed that world is probably smaller than ours.
Smaller than ours.
I be having conversations.
It gotta be smaller than ours because they're coming over to us now. So it gotta be smaller than ours.
It's too many females.
And that's what I'm saying. See, as a guy, to get over red pill rage reasonably, you gotta forgive women for their nature. For a woman to really master herself reasonably, she got to forgive herself for her nature. But if she understood her nature, you understand what I'm saying? You can understand why women don't forgive themselves for their nature, because that's the essence of taking accountability. You know what I'm saying? If women had their emotions intact, if women had certain things intact, it's not going to really make life worth living for them. If I'm a entity that feeds off my emotions, it's safe to say that I'm actively looking to the next emotion, whether it's good, bad, right, or wrong, because it puts me on a journey. But if I have that together, then now it's accountability, because now I'm responsible for the emotions that I feel. And I'm not saying that it's over once I master that. But for a woman, a lot of them don't want to master that. So they're at the mercy of their own emotions. And then what happens too, to a certain degree because their itinerary is different. You know, depending on what decision they make, whether they want to master it or be subjected to it. They're you know, it's a couple different routes to what's called emotional intelligence. You know what I'm saying? A woman can experience emotional intelligence by not mastering her emotions. She's still subject to her emotions, but she still exhibits some type of emotional intelligence in whatever world that she or her emotions create for herself. Because vicariously, whether she masters her emotions or doesn't master her emotions, is going to create a world for her. But some women are afraid of the world that it may create if she masters her emotions. So a lot of women, they take the emotional roller coaster route because it just seems more fun not to master your emotions. You understand what I'm saying? It seems more of the path of least resistance. But when they master their emotions, you know, they have to really pay attention because emotional intelligence will come at them in another way. You know what I'm saying? They'll come at them in the form of challenges. You know, some women like to be whipped on by their emotions. You know, and there's nothing wrong with that. But it can present problems when they want to be in a relationship. Some women can master their emotions. Some women can deal with their emotions by being subject to them. Some women can't by mastering them. And as men know, and as men come to find out too, because we have to master our emotions also, is that that process can be tricky, you know. But men, I mean, obviously we use logic, but to a certain degree, we have to master our emotions. You know, when men don't master their emotions, they get penalized for it. Whereas a woman, she can get rewarded for fucked up emotions. And to a certain degree, if men don't master their emotions or hold their emotions in, you go to jail. You go to jail. When men don't master their emotions or keep their emotions under attack, you lose your livelihood, or you start losing people and friends and things around you. So women have the luxury to be subject to their emotions. Men don't have the luxury to be subject to their emotions. And if they do, only for a certain amount. Shit. Even gay men don't have the luxury to be subject to their emotions.
It's so one man has
that's nature though.
Yeah,
that's crazy though.
And you gotta
are
be
you
careful.
okay with that nature? Because on average, that's a man's nature. So either they're gonna do it without you knowing that that's what's happening, or you're gonna have a guy that's honest, like, hey, I don't see myself just.
If I can deal with it from women, why can't I deal with it from a man?
What you mean by that?
What you saying?
Just what you said. I be with a woman and the whole time she dealing with somebody else and not being honest about it. Or I've dealt with women who are dealing with other people and be honest about it. I mean, that's just people.
Oh.
That's not
that same box. That's that box.
That's not, you can't put these people, everybody want to categorize something. You cannot categorize certain things. Human nature is human nature.
Yeah,
Male
but here's the difference in natures. We are biologically wired different. So this is not me trying to
I agree with
get
that.
you on the women's side.
Absolutely, War Master. You ain't said nothing but a word, broski. Absolutely.
I guess you.
This, honestly, I be having these conversations.
And fighting with their biology is being subject to their nature.
At the gym a lot, and my whole thing is everybody just being honest about where they at. So, but I can say on average, like I even look into what the male penis look like on the inside. It looked like a whole alien. So I said, okay,
it looked like an alien.
It looked like an alien.
So do I shit.
No. No, I mean like we ain't got no damn. You know what I mean? Like the whole joint, G, like the way that shit set up. So the conversations that I be having, I just be asking them like, do you feel like you connected to that motherfucker? They be like, no. Some men be like, mentally I don't want to fuck a woman, but my penis do.
Yeah, it has its own mind.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can definitely.
And I think women natures are different. Now let's be clear. The environments that we grow in can shape us a little bit. But I think because we are wired different, we do have it is a difference.
These are women coming to terms or having I want y'all men to pay attention. These are women coming to terms or trying to come to terms being subject with their own nature.
On average.
Yeah.
So
I don't disagree with you. I don't disagree with that. I still feel like people gonna do what they want to do though. People gonna be people.
Yeah.
So you can have that on either end.
People gonna people.
Be with, yeah.
That's my line.
You gonna be with a female. She could potentially do the same thing that male is doing.
Yeah.
Whether she's wired like that or not. I mean,
you
ultimately it comes down to choice.
Yeah.
They make their choices, and that's what they do.
Okay.
You've been in relationships with women where you did feel secure though.
Yes, I said I've had good and bad. Yeah, I can't say
okay.
that they all bad. I've been in relationships where I was the one who wasn't shit. It happens.
Yeah.
I ain't perfect. Yeah, I ain't perfect. I am not perfect. I done been the ain't shit. I done been a bitch on the side. I done been the motherfucker. I ain't got no business. I been the good.
I've been quadruple dipping.
I've been all of it.
Oh,
I done been just a hold of somebody. It's the truth. We all have. It's life.
Yeah.
It's life.
I hear you.
I agree. I'm with you.
Because I've been somebody hoe too.
Okay.
Y'all know what I've never been? Well, at least I wasn't aware that I've been.
True.
I did not mean that in that way. Because that's what. Don't worry.
Everybody's hoe.
These all
That's
are
deep.
women
That's
that
deep.
have been used in multiple situations. All right. Give me 1 second.
Okay.
You've been in relationships with women
Sound like young
where
Miami.
you did feel
Or
secure
JT.
though.
Yes, I said I've had good and bad. Yeah, I can't
Okay.
say that they all bad. I've been in relationships.
Yeah.
I ain't perfect. Yeah. Motherfucker with somebody I ain't got no business. I done been the good wife. I done been all of it. I done been just a hold of somebody. I done been all of it.
That's deep.
It's the truth.
I
We
hear
all
you.
have. It's life.
Yeah.
It's
I
life.
agree.
I hear you.
I agree. I'm
I
with
hear
you.
Because I've been somebody hoe too.
Okay.
Y'all know what I've never been? Well, at least I wasn't aware that I've been.
True.
I did not mean that in that way. Because that's what. Don't worry about it.
Come on,
Don't worry about it.
I love you, friend.
I can't, because I ain't been nobody's hoe.
That's deep. That's deep.
I don't think I've never been, to my knowledge.
Oh.
No, like anybody's side.
That's cap.
Let me
So
go.
you never
I've never been a side nigga.
You never dealt with nobody who was with somebody
She just
knowingly or unknowingly, and then
She just lied and told a whole bunch of stories on the other show how she's been the side nigga the whole time. Oh, I was dealing with a girl that was at a game with a guy. Yeah, you're a side nigga. You're a side nigga. Yes.
You're a victim. There we go, CSI.
Let me go down memory lane.
I done caught people in between stages.
Okay.
But no.
Well, maybe they was just trying to get
Right,
you
Spawn.
then.
Right, for
They
sure.
ain't though trying not to play. You done had some side pieces though, I'm sure.
So if you can paint
right past
a perfect situation where there's a guy or no, matter of fact, let me go back. How can we get our shit together? What would your advice be to us?
Get a nigga. Stop playing.
Some people, a lot of lesbian women, studs and femmes, need to seek therapy. They need to work on their childhood trauma.
Yeah.
They need to work on what it is.
Damn, but if a man say that to him, you intimidated. Look how much men said that to Prince Ella. You intimidated. You wish you can be. How can somebody that biologically wish they can be you tell you that you wish you can be them?
You're a victim. There we go, CSI.
Is that make them do the things that they do and why they carry that stuff into their adult years and in their relationships. And I don't mean just partner, intimate relationships. I mean all relationships because it affects friendships.
All right, StreamYard's acting a damn donkey right now. Fundamentally, she's a straight woman. 4 hours and 16 minutes into the madness. Y'all hit the like button. Support today's show. You can support today's show at $PTV888. That's $PTV888. That's dollar symbol. PTV888. Try to. Hold on, y'all.
A lot of lesbian women, studs and femmes, need to seek therapy. They need to work on their childhood trauma.
Yeah.
They need to work on what it is that make them do the things that they do and why they carry that stuff into their adult years and in their relationships.
Hold on, I'll be right back. Shout outs to War Master dropping the huge $20 on the Cash App. We can do a panel. My battery's at 20%. Give me 1 second. I'll be right back. We can do a panel for probably a half an hour. Give me 1 second. I'll be right back. Shout outs to War Master dropping the huge $20 on the Cash App. Give me 1 second. I'll be right back.
If I broke, now my business.
big bag.
And I don't mean just relationship like your partner, intimate relationships. I mean all relationships because it affects friendships. It affects your relationship with your family. So like people really need to get therapy. They need to seek therapy and really work on themselves.
Yeah, heal, motherfucker.
Yes.
I'm with you on that one. Because I feel completely distant from who I used to be. Now, it's parts of me that I would definitely reach back for when she's needed.
Yes.
But like sometimes Nuki have to remind Nelsia, God damn it, she'll be all right. Nelsia have to remind me of certain things that I've done. She's like, nigga, you did. I'll be like, I did.
Yeah, because I'm still going down memory lane to see if you was a sad
I've never been a side. Never, not knowingly. I've never been a side.
That sounds right.
I mean, somebody probably got me, but I'm saying like me knowing.
Oh, okay, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Your first love.
I was not a side to my first love.
Damn.
She got a side, and that's what hurt me.
That's tough.
She had just to hide me from her family.
That's tough.
So I ended up being a side.
She got a boyfriend to hide you?
Actually, do you know she never gave him nothing, not a kiss for 3 years? Nothing.
It happens.
Nothing.
So
No,
why
would you? Why? But she wasn't attracted to him though. She used him.
Why would he was a front for her?
3 years though.
It was a front.
That
for
is
her.
3 years.
She was scared.
After she lost me, that's when they continued on with the fake relationship. Yeah. You was with me, dude.
I know.
She asked her like, "Is that how it happened?"
I'm just messing around.
She lost me.
I'm just messing around.
Yeah, she was scared to come out. For me, I didn't start dealing
She
with women
wasn't.
until I was 21.
It's nothing to be out about because she's not gay.
Yeah.
I was just the only one that she was attracted. She never saw me as he, she, nothing. It was like, I love you.
Okay.
Yeah,
right.
that was
the
it.
person. It was you. Right.
Yeah.
I didn't come out until I was 21. So, I didn't start dealing with females until I was 21. And when I was already at that point where I'm like, okay, I'm gonna do what I'm gonna do. So my thing was, let me get my mama because I know how she felt about it.
Let me get my mama.
Yeah, let me get my mama together real quick. So I took her out to dinner because I knew she wouldn't act a fool in public. And it worked.
Oh.
She sat there at that table and cried. She was like, I feel like I made you hate me. And I'm like, you didn't. You didn't. I'm just curious. And she felt like that because of the things she taught me and always was telling me growing up. It was crazy.
Yeah.
But after I told her, everybody else just found out by seeing me with a female. They like, what they doing? Man of my business. You mind yours. You see it.
Yeah.
You see it.
So you made all them sacrifices for us just to go back? I'm playing.
Just to go back.
You was like, I was trying to see.
Can we?
If a relationship can get you to where you are about to have a mental breakdown, like you don't need to be in that.
Yeah.
Do you think a man could get you to that point?
No, I ain't going.
I think
I'm different with men. I'm different with men than I am with women.
That's where you're really in control.
Let's get it.
That's where you're really in control.
Let's get into it.
Not so much. I'm not gonna say.
Yes, you are.
I'm in control of
Yes, you are.
I'm in control of myself.
Women got superpowers.
Linnea, you are in control.
It's more intense with us.
It's
more intense with us. I say this all the time. I'm like, I want the intensity of a woman. I really do. I want if I'm gonna live this life, I want love to be intense. I want my friendships to be deep. I want everything. I want to swim in the deep ends of the water.
Hell yeah.
I feel like
I always been like that. I can't swim, but I always been that way.
I can't swim.
I don't want anything easy because to me, it's just not worth having.
Well,
I'm not gonna even hold you. And I do feel like men are easier, no offense.
Yeah.
They're easier to deal with because they're simple. But I also feel like I'm also as simple as a guy. This is the reason why I don't get y'all sometimes. Leave me the fuck alone. That's my favorite line for them now. It's like, leave me the fuck alone.
Well,
so now that I'm in a space where I could be more vulnerable and only to the point where I could tell you how I feel and I could tell you what I want. And that should make any relationship better.
You can't be mad at somebody if not understanding them when sometimes we don't really understand ourselves.
Yeah.
And that's a big struggle for most women. Most women, it's like the simplest thing. Okay, like we can use this for example.
Okay.
You know how everybody had this thing where like I asked my woman what she wants to eat, and it's always I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't know.
I hate that.
I don't know.
Y'all annoying.
I can't stand a woman that can't make a decision.
But there's a lot of women who are very indecisive. Like me, I'm a very decisive person.
Okay.
I make my man up and that's that.
What's your sign?
Capricorn. We was
going,
Marquita, we were going there when she said narcissistic ways. Bro, I was going to say she's a Capricorn.
Yeah.
I literally said that to myself. I said, I bet you she's a Capricorn.
Yeah.
Y'all have narcissistic ways.
Yeah. It's built in them.
Are you into tarot?
Yeah.
Okay, so
you got a whole thing over there.
You know what represents us in the tarot deck, correct?
No, that little devil, yeah, with the horns and shit.
Devil.
It could be the goat though.
Wow.
The devil represents us,
but it could be a goat.
It could, but it's a goat with a man's body with a man and a female chained to him.
Y'all some motherfuckers. I ain't gonna hold you.
That just sent me in a thought.
That's a whole nother conversation.
I feel like
that's a topic that you put in there too.
Yeah, I did.
So
I feel like it really depends on our upbringing. Like seriously.
Yeah, it does.
I had a lot of narcissistic ways that were just naturally in me.
Yeah.
I came from very good parents and a very good home, and I was taught all of the right things to do. And luckily for me, I had that because I know who I could be if I chose to be that person. But I don't want to be like that. So I refuse to be that type of person.
Yeah.
And no lie, I don't like other Capricorns.
Yeah.
I can't stand my own zodiac. They get on my nerves.
Let me tell you something.
comment.
When I went through my my most recent breakup, she's a Capricorn. I had to call my Capricorn friend. We sat there and we were comparing notes. I would ask her about this situation. She would say, this is what she was doing. This is, and I was like, whoa. I saw your growth though. I saw your growth. When you say that you had to sit back and look into yourself and
you
find
feel
yourself.
different.
I felt that.
You feel different. I ain't gonna hold you.
I felt that because you
That's
did.
good. I appreciate that. Thank you.
You did dig deep.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
It was hard. Man, that was like.
Shout outs to War Master in the building. He said she got super flowers like I can fly. Men are uncomplicated. War Master said women are nuts and think they're normal. Shout outs to War Master in the building. Jump in, bro.
Man, sometimes it's hard to listen to this nonsense.
This is the new manosphere. Dudes, I'm telling y'all, I've been telling y'all for years, dudes are going to flock to this type of content.
You know what I think a lot of dudes want is being heard, especially by women, because women, they don't actually listen to us. They listen to
they actually really do, but for different reasons.
Yeah.
That we might not think that they do.
Facts life.
Yeah. He said, I would never watch this shit. This is gonna be the number one content soon. The manosphere is gone. So who else is gonna take over? They watch the Riva TVs, the Danica Marie's. They're finna lose to dyke women saying the same thing, because men, like, if you think about the essence of what people call SBE, this is what it is. They want a group of women, whether they're manly or feminine, to empathize and feel like the men do. So if you think about a stud, it's the closest thing, honestly.
Sorry, I'm over here buying shit from Amazon.
They are contradicting themselves, life. You know? The thing is what I said earlier about a woman and her nature. If you think about it, if a woman has an easy life, why the fuck would she give it up to have a harder life? And in a weird, twisted way, if you're black pill, and you can get what I'm saying, that's what these women have done. These women are right now trivializing how they've made their life a bit harder because they want to be mannish. Like, they get mad at heterosexual men, but they get into lesbian relationships and try to emulate heterosexual relationships. The same submissiveness that you're asking for, that's what these women are asking for, but a little bit different.
They're just confused.
Absolutely. And honestly, it might be a phase. And sometimes the thing about phases is that they can be immediate or delayed.
Damn, it shit is so annoying. You're looking for what you want and you can't find what you want, and you find some shit you don't like, and the shit is just everywhere.
Yeah. I had this, as a young player, I had to sit back and think about this. I mean, I done told y'all stories. I done gave player studs a hella game. I didn't understand how women had this much trouble with other women as women. It's like you would think that they would know, but they don't. And then you would think that they will perform better, but they don't. You have women that don't know what women want. You have women that can be career lesbians and never dated a woman in their life. And at the same time, I'm not even going to lie. A stud's interaction with a woman can be totally different than a man because she's pretending to be a man. Now the femme will turn up a little bit different than she would with you.
Yeah, and make it so bad. It's like it's like trying to have somebody make a road out of straw. When it comes to women versus men that will use stone, and it's like they're like, oh, but it looks the same until the wind starts blowing. I'm like,
that's a great analogy. It's like the story, and it's funny because now women are talking about being with bears. It's like the story of the three little bears. You know how or the what is it with the wolf?
The boy who cried wolf
blows down the hay house.
Oh yeah, three little pigs.
House.
Yeah, it's three little pigs.
Yeah, three little pigs. Yeah, with the brick house.
Yeah, I mean, men will do what works, and women will do what sounds good.
Yeah, or emulate what they think men are doing.
Yeah. And then
what I don't like is that they call it them acting like men, which the attempt is to act like men, but they're still acting like women.
Yeah. And the telltale sign is the inability to understand what men are saying or how men behave.
Yeah. I mean, because you can mimic a man and still not get the same results. Okay. But they're trying to mimic them. They haven't gotten the mimic a man part down.
Yeah.
Like they're trying to mimic a man, but their nature is getting in their way. So that they become something else and they get a whole different experience, but they haven't matured mentally enough to still say that, okay, this is not being a man. This is being a woman pretending to be a man.
Mm-hmm.
But I can't get the mimic part down no matter how much I dress up like it, no matter how much you know what I'm saying, is women that fight with their nature. And granted, as men, we fight with our nature all the time. But
at least we're honest about it.
Yeah, we're honest about it. And then at the same time, as men, we have to come to terms with our mortality.
Yeah.
Because the thing is like, how much as a man can you fight your nature before your mortality comes into question? Not even for society, but for yourself.
Yeah.
You understand what I'm saying? For your own damn self. So
shit's killing me. I still can't order this goddamn thing.
What happened?
What happens is on Amazon, they won't let me order from my tablet, or Amazon, like Amazon Fresh. They won't let you order from. They won't let you order from from my tablet. It's just one of my tablets. It just won't work. And then I'm like, okay, I'll just go to my phone and then I'll just go ahead and buy everything that way, which is really retarded because the screen is bigger. Pause. All right. Fuck it. Hold on 1 second. Wait, what's today?
Huh?
Today's the 18th?
Today, well, for you guys, yes, the 18th is still Sunday.
Now I'm annoyed. I went and bought a hard drive and it's gonna be here for like about 6 days, which is really annoying.
Amazon Fresh. That's their grocery.
Oh
service?
yeah. Bro, I think
you know what's funny? I'm a little bit weird about I worked in a produce section, and I don't trust people picking my produce for me for some weird reason.
Oh, because they usually suck at it and they'll grab the greenest shit ever. But I'm not buying. I'm buying packaged food. The stuff. Some of the stuff I've delivered before, and I'm looking at the case it comes in, and I'm delivering right to. I don't deliver to Amazon, never have. But what'll end up happening is I'll deliver to the warehouses that deliver to Amazon, and a lot of the time it's like surge stuff. Because because it make it so bad. I cannot buy a like a DiGiorno pizza from Amazon. I literally have to walk down to or drive over to a grocery store to hold on a second. Yeah, I would have to I ain't trying to hear all this nonsense. Anyway, I would have to go to a grocery store to actually get what I want. Yeah, I think it's weird.
Yeah. Some things machines can't, unless it's like you're viewing the camera while the AI is shopping for you or some shit.
I mean, Amazon actually has a grocery store like that, and they keep losing money. I still think that's funny. Oh shit.
Well, I mean, people are indecisive and picky.
Yeah, because I'll be damned if I ever buy bananas from fucking Amazon. Any kind of like fruit. I mean, like apples, man.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, like I kind of draw a line with the produce.
It's like what is this thing called? The God, my brain stopped working. The buying like packaged groceries is pretty cool. But you start buying bananas and shit.
Things. It's just once the groceries get into the produce side of the game, it's like yeah.
Like I've never like
I don't know about an Amazon apple. You know what I'm saying? Like it's like,
well, there is a particular apple that they have that it comes in a pack of like 8 or 9 or some shit like that, and it's actually one of those crisp apples that'll stay crisp for like a week or two.
yeah, see, that's genetically modified.
Yeah. Oh man, there's a lot of things that are genetically modified.
Absolutely. I got into an argument with people out here. Like you know what's the weird thing out here? Was genetically modified? Coconuts,
corn.
Out of all things. And I'm beside a coconut tree right now.
Think about it. You remember a ear of corn, right? That's literally almost the size of your forearm, right? They've been genetically engineering that for almost a century.
Yeah. I mean, broccoli is genetically modified. Cauliflower is genetically modified. Cauliflower is uncolorized broccoli. Think about it.
Cauliflower is fucking disgusting.
It is. I boil vegetables.
Yeah.
But I take the purpose out of it because I put salt and butter on it.
Well,
vegetables taste bomb as hell with salt and butter on it.
Yeah. I was just thinking about, damn, I wonder if I got any potatoes. Because man, I can only eat
But
potatoes
Americans
one
don't
way.
give a fuck about Americans don't give a fuck about GMO shit. That's the funny part.
Because we've been doing it for so long.
That's why I'm like laughing at people that's like, I want something real. Like, even with rap, right? They're like, oh man, I want my rapper real. He can't be rapping about shit he never done. And then you
That's
get a
stupid.
King Von, and it's like, you need to lock that nigga up.
I think
You know
it's
what I'm
stupid,
saying?
man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know what's funny? I gotta tag you in some videos because it's actually funny. There's this guy from Chicago, and I've been watching videos of him. His name is Bruh. And he done bullied. This nigga is like he's like the typical hood bully. Like it's like, yo, keep that nigga locked up. But recently I saw an interview with him from jail because he's starting to gain popularity. And he actually got more sense than the people that's out walking around, to tell you the truth, even though he would eventually still get locked up or get killed. It's like, I mean, I guess jail helped him a little bit, but he actually got a lot of sense. I kind of didn't give him credit for the sense that he got.
Well, the whole thing with the correctional system is supposed to correct bad behavior.
Yeah.
I mean, that's what it's supposed to do, but you know, that doesn't. I actually got into this argument with somebody earlier. That's the whole thing about the left. That's why they destroy the family. This is why they have homeless people that live outside on the street instead of throwing them in jail. You don't find it anywhere in the country but these leftist cities. That's their thing, you know, to keep everybody on edge, keep everybody terrified. This is why they want open borders. And I'm saying to myself, bro, look, we've been doing things the way the left been wanting to do for a century. How about we actually listen to the right for a change? We did with Ronald Reagan, and he nearly doubled the economy. George W. got 7% growth out of 9/11 or after 9/11.
You agree with Reaganomics and stuff?
Fuck yeah. Hold on. There
So
are things.
how is it like the Hollywood people getting in the office and doing better than actual people that are qualified to deal with politics?
It's
We
not
still
so
got
much.
to do that politics stream because this I actually really find this interesting.
Yeah. I mean, I keep trying to tell you, I got some shit to do on Tuesday, but other than that, man, I'm free.
Okay.
The whole thing about people that come in later, they actually run businesses with employees, with budgets, and if they don't make the budget, they're out of business. And when you run something like large companies, you actually have to say, okay, I have to make a profit. And so this is what I have to do. I can't just, okay, we'll put it on the next generation of people that own this company. No, you actually do that or go out of business. I mean, you might be like Mitt Romney. I keep calling him that. His name is Mitt Romney.
Romney.
Yeah, he was running Bain Capital for a while, and they're a holding company. They make money, but at the same time, you're like, yo, I mean, some people can run companies like that and they suck at it. I mean, you try to you look at what the average politician is doing. I mean, he's just basically trying to keep his head above water because he'll get screwed over by his party. Wait, what does that say?
Remember when he was running for president and everybody got scared? It says I had y'all niggas shook though, because they thought he was gonna get in. Who's that guy? He reminds me of the guy. I forgot the Batman movie, but he was in the he looked like one of the guys from the Batman movie with the Penguin. Fuck.
Was it Carrey's character? Drew Carey's I think not Drew Carey.
One of the characters from the Batman movie. He had salt and pepper hair. I forgot, but he was in the president election one time, and people thought he was gonna win also. I forgot his name.
Not Harvey Dent.
No, not Harvey Dent. No. It was the one with the penguin. I forgot his fucking name.
I don't know. I can't tell you. Shit. But he has that, gray at the temples, has his hair all coiffed. This guy always looks like that. And people used to make fun of him. I'm like, dude, he's like the real life version of Bruce Wayne. Good looking dude, pause, no homo. And he just has a little gray at the temples. Think about him as Kevin Samuels. It's kind of like a lot of the corporate dudes. They tend to look like that. And don't get me wrong, like you know how like people in hip hop, they'll wear the freshest boots, or Timberlands with with jeans without a wrinkle in them, even though they're like 2 sizes too big. And he said the Riddler. Chris G said,
no, not the Riddler. I forgot his name. Let me see if I can pull up. He was like the Penguin. I think he turned on the Penguin. Hold on.
Not Mr. Freeze. That was Arnold Schwarzenegger.
No, not Mr. Freeze. No.
Hey, just gonna delete that.
The Batman movie from back in the day with Michael Keaton.
Oh, not Alfred.
No, not Alfred. He was one of the other characters. Let me go on Google.
Code over there messing up again.
I'm an old man. Hold on.
I keep looking at that series, and it's like the biggest problem was so goddamn dark all the time.
He wore the black jacket. He was like the Penguin's friend in the movie.
Yeah, you got me. Did you look up I'm sitting right in front of a computer. How retarded is this? I was gonna say let's see, when did that movie come out? I can't even think of it. Hold on, let me click this.
Only got 12%. Hold on, let me shit. Hold on.
The Joker? No,
not the Joker. He was like the Penguin's business partner in the movie. I forgot the guy that he looked like, but he was running for president at one time too, and he was gonna. I think he almost like won, and I forgot when he was running for president.
You're talking about Batman with Michael Keaton.
Yeah. Hold on, I'm like scrolling down on Google. Google will confuse you if you're not specific.
Mm-hmm. Because the movie came out in '89. I'm looking at Batman cast '89. I can't see nobody that looks like him.
That was the last time Batman really looked like the Batman. You got all these dudes in the manosphere, and they don't even think they need prep time to deal with women. Like, you need Batman prep time.
I don't understand that.
All right, so there's this concept, right, with Batman, and they're like, Batman can beat almost any like villain or anybody if he has prep time. So it's like Batman is like the ultimate superhero, but he just has to have prep time. Like basically do his homework on the villain.
Oh, okay. Because there's Alfred Pennyworth that looks kind of close to him. We're talking about Michael Gough. It's actually a black and white picture. It's so old because I think he passed.
Yeah, I forgot. It's like a guy. He's on the original Batman, and he looks just like this politician that was gonna win.
Because they're showing like current pictures.
Yeah. Google. I'm looking at Google right now. Google is like fucking. Hold on. Let me take this picture down.
But get all sidetracked.
Yeah. Politics, man.
Michael Keaton was 37 when this movie came out. Fucking A.
That's the prime years.
Yeah.
A man doesn't hit his peak until his 40s.
Yeah.
I'm not about to look at a whole bunch of videos.
Yeah.
To find the guy.
They said, why did Val Kilmer replace Michael Keaton? The big picture, Michael Keaton's disagreement with Joel Schumacher about the characterization of Bruce.
Is Ben Affleck recently, and it's funny because Diddy's going through this shit. I think Ben Affleck recently broke up with Jennifer Lopez.
Heard about
he got
it.
tired of her shit. Is he about to be the next Batman? Because they said he had to focus on his career, and then they showed him in a Batman suit.
Well, Ben Affleck was Batman.
Yeah, for a little bit, but is he gonna be the current Batman, or they still keeping what's his name? Keith Bateman? Is it Keith Bateman?
Michael Clooney. You're thinking of Bell something or other. Christian Bell.
Christian Bale, my bad.
Yeah, he ain't coming back. Because when they got George Clooney, I still don't understand the hype with Clooney.
It's really a nigga's jawline and his structure. If he puts on the Batman suit, like his fucking jawline gotta really fit the suit
Yeah.
I just think Michael Keaton was the best Batman. George Clooney wasn't a bad Batman also.
Christian Bale was okay. That young dude who was Batman, he didn't quite look like Batman. I think it was Batman Year One. That actually was pretty good.
I forgot this guy though. In the movie, he had on like a trench coat, and he was like a politician in the movie also. But it wasn't. He looked like the guy. I just forgot the guy's name. There's so much politicians that ran that it's like you can forget them.
Because I'm looking at the cast, man. And by the way, back in the day, like they used to have people in Hollywood that were in their 30s. Late 30s, early 40s. And then when
people
you find
look different back then, I thought it was me. Like if you look at a 30-year-old basketball player in the 90s, it's like them niggas. It's like this nigga. He's 31, but he like Richard Pryor.
Well, they look older because they used to play outside all the time. That's really what it is.
I just thought it was stressed out niggas.
Now you imagine the people that were on Cheers. They look like they were 50s, but a lot of them are in their early to mid 30s. I think it was 1 or 2 20-year-olds.
Where is Kelsey Grammer? I wonder if he still writes.
I don't know. That dude was pretty good. And the funny part is when he came out as a Republican, people hated him and John Voight and Bruce Willis. Couldn't stand him.
Yeah. Hold on. What's the name of the Batman movie with Penguin? That's Batman, the second Batman #2, Batman Returns. Let me look up Batman Returns cast.
Well, in '89 they had I think there was a Penguin. Oh no, there was a you're right.
Hold on. See, they're showing people that. Here it is, Max Schreck. He looked like him. Is this Christopher Walken?
Yes.
What the fuck?
Who the tripping?
This is what he looked like, but I forgot his name. The guy had the same hair and everything.
Yeah, Christopher Walken, man. I used to look at it like you know when you put your
Christopher Walken's a beast. He's in the movie with my father. The Deer Hunter.
I remember he was in this movie called Escape from Witch Mountain. I think I have the movie on DVD and never watched it. I mean, I've watched it on television, which is always annoying. It used to piss me off. Like I had a surround sound later on, and all the movies are in 2 channels. It's like, how you gonna have a movie and you play it with no bass going on?
I wonder if I Google all the senators that ran within the past 30 years, would they come up?
Want to say what
He looked just like the guy that ran. I just forgot his name. He wore a trench coat the same way.
movie makers that or movie stars that ran for office. Why am I telling you this? I should type this motherfucker. Something wrong.
My computer about to cut off again. It sucks. In the last 30. Is it Kerry? Senator Kerry?
You think
what's the guy's name? Kerry? Is it Kerry?
That's oh, what is his name? Come on,
Kerry.
chat.
His name is Kerry.
Drew Carey. I don't think that's his name.
What's his name?
I keep forgetting his first name. He played the Joker though.
No,
Played,
the senator. There it is. John Kerry.
That's the Senator Kerry. Yeah, he's out of politics now.
Yeah,
and hold on.
That's who he reminded me of.
The guy second from the right, I swear that's George Stephanopoulos, who's a goofball ass.
Senator
reporter.
Kerry. When did Kerry run? Was that during the Bush administration?
He ran for president, and he lost to Bush, if I got it right. I'm trying to remember.
Yeah, Senator Kerry.
Literally says it up there.
Ooh, that hurt my brain to remember that. It's almost 5 hours.
Yeah, that's the look, and he married they call her the ketchup queen. Oh God, I can't remember her name.
The Heinz ketchup girl.
Yeah, the ketchup queen.
Yeah. Yeah, I remember her.
That chick is, man, I don't know, man. That chick is weird. She started the Huffington Post. Ariana Huffington.
Kerry ran in 2004. That was against Bush.
Yeah, he lost to Bush in a re-election. They were calling him Lurch. He ran with what was his name?
We got to do a segment. All of the presidents that lost. How do you think America would have fared if they won?
Oh, we
if Hillary won, where the fuck do you think we'd probably be at right now?
Hillary's a horrible politician, and people get. I'm gonna tell you like this. I think it's close to 100 people have died around the Clintons.
Well, in Haiti, absolutely, but.
Well, they're eating people over there, but that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about literally.
I know. You were talking about something completely different.
Mm-hmm. Well, no, it's just a lot of people got killed. There's a lot of scandals. And then when it's a Republican in office, they're not scandals. They're just like, hey, just doing his job. And the Democrats are getting the media to fight against the president to say, hey, you're a Republican. You're not supposed to do what you're doing. Because like if you came to Trump with a good idea, he would roll with you.
Yeah, but they make shit go away when it comes to the Democrats. Like they found cocaine in the White House, and all of a sudden that story went away.
Yeah, Just like when one of them gets in trouble. Like they said Harvey Weinstein, right? They always say Harvey Weinstein did this, or they always say Harvey Weinstein's a horrible person. And I keep asking, well, what did he do?
Right.
He got convicted from the same office, if I got it right, that they convicted, quote unquote, Bill Cosby. And you're like, well, Bill Cosby got off. I mean, what exactly happened? Because they never went into details of what actually happened.
Mhm.
And I'm to the point, man, like some chicks, if you ain't got no police report, you don't have any proof, I don't want to hear it.
Mhm.
I'm like, that's a you problem. If you stayed quiet for 20 years, that's between you and the person that you had sort of things going on with.
Yeah.
Hey, Roseanne Barr ran for president. That's funny.
A whole bunch of celebrities ran for president, weirdly.
They be some of the dumbest people on the planet that believe their stupidity of getting on camera, that basically their job is dance monkey, and they say, well, I could be the president of the United States. And we're sitting there
And then it ends up happening.
Well, Ronald Reagan, if I got it right, was the last actor to be president, but I might be wrong on that. Well, you got to put Donald Trump in there. But
that's what I was about to say. If you think Trump can act,
there was so many great stories around Ronald Reagan. There was a guy giving a woman a hard time. I don't know what that was about, because I'm gonna kind of keep mum on what it was, whether she was doing something untoward or anyway. He was just basically fucking with her, and Reagan was up in a hotel room just sleeping, and he pulls out this 1911 with a 5-inch barrel, and he sticks it out the window. Say, hey, leave her alone. And he didn't know, he's just doing the right thing, right? And the woman didn't know that the guy was Ronald Reagan till he told the story years later. Funny as fuck. And Reagan, man, you look up Reagan, his funny stories. Hey, look here, Mash, man, we say funny shit and shit that works. But anyway.
my father told my mother Ronald Reagan got Alzheimer's, and she didn't believe him, and then years later he got it.
Yeah. He was the best president in the last 50 years.
What about Jimmy Carter? You don't hear that much about him.
Because he was the worst president next to Barack Obama and Joey. Joey's actually worse than Barack Obama. Barack Obama had at least
Jimmy Carter. What happened? He's still alive, by the way.
Odd about that. Think about it like this. You remember when the Iranians took over the American and British embassies, and they had hostage for 400? No, I think it was 400 some odd days. It was almost his entire presidency, or was it 300 something? Anyway, and they were let out right before Reagan became president.
Oh, Jimmy passed away. Which one is still alive? One of them is still alive.
It's a bunch of them, man. Both George W. is alive, Clinton's alive. Of course, Trump's
Jimmy
alive.
Carter's still alive. His wife passed away, I think. Jimmy Carter is still alive. Hold on.
Yeah, I mean, he's got to be like 80 something, right?
Yeah, he's still alive.
He's still alive.
Yeah, he didn't pass away.
They say there's a story, Jimmy Carter coming to an end, but he's still there.
Yeah, look, 2 days ago.
He's 77.
No significant changes. Damn, he look crazy right now.
I remember when
99.
Damn, seriously?
Damn, he look wild right now.
Yeah.
He hanging on by a thread.
Yeah, 99, the oldest living president.
You know you old as shit when you can't close your mouth.
Yeah.
Flies be flying in your mouth. You can't do shit about it. That's fucked up.
That's one of the things I dislike about getting old is you're going to decay at some point.
We're decaying right now. I mean, the now is the oldest and youngest we've been at the same time.
Yeah. I'm gonna tell you like this. This is the I'll call him the third weakest president. Do you really think Reagan would let the Taliban overrun one of our bases or overrun? No, he wouldn't have done it.
I don't think I was in the. I don't think I was alive. I think as soon as I was born, Clinton was getting in office. He still had black hair.
I'll tell you guys a video about Ronald Reagan. Look up the United States destroyed half of Iran's navy. Don't play the video, but it's one of those things where you're really surprised at how brutal and how effective the United States military was at the time. Hold on a second.
Well, I mean, we always got to have a brutal and effective military because we got to be the biggest and baddest people on the block. Unfortunately, we like to instigate everything. So
hold on. I gotta look it up real quick just because it was fucking good. Proportional response is from the Fat Electrician. I think he's former military. I haven't looked him up. But the America obliterates half of Iran's navy in 8 hours. Operation Praying Mantis. Yeah, he tells that story the best. Everybody else is kind of like,
but America be acting like Kuwait and all them other little ass countries is gonna. Oh, it's the end of America. It's like, man,
it wasn't so much as that. Is Iraq was Saddam took over Kuwait. And he was massing his troops on the border with Saudi Arabia, and Saudi Arabia's oil fields are only a couple 100 miles away. They would have taken that, and he would have had 40% of the world's oil under his control. And we was
who was the president then, though?
George Herbert Walker Bush.
W. I mean, not W, but his dad.
HW. Yeah, George Senior. And the whole thing was people kept making up shit about what was actually happening. It's like, come on, dog. We're watching this shit live. What the fuck?
I think Daddy Bush, though, is the one that started that shit because
nah, he didn't start.
That's where that Osama shit started. He gave him the weapons.
Osama started back in the 90s when he attacked the World Trade Center. And what did Clinton do? Clinton had him in his sights. They should have popped him right there. Literally had somebody ready to put him
when
out
he
of his
turned
prison.
though, right? Because Daddy Bush gave him the weapons and stuff like that, and then they kind of took the weapons and then.
No, that was the that was Reagan with the Mujahideen in Afghanistan, and Osama, sorry. Bin Laden was he was a nobody before he bombed the Trade Center beforehand, and they were gonna the Clinton administration had him in their sights. Like it's like whenever you have Republican presidents, they be like, "Yo, fam, don't fuck with us like that." And the world is kind of like, all right, we remember the old man. And the old man, when anybody from the Middle East says the old man, they're talking about Ronald Wilson Reagan. I mean, imagine probably he did a couple of missteps, like when the Marines got bombed in Beirut, pulled the troops out. That was bad because what it'll do is just say, oh, all you got to do is hit America hard enough and they'll run. And I'm like, no. Like
he actually come back. I don't. They don't learn from Japan.
That's what I was getting at. There was Japan found out
the same shit.
Well, the thing about it was that was something older than that they were attacking American shipping back when Jefferson was president over 100 years ago, and they kept attacking our boats, and we went over there and killed the Barbary pirates. That's where the Marine Corps. I think the Marine Corps was developed a couple of years after, might be a year or two. Any Marines in the chat will correct me, but we went over there, conquered. We actually got some allies and conquered the Barbary pirates, and we ended piracy in that area of the world. And that's after that. Japanese fucked around and sunk a bunch of boats. We refloated a bunch of them, and there were two sons that were over their cities, and they kind of was like, "Don't fuck with the boats no more. These Americans ain't shit. They ain't fucking around." And the Iranians.
That was the dumbest thing the Japanese did. I don't know why they fucked with Pearl Harbor.
Well, we put it. Well, going. I'm skipping the 80s, but going back to because of that a world. What am I going to say? They thought that if they destroyed our fleet, the battleships, that what would happen is America would have to take time to rebuild these things. And like with America, you weren't going to You weren't going to sink our ships and we weren't going to refloat them. I mean, during World War II, we made 3,400 Liberty ships during World War II. We're talking like 12 years. And we were just cranking them out like they were nothing. Now we'll be lucky to make a dozen ships in a year, but that's another subject. We kept Europe fed. We fed everybody. We clothed everybody. They were using our tanks because we were building them like crazy. And there was a Chinese admiral. He was retired now, but he was saying, "Oh, you sink a couple of American super carriers and they'll stop coming." And I'm like, "Nah, fam. It's the exact opposite. You kill, a couple thousand Americans. You're gonna have a new government.
We on your ass. Yeah,
man. You sink 2 carriers and you really think you're gonna live through that? Nah, fam. That ain't gonna work like that. I mean, I'm just thinking about. I'll say it like this: the United States military could be half its size and would still be a terror for anybody in the world. I mean, I remember we only hear fits and starts. Any veterans could correct me, but there was a video I was watching, and this one guy likened dropping a bomb on a building. He was Army, of course. He likened it to like ordering a pizza. You know what I'm saying? You get in line and they're like, okay, fine, we'll deliver over here, we'll deliver over there. And, we'll be doing bombing missions, man, from like Kansas or some shit like that. Fly all the way out there, bomb it, turn around and go back. A couple 20-hour, no, it's not. No, not 20. Yeah, it might actually be 25, 26-hour trips. And I'm sitting there like, don't fuck with us like that. It's like, just stay over there.
Mama Luke's sword was given to the officer Presley O'Banion by the pirates. The Marine used it till today. Well, they were the funny mustache man. He was said to be in the last possession of the spear of Leonidas, which the first American president, which was black, had, and that was supposedly because they're looking for that spear because it's supposed to have the blood of Jesus on it. It was a dagger at first that was on a stick to poke Jesus while he was on the cross or the stake. And other than the shroud, it's supposed to have his blood on it. They want his blood so they can clone. I'm talking too much, but the funny mustache man, when he first got it, it was said that he made a clone of it.
I don't think clothing.
He ended up passing with it, huh?
I don't think clothing.
They have it in a museum, but they said that's not the real one. It's a decoy.
I'll just say it. There was a lot of thieving of works of art and stuff like that. Like I remember there were museums. There were museums in Iraq whenever you see some country like some war, the first thing they do is you have the museums that will literally quote unquote steal their artwork and they'll hide it somewhere.
Yeah.
It was funny as hell. They kept finding stuff. I remember there's one guy, he runs a channel called Bright Insight. He's a conspiracy theorist. It's fucking entertaining as hell. But he went out there and he was filming stuff, and there was this statue that was probably 12 feet tall. And guess what happens when the jihadis came around? They destroyed it. It was made out of one piece of stone, real beautiful piece of stone. And because they don't like art, it's like they want to go back to the 7th century. They want people to be ignorant. I'm like, man, bro, just go find your place in the desert and go fuck yourself.
Well, I mean, they look at stuff like that as a deity because people worship it.
And yeah, depending on the religion, yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. Them dudes are just them. I'll say it this way: they keep bringing them into this country like that. And one guy was on camera talking about, you don't know the guy. They asked him what his name was. He said, "Well, you gonna find my name in a little while." I'm like, bro, do you realize how badly it's one thing to be over in a country without a working internet, than to be fucking around with us, where every American is on camera 15 times a day. You leave your house, they can track you even without your cell phone. And these dudes are like, they keep trying to make terror cells in the United States. And I'm like, bro, do you realize how tight our security is here? I mean, we understand that there are people that are like Keystone cops. Remember the Tsarnaev brothers? Because the feds are fucking stupid, violating people's rights. Pointing fully automatic machine guns at people, even though they're not exempt from breaking the law. That kind of nonsense. And it was the average citizen that just says, "Oh, there's some blood on my boat. I think somebody's over there," and that's how they found it. And I'm like, man, these dudes can forensically walk back through, because man, you couldn't hide from the feds of the United States. I don't care who you are.
Here we go, CSI.
Yeah.
That's that part.
Yeah, I mean, it's some true shit, and it's like they're gonna piss us off one day. And of course, these goofballs in office want to keep bringing these people in here so they can create chaos. And if they create chaos, they can have, like, let's say somebody decides to bring down a building or two. Hey, we got the right to take your rights away. And I'm like, bro, you're gonna find the people who will respond in a way you won't like. Because when Americans are scared, a lot of them are willing to give up their rights. And we were wise to this after a while. Like after the Tsarnaev brothers, every couple of years there's some sort of crisis that demands that you give up your liberty. It's always the same thing: give up your liberty or give up your wealth. And so when COVID came around, people are like, "Nah, we good." Oh, you're gonna do this? Fuck you. Well, you're gonna lose your job. That's okay. I'll sue you later. Because it's like you got to follow the law. You can't
I mean, people didn't care because after a while, that job that they were threatening you with, they were going to go under anyway.
I'll say it like this: they didn't say nothing to truck drivers. As a matter of fact,
y'all are the veins of society.
Well, we're the red blood cells for the body, and the veins are the roads, and we got to keep the roads working. So during COVID, construction crews were out there keeping the roads up. They've kept us rolling. They Trump had removed the hours of service. So if I decided, matter of fact, MOT did a live stream. He was going to drive from Chicago all day, all night, and drive out to Seattle or out to the Seattle area.
Yeah,
and it was, and the thing about it was he had to stop in Wyoming because, he didn't know enough about the Northwest to be like, if you want to go someplace where nonstop, you don't go through Wyoming. I mean, don't get me wrong. I-80 is a very fast road. But it would have been better if you left Chicago to go north through Wisconsin and drive through, North Dakota and Montana.
Well, anytime some things happen, they just give y'all the snow routes. Y'all just take the snow routes each time, right?
Well, I'll say it this way: if we didn't have snowplows and we didn't have trucks running, the Northeast would starve. There were so many mountain passes to go just through the Rockies, and we get a lot of food from over that way. I mean, you got the Midwest where you have farms, and that's fine until you get out to like Pennsylvania, and there are pass after pass after pass, and most people don't notice what they look like because their mountains are so low. You come out west, man, we got mountain passes at like, I think it's like 10 or 12,000 feet, fucking ridiculous heights. And a lot of trucking companies avoid Colorado because of that route. Is so treacherous because that road can get shut down in so many different areas. You go up to I-80, man, they'll shut the mountain passes off and you really can't go around it. But it's like driving through Montana is like 90 to 100 miles shorter than running the 80 to I-84 and running out to the Northwest.
But that's like more valleys and more.
If you run up north, you're gonna be running alongside. You're gonna be running in a river valley.
Up north, you mean like the Dakotas and the.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And the thing about the Dakotas is very flat until you hit Montana. Ooh, Montana is something. There's no getting around it.
Montana.
Montana's a beautiful state. I got video of it, and I'm like, okay.
America got endless land. I know you seen land where it's like, bro, we got enough for all of this shit. It's just that America. I don't blame them. I mean, it's a reserve at that point,
There was a study that somebody said that a family of 4, if you gave them a quarter acre, which is fairly large, it's a regular sized suburban house out west, quarter acre, that's actually considered a very large lot. You could move the entire population of the world to Texas. That's how big the United States is.
Yeah, Texas is bigger than Iraq.
Yeah. I mean, think that through. The entire population of the world, hell, the entire population of the world can live in Africa, times 2.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's why they got rid of Gaddafi, but
I don't know how.
I gotta We probably got like 10 minutes.
Yeah.
5%. God damn it. And I charged it today too, but I had to charge my phone.
What, you on a rooftop again?
Yeah, I stay on the rooftop.
Cool up there,
No,
like
because the battery lasts about 4, 5, 6 hours. So I'm like, that should be enough for a show if I do a long show.
Why don't you just get another battery?
No, I mean that's how much the battery's supposed to last. So I'm okay with it. 515, that's not bad.
Yeah,
I
I got it.
A bunch of resources and stuff, and then bright screening and stuff like that. That's not bad.
Yeah. I got a leaf blower, right, to clean out my trailer, which every time a driver sees me do it, man, like that, takes like 5 minutes to clean out my trailer. But anyway,
You don't use a
broom? Fuck no.
You know what I'm talking about.
No.
What's it called? Power washer.
No, that's always bad because people will not load your trailer if your trailer's wet. Drives them insane. I mean, I'm pulling a reefer.
Yeah, I know what you mean, because if you have one of those trailers with the reefer on it, the reefer creates moisture, and I've seen people slipping in all kinds of stuff.
In a reefer, you're going to get moisture if you're cooling it down below freezing. That is true. The thing about it is, you got a dry van. You're not going to get people aren't going to load you. Your trailer's wet. It has anything on it? We good. You're going to have to go get it. You're going to have to go fix that. And so my trailer's always dry, and I just take air. You know, I got the most powerful leaf blower I could find, and I just blow everything out. And I got 2 batteries.
You put on, it's like a backpack. You put it on like a backpack.
No, I ain't got nothing that big. That's nonsense. But mine's battery powered, and so I got 2 batteries. Unlike some people, because you never know, man. What if your battery craps out?
Yeah, I mean, you got to get a dummy battery, but you still got to be beside a plug. So.
No. I charge that thing up probably once every couple of weeks, because you figure it has 4 little. It's broken up into 4 stages. Yeah, that shit funky as fuck. It has 4 stages, and usually when I get down to one light, I'm like, all right, I'm not gonna be able to do this. And so I just went and bought a second battery and be like, all right, that's my backup battery, and I just alternate between the 2, because you never know, because I'm lazy and half the time I won't charge it up. At least I'm not on the roof. I mean, I always tell everybody, like, a lot of companies do not like you to come in with a dirty trailer. They will not load you if you have debris in it. I mean, I went to Kellogg's, right? And they were so used to dudes bringing dirty trailers. The lady's like, I got a 1,000 candle power.
They don't
flashlight.
say, we got stuff in boxes, so it's okay. Or they just.
Well, you got debris in there, man. It's like they don't want the crap from other warehouses. What happens if there are rodents or bug eggs in them? And you'll have.
To a certain degree, you're kind of like a contractor.
Well, the trucking company is a contractor, yes. And we work for anybody.
But it's like you got to keep, like with Uber, you got to keep your car clean. So it's like the same thing. Yeah. You got to maintain and keep your truck clean.
Yeah, who wants to get in a dirty car?
Right.
I mean, imagine you're putting food in there. I mean, of course, a lot of times
we just have a natural smell though, because if you do Uber and you do Uber Eats and you're just doing food,
I'll say the 2 worst smells: chocolate and onions. I will smell that shit for 2 weeks. Garlic don't smell that bad when it's in the trailer, because you cooling down the trailer, so it's like fine. But onions is at 40 degrees, and chocolate chips are at 50, 55, I think it is, because you don't want the stuff to melt.
Chocolate? Are you talking about like dark chocolate?
The chocolate that you make, the chocolate that goes in everything, because a lot of it's dust. And I don't know.
Cocoa powder.
Yeah, that and chocolate pieces, they still give off the same smell. And it's a pleasant smell when you first smell it, but after a while you're like, I don't ever want to smell the smell. It's like eating dark chocolate. That's the smell of it, even though they're putting it in.
I've always said if I went to Hershey's Park, I ain't gonna lie, I'll just have like 1 piece of chocolate and then be sick the whole time.
Yeah,
I don't want no more chocolate.
Yeah, I'm more of a candy person than anything else, because candy can taste like anything.
What's the best candy? I'm judging.
Charms. Charms or Skittles. Yeah. Wait. That's bad. Charms.
What is Charms?
Charms is a company that owns a bunch of brands. I keep forgetting about that.
Okay.
And I like their sweet and sour lollipops. And then Skittles.
You like Warheads?
What's a Warhead?
You never had a Warhead?
I probably have. I don't know what it is.
War Master never had a Warhead. Oh, no.
Man, y'all on the East Coast, man. Y'all got that weird stuff.
No, y'all got that weird stuff. Y'all got Jack in the Box. I mean, Crack in the Box. and some of that other shit.
There's this one place called the Grocery Outlet. You want to find some weird stuff? Yeah, that's
I
it.
ain't gonna lie. If you ate candy from the ice cream truck on the East Coast or even in the West Coast, you probably do drugs. Because I used to like this thing called Fun Dip, where you dip this white stick in a bunch of powder.
Yeah, that was cool back in the day.
You Fun Dip, right?
Yeah.
Fun Dip was my shit.
But this stuff right here that you're showing right here, I got this by mistake. This is probably the best lollipop that they make. Especially that green one.
I probably did, but I don't remember.
That green one is apple. It's like sour apples in the center of the screen. That thing is fucking.
Oh, actually, I had it. I had that green and red one.
Yeah, that's watermelon. But the green the green and blue one, oh my god, I forget what flavor. I think it's blueberry or something, or their version of blueberry because I don't like blueberries.
Mm-hmm.
I think blueberries taste bad. I don't know why that is.
Blueberry got a subtle, cool taste.
Yeah. I got some fucking chocolate covered strawberries in the damn refrigerator.
G said Warhead gang. I can't do Warheads.
What are Warheads?
They're like sour, but they're hard candy.
Or were they like nerds?
No. They were kind of like Crybabies. Crybabies were like the almost the equivalent to a Warhead.
Fucking muted myself on purpose.
You will really pucker up your face with the Warheads more so than a Crybaby, because after a while, a crybaby, if you bite into them, they just turn into gum.
Remember Willy Wonka?
Yeah.
I remember the old version where I think it was the 80s version. I fucking love that version. The rest of them are trash, but except for Gene Wilder. He literally captured Willy Wonka. But
yeah, he did. When he did that roll, he was about to fall, he did that front flip roll.
I probably there are a lot of movies.
You stole fizzy juice. Good day, sir.
I got a clip. I think I have that. Good day, sir.
Yeah.
Fuck, I love that.
Gene Wilder passed away.
What?
A minute ago, he passed away. I think 2008, 2009. Or 2000. Yeah. Robin Williams was the one that fucked me up. I used to like the movie Jack. That was a weird movie, but it was cool.
Damn, he died in 2016. 83 years old. Fucking A.
Yeah. He looked crazy when he passed.
The older you get, the faster time goes.
Yeah, the more fucked up it is.
Yeah. I keep hearing people talk about, this generation's messed up. I'm like, no, people have cell phones or smartphones. That's why we know people are messed up.
Well, the smartphone's dumb people.
Yeah, well, people have always been dumb is what I'm getting at. And it's like the smartphone just brought it out in front of you.
Yeah.
I'm gonna have to start making content, man. I think I'm ready for it.
The word that I thought was wrong and it was right.
That happens to me all the time.
Yeah, reverse spell check is fucked up.
Yeah, I don't like YouTube spell check. I like fucking spell check on the Android. Unlike crap.
Yeah, I duck and hate it.
Yeah.
It's you spelled the profanity word. Did you mean this? I'm like, no, I meant the profanity word.
Yeah, I don't use profanity anymore online anymore.
Yeah. All right, this shit about to cut off again like last time. Hold on, let me see if I can find Fun Dip.
Pause.
If you do Fun Dip, y'all, you probably do crack right now, or you probably.
Yep.
I wish I got some more clips from her.
This Fun Dip shit, I ain't gonna lie. Whew. Oh yeah, this is the one I used to get from the ice cream truck with the 3 of them. Pop Rocks.
Yeah, Pop Rocks was the shit.
Yeah.
Remember that bubble gum used to come in a package like a cigarette?
Oh yeah, I used to. Oh man.
Yeah, that was the shit back in the day.
I thought you were gonna say the one that got the rolling tape, like the ruler.
Oh, yeah, that it was one of the Laffy
Gushers were innovative. Like, do they even make this shit anymore?
Stop
Is
the
the ice cream truck still a thing, or all of them are selling crack?
No, they're done. They're over here on the West Coast. We got Mexicans who walk up and down the street from time to time. Then you realize, it's cheaper and faster to get it from Amazon or Costco.
You said Fun Dip turned into Coke, right? Like now you're sniffing it, and in the stick is the straw. Shout outs to Loli. You know what I used to like? I used to like the WWF wrestling ice cream, the ice cream bars, like the sandwich cookies.
They
got like Stone Cold printed on it, and you get a card.
Man, that's an old school version of
These kids don't know shit.
Ice cream cook. But it was ice cream something. This is before the Klondike bar. I remember. What would you do? What would you do for a Klondike bar? God, I love the commercials.
Or the one where the with the owl, how much licks does it take till you get to the center? They just done turned that shit into a sexual innuendo.
Tootsie Pop. A 1, a 2, 3.
I'm just the Bill sitting on Capitol Hill.
Oh man, yeah. See, we didn't have that
right here. Oh my god.
Yeah, that's something else, man. There was an ice cream bar before Klondike.
Yeah,
they still sell it. It's the funniest part is like a lot of the stuff that we grew up on is probably popping around somewhere around the world.
In Indonesia or somewhere.
Yeah, that's a shame. I mean, it's like I keep telling people, inflation is what makes things smaller. Like the now laters were like the size. I think they were bigger than a quarter, or maybe closer to the silver dollar.
Yeah.
Back when Pizza Hut was good.
Yeah, Pizza Hut used to be good. Pizza Hut fell off.
They got the greatest crust ever. But
yeah, Papa John's fell off too. Yeah. Domino's is like a dice roll.
Man, I went to Domino's one time and they covered the damn thing with anchovies. And my dad was like, nah, y'all got to make that shit again. When you get down like that.
Anchovies are always old when you get underage because nobody orders them.
Yeah, I don't know how people go to Domino's. That just was never my thing. Oh, yeah, Papa John's, man, I can't do it. Nope.
I remember I took my friend one time. I tried to get him to get some girls with us. And I took him to the bar. And this nigga ordered pudding, and I got mad.
Pudding?
He ordered pudding, but the reason why I got mad was because the bar actually had pudding. They actually had pudding.
That's just weird. Oh yeah, I was watching this clip earlier today, and the title is "He Never Seen It Coming." The dudes, like this one dude is hopping in his car on a busy street, and a bunch of it was like 2 dudes come out with guns and they rob him. And as they're walking away, these 2 people come up and smash the windshield of their getaway car instead of beating the fuck out of the dudes who were like 2 feet from them.
Yeah. It was one of them Brazil videos again?
No, that's here in the States.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. You know what's funny, right? There's always people trying to troll black folks. Whenever shit goes down in Africa, they always blame us, or when they have a bunch of African immigrants who are jihadis up in Africa or in Europe, they always blame us for it.
That's what the ADOS people are doing. Like half them niggas that's killing themselves in New York and shit like that. Them niggas are Africans and Trinidadians and shit like that. And they're like, oh, the black on black crime. And it's like, boy, y'all are dumb.
Well, you know how every time I try to tell people, look, it's the left doing things to fuck up America, not white people. You can't lump white people in there with the stuff the left do. You know, with all the homelessness, the rats in the streets, the fuck shit that goes on with our currency, the open borders, is all the left.
Well, I know what you're saying, but I mean, there is some white people that in on it, but just to strictly blame it on them, it's like, bro, it's like, yeah, you're right, yeah.
Because I keep saying, how are they going to tell the difference between us and the racist, like the pro-wax? The pro-wax is so
Well, black people can't tell the difference between them and other black people. So
yeah, it's like the pro-wax have been such a negative influence on the quote-unquote culture of America. It's not even funny.
Yeah,
I mean, the reason why a lot of white folks that are older than me that they don't like hip-hop is because of all that racist shit that went on back in the 90s. They put it in music, and that was cool. And I remember there's one chick, she gave me an album.
Still think Eazy-E is still alive, so
they gave me a she gave me an album and says, "Do you want this?" I said, "Yeah, sure." It was Lethal Injection, and this chick was whiter than white, and I mean, like, she was white for white people. Like, white people say you need a tan. That's how white she was. And I don't know about being infiltrated, but the pro-black movement is a racist movement. It started from the left, and they've always been leftist. The whole thing is, she gave it to me as Lethal Injection. And even Cube was saying some racist shit. He changed up his style from the album.
all of them LA rappers was funny, and they said some gay and racist shit. Like,
yep, can't say it no more.
Snoop Dogg said we're protected by big dicks and AK-47. I don't know, man. You know, but yeah. All right, I'm at 2%, y'all. I got to put a pin in it here.
Yeah,
it's morning time, huh?
Should do the stream earlier.
I did 5 hours.
No. I mean, to have an open panel, we gotta do that. We gotta do that politics one.
Yeah.
Whenever that's
we'll do a politics stream. I just got to come up with a topic or choose like a certain timeline, and then we either walk it forward, walk it back, or walk it back and then walk it back forward. I think you got to walk it back and then walk it forward.
Or say the 80s
are the condition of today.
The 80s are fire.
You want to start with 80s politics?
I don't. I would say that our understanding.
That's your generation. So I mean, there's a lot of game you can drop on that.
I was a child in the 80s, man. I didn't become adult till like the 90s.
Yeah, but I'm saying you grew up seeing certain things that now you can.
I'll say it like this: there was a lot of propaganda that went on in the 70s and the 80s. Like, yeah, what's up, Chris G? It's like think about the Vietnam. Ask anybody about the Vietnam War. There's some people that believe that we invaded Vietnam. I said, how does that even make sense? They don't even do the cursory looks of how we got into it.
Yeah.
I'll say this. The same thing happened in Vietnam is the same thing that happened in Kuwait as far as our involvement.
All right, we'll get into it. Shout outs to Lolita. I'm at 1%. Jump in before my computer about to die. This is gonna happen. The same shit yesterday gonna happen. Jump in, Loli. Are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. Hi.
Hey, good morning. Good night or good afternoon. Good evening.
Well, I'm on the West Coast, so it's 4:14 p.m.
Okay, good evening. Okay.
Check your email when you get time, Gouda, because I remember I sent you an email a few days ago.
Okay. At Player Talk TV, right?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll check it. I'll check it.
Okay.
Okay. Shout out to Lolita.
But
good to hear from you.
Oh, good to hear from you.
Yes.
I was here earlier and I left because I got a phone call because my best friend's in the hospital. One of my best friends. But Bakuda, Diddy, that video, it was horrible. I didn't see it. I only saw a little teeny bit of it. It was horrible.
Which one?
The video of Diddy in the hotel hallway.
Yeah, well, it definitely was bad. You know, it definitely was bad. I do feel bad for Cassie, but she stuck around 4 years after. So it's like
I didn't know she stuck around that long after. That's a long time.
Yeah, it's from 2016.
She
But I
gets
mean,
all
they
that kind of
finally
stuff.
got a smoking gun on Diddy. So, but I mean, she just got cashed out. So I'm not sure if he's gonna go down for it. But everybody's like, it's over, and it's like, I don't know. You know?
No, because if it's something like that, there's a statute of limitations. The only thing there's no statute of limitations on it is when you delete somebody.
Yep.
Yeah, yeah.
And she can
How
come
are
out.
you today, sir?
Pretty good.
No,
Woman,
you're the gentleman in the panel.
yeah,
Oh,
woman,
that's
yeah.
How are you, sir?
I'm pretty good. How you doing?
I'm good. I'm good.
All right.
Yeah.
If my laptop dies, I guess you guys can run the panel for a while. But yeah,
Kuda, you forgot to charge up your device?
no, I've been on for like 5 hours and 35 minutes. So
okay.
Yeah, I'm just not by an outlet, so I kind of have that as
Oh, okay. So you're not at home?
No, I'm at home, but I'm just on the roof. I just don't have an outlet up
then I bet there's nights up there on the roof.
there. It's okay. I mean, it's daytime. It's morning time now, so
How's the weather?
It's okay. It's hot and then it rains. It's like monsoon season, so it's
Oh,
bad.
okay. I've never heard of
Yeah.
monsoon season before.
Yeah, heat goes up, water comes down. Yeah. So it's kind of rainy season. It should be rainy everywhere though. It's spring, so but not everywhere showers. So
Kuda on a roof like Batman.
vigilante.
There you go.
Oh, so it's morning time. What time is it there?
It's 6:18 a.m.
Oh, wow, it is morning time there.
Yeah, I definitely put in work overnight all the time, and then in the afternoon I go live again for the most part. If I do 2 shows, I did 3 shows back to back. So
Oh, today? Hello?
I think Kuda's gone.
I think he done died out.
Told him go ahead and get a leave that crapple alone. Yeah, I always tell people stop using these phones and buy you a little $70 or $80 tablet and use Wi-Fi.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I have a tablet, and I have a tablet and 2 phones, but I want to get a little computer.
Yeah, I mean, what is it? You get there's another content creator uses one of those Chromebooks.
Oh, for real?
Yeah, and the Chromebooks are fairly cheap.
Do you know how much they are?
I'd have to look here because I know they're cheaper than a laptop. Because what laptops cost is just really ridiculous.
Oh, they're that high right now? Oh, with everything going up, that makes sense. Everything's been going up.
Yep, that's that inflation for you. I'm looking at Chromebooks. I mean, I don't know the specs on them, but you're talking like anywhere from $200 to $330.
Oh, wow. Yeah, I'm about to get me a Chromebook.
Yeah, I had the laptop I bought 10 years ago now costs $1,500. With it's a little faster than what that one was.
Oh, wow. That's really interesting.
Yeah. I've been telling people for the longest time, it's like you should have a cell phone, a tablet, and then a computer. I don't like laptops.
Okay, yeah, I'm gonna give me a Chromebook. Thank you. Oh, I'm so glad I got on and talked to you today.
Yeah. It's like if you like building PCs, you can build it for very cheaply, and you'd have to build it yourself, of course. But everything's like Legos.
Yeah.
And there's a bunch of videos online. You could go ahead and learn how to do it. I mean, like computer parts are so cheap that if you had a PC and your most expensive parts are the video card and the CPU. Just those two pieces are you could probably get just for regular use maybe $200 each, and then everything else costs $100.
Wow.
And I keep telling Kuda, no, man, I'm not. Oh, I'm gonna keep using Crapple. I'm like, okay. I mean, you figure every month you could set aside a couple $100 and then buy 2 parts. There's only 7 parts to a computer, and you figure if you're saving $200 a month, you're looking at maybe 4 or 5 months. Then you could start building.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm about to write this down about the Chromebook. Chromebook.
I wonder what Best Buy
It's up to 330, right?
Yeah, 200 to 330. The 330 is a Samsung Galaxy. I don't know what that is.
Oh, Samsung, that's what my products are.
Yeah, I love Samsung. And it's better than Crapple.
You didn't say Apple, you said Crapple.
Yeah, I do not like Crapple.
I have an iPhone and a Samsung, but it took me. I still a lot about the iPhone. I don't know, because I've always used Androids. Ever since I've been using cell phones.
Yeah.
And 2 years ago, I got a second phone, which ended up being it's really convenient. You know what I mean? Having 2 phones.
Yeah. Yeah, that is true. I mean, I got 2 phones and I got 2 tablets, and it's to the point now I can almost not live without them.
Yeah. So what do you think about this Diddy stuff?
I'm gonna say this: the women aren't innocent. I think what happens is there's a lot of stuff that goes on behind closed doors, and since I've noticed this about women. There are some women that get sexually aroused when a man is angry at them and he scares them, and
that's true.
And when men get angry, we want to fight. And what happens when that happens? Some chicks, they like making makeup sex, and it makes it even better. And I guess 'cause I never had makeup sex, and
That's true too. I saw somebody like that when I was I'm sorry to interrupt you, but when I was pregnant with my second daughter, many years ago, a couple like that, they would fight and then they would go upstairs and have sex. Because I briefly stayed with them because I had moved out of town, and I was like, oh, I got to hurry up and get the heck out of here because it was stressing me out. And I was pregnant, and I was big and pregnant too. But yeah, I hurried up and got the heck out of Dodge and got my own place. But there are women like that, and I don't get it.
yeah, and people say like when it's caught on camera, oh my God, he's beating her tail. I'm like, what do you think she does to him when nobody's looking?
Ain't no telling, but you're right though. Ain't no telling. You're right, because there's always could be more to the story, and I agree with you there. Because I'm not gonna say that it's justifiable, but a lot of us have mouths. As women, a lot of us got we talk a lot of crap, and then there's women that like to fight men. I saw that too with a brother of mine many years ago.
I remember there was this. I've heard this story a couple of times, but this is the more severe one. This guy and this girl were fighting or doing something that just it got the attention of another guy, and he went to he put his cape on. He went to go save her. The Good Samaritan came over. He punched the guy, and the boyfriend picked him up, threw him off a bridge.
Oh my God!
Yeah, the girlfriend turned on him, and he got thrown off a bridge. He's in the hospital, handcuffed to the bed, and he's facing assault charges. And the girlfriend lied on him.
Wait a minute! The guy that got thrown off the bridge is facing assault charges.
Yep.
How did he not die? It was on a low-level bridge.
I'm assuming. I mean, I guess he wasn't on the George Washington Bridge or anything that high up. But,
oh my God, that is crazy story.
It's just like watching this kind of stuff happen, and guys are talking to each other about it. My thing is, some chick getting her tail whooped on the side of the road. Hey, look, that's your problem, sis. I got stuff to do.
Yeah, because you never know what the full story is, and you're right, though. You're right, and I will say from what I saw when I was younger, a young woman, a lot of females like to fight. I'm not going to say all of them, but I'm not. And then of course, can't no woman, physically, well, majority of women cannot physically, win the battle, but they don't care. And a lot of it is generational too, because they saw their mommies and daddies fight, or their mommy and the mommy's, boyfriend of the month. I'm saying boyfriend of the month being sarcastic because I saw that too when I was younger. That I used to see young women with a revolving door men, and I'm not going to say that I wasn't no saint, but I wasn't no WHORE either. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I had respect for my body, and I had even more respect because I had two young daughters. I had one, and then I had two, and then I didn't play that. You know what I mean?
Yep.
And it's like everything ain't meant for everybody to see. There were guys that I dated that I was never sexual with. There were guys that I dated that my girls never met because I didn't play that mess.
Yep. There's a lot of women that they really like the whole BDSM lifestyle, and then when they get pissed off at the boyfriend, okay, fine, they'll break up with him. Oh, I'm gonna call the cops and tell them all the kind of stuff that you did to me. That kind of.
Oh, exactly. Or if the guy's, a street pharmacist or something else, they'll tell that too. But it was all good when things were good. You know what I mean?
Yep.
Yep. Yeah.
There's a severe problem, and then when people talk about, well, how do we fix the family, and you start saying to yourself, I says, wait a minute, why every time they talk about fixing the family, they always lay it at men's feet. Men, you must change.
That's true. That's true.
Dudes are like, change the laws. The laws are what changed women into what they are today. Women are promiscuous. They behave as if men aren't going to care, who they slept with, and dudes like, we care a great deal. Because if you're so promiscuous and throwing your box out there like a Venus flytrap, I don't want nothing to do with you. And a lot of women are saying, well, if you care about my body count, you're not a man. I says, fine, I won't be a man and you'll still be single.
Exactly. And that's one thing that I don't get. And a lot of women, sir, and I know you've seen it, a lot of women want to be men. They act just like them.
Well, we were just watching part of a stream with two chicks that I thought were dudes when I first saw them. And then I heard them talk, and they still act like women. Like most women cannot imagine how men live our lives. And they'll sit there and say, well, you men should act like this. Well, you men, you have a 30-day cycle just like us. And dudes are like, no, we don't. You don't. They'll be like, you men are intimidated by us. So says, how am I intimidated by some 5'6", 130 pounds, or 140, because they're black, they're fat as fuck. 140, 150 pounds. I'm 6'5", 250. Why would I be afraid of somebody 100 pounds lighter than me?
Oh, I got a brother that's 6'4", you're tall.
Yeah, I'm sitting there like, how am I supposed to be afraid of her? Like most women, the average woman in great shape would have problems with a 13-year-old boy whooping their ass.
That's true. That's true. Because once you guys hit puberty, that strength goes up. But yeah, that's very true. That's very true. That's why fathers are needed in the homes. And I detest feminism. I really didn't pay attention to it a lot when I was younger, but I seen as I've gotten older, I seen when I was middle-aged how it affects so much extremely almost so many areas in our lives. How it dominates and I can't stand it.
It's like
it has destroyed families, especially the black family.
Yeah, because there's a lot of black women that they were basically misandrous back in the day, but they couldn't actually voice it out there, or they would be destitute. So they kept that kind of nonsense wrapped together. Because with a lot of feminists, there's the garden variety feminists that are pretty much everywhere, and you got black women that just absolutely positively hate black men and sound like the biggest racist ever. I mean, even racist white guys don't talk like some of these broads talk. It was the weirdest thing.
Well, like Princella. I know you heard of her. That YouTuber, your Princella.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, like her. And but it's a contradiction because she wants to be a man, but she hates men. How can you want to be a man but you hate men? That doesn't make sense to me.
It's like a lot of women, they want to dominate men, but then they realize at some point in their life they're trapped by their biology. You can't be at peak physical fitness, from from your teenage years until you're 40 without some sort of medical complications that will happen. I mean,
That's true. That's true.
There's a lot of sports athletes they're sterile. They can't have babies.
I didn't know that, sir.
I mean, you think about when you're in that, I don't know what it does to a woman's body, but a lot of women, they have a real hard time getting pregnant.
Oh, because a lot of women, they end up getting too small because once you get under a certain weight, your period stops.
Or they're taking drugs to stop their period.
Oh, yeah, that's true too, sir. That's very true. That's very true.
Yeah, I didn't know none of this.
Crazy. And that's crazy because you're destroying your body on the inside out.
Yep. And it's like when you're an athlete, there is a toll that's taken on your body. And most female athletes, especially when they're athletes in high school and college, they might hit the I don't know what they call it, but they'll go out there and they'll do the not the Olympics, but there's another one, a form of competition that happens year round, and they'll be in that for a little while, then they'll drop off and you'll never see them again. And then you see them later, they got all sorts of joint issues and just because osteoporosis is going to happen at some point.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, because I got arthritis bad in both of my knees. And I think that's part of the reason why. Because I ran distance. I used to run. I wish I could have was fast, but I did one semester in college and then I quit because it was taking too much time away from me studying. I enjoyed it. It was a lot of fun, but to me, school was more important. The studies were more important.
You know what's more important than a woman going after her studies is becoming a wife.
That's true, but I didn't know that back then.
Of course,
that's true. That's true.
Because it's like you have these women that will run around and tell women, like there's a guy that actually he goes out there and interviews people and he's like, well, do women need men? And the women always have something nasty to say. We don't need men. They make us look stupid or they make us be stupid. I don't know how that works. And then you ask guys, just normal bros, even half drunk. Of course we need women. We view women as our counterpart. And we're like, yo, we want you on our team, not trying to get on our team to take it over. I mean, that makes no sense.
Are you talking about the guy that does the YouTube shorts? I know there's more than one person that does interviews.
There's got to be like a dozen or 2 dozen.
I've seen some of them because I like looking at the YouTube shorts too. Yeah. And you're right though. The women will say something mean or nasty or just completely. It's like, does she have a brain upstairs at all? And the guys will say something that's realistic and straightforward.
Yeah,
honest.
It'd be the strangest thing. It's like they used to shame men saying, oh, you hate women. I'm like, but you hate men. And they see it as a way to shame a man by saying you hate women. That makes no sense to me.
It doesn't. And what makes no sense to me too is how can you hate a man and his seed created you? You know what I mean?
Yep.
I don't consider us, and some people say incubator, but we don't create that. And you guys create the sex of the child, and your seed creates without the seed, there's no child being conceived. I can't think of what the word is right now because I'm getting a brain freeze, but you know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's not going to happen without the sperm.
Like some women are so clueless when you say something like, well, you say you don't need men, but what happens when you need a man? Oh, I could just go to the sperm bank. Okay.
And I hate that. Do you know women started doing that in their 70s? And to me, that is so selfish. You know what I mean?
Yep.
That is selfish because you are intentionally not giving that child a father. Fathers are needed. Fathers are necessary, and the money aspect is one thing, but the kids need a man, a positive. The boy needs them to see, how to become a man, so the dad could teach him. The girl needs to see him to see what type of man she wants to marry. Am I wrong?
No. You're exactly right. It's like, oh wow. Anyway, what happens is you got fathers that their fathers are such a great influence. Like you could have fathers a single father raising children, and the difference between a single father raising children and a family there's not much difference because, you know, fathers, we demand order. Single mothers are the worst. Single mothers are the worst stewards of children because they would do stuff. A lot of women have chaotic minds, and it's like dads are like, look, do this, do this, do this, and when the children talk back, it's like, don't make me put you over my knee and I'll pat on your behind.
Talk back. What child's gonna talk back to their daddy? I was scared of mine.
I'm so scared of dad. My dad told me to shut the fuck up right now. I would shut the fuck up.
Mine passed away, but I guarantee you, I would too. I would too.
I mean, this whole idea of talking about people like somehow, some way, you're going to just talk back to your mama. Yeah, you can talk back to your mama, but some women won't put up with that. And what happens is they become even more violent than a man would.
That's true. That's true. That is very true. And as women, we're too emotional. And that's why there needs to be a balance, the man and the woman. There needs to be that balance.
Yeah, that is very true. It's like if a man is running a household, the household is calm. If a woman is running a household, it's chaotic.
Yep. And I saw it before I had my first child, but even more so afterwards. That a lot of it's in you, and I know you've seen it. It's way more prevalent now. These parents, you know, the women mainly, these single parent homes. I want to be their friend. No, you're supposed to be their parent.
Yep. I remember there was this, I had neighbors that lived across the street from me, and the boys were just wild, right? And when their mother came around, as a matter of fact, I'd never spoken a single word to their mother, and she was that scary. She would walk by, have a resting bitch face, not say nothing to nobody, not say hi, and tell the boys what they're supposed to do, and the boys would be all cowed like she about to hit them. And I'd never seen them with the man.
They were terrified of her. She was beating the crap out of them boys, probably.
Yep.
And that's sad. You know what I mean? If that's the only way that you can control them, you know, because I've seen how, you know, the mom will spoil the boy, and especially if it's the only child, and the boy will, you know, buck up on him when he gets bigger. But for them to be terrified, that's not respect. That's terror.
Yep.
They don't respect her. They didn't respect her.
Nope. And it's like when you have a father that's not a strong father, it's like, okay, the children are gonna, especially if the dad acts like a woman.
Oh, you know? Please, I can't stand that.
And it's like, you know, you have a dad that just basically teaches you respect, always teaches you something. There is one thing about men that we do and we love doing, and we do it without for no pay, is we love to teach.
That's true. You do.
I mean, it could be something like I think all children, I should say, I think boys should always learn to work with power equipment. You know,
I agree.
I remember when they took wood shop out of school.
Me too. They shouldn't have. Yep, I agree.
It's like something that boys can focus on to channel their creative energy in instead of sitting around being raised by a woman.
Exactly. And because when I was in high school, there was wood and metal, and I took both, and they were fun. I liked the wood more.
Yeah, there's a joke in there somewhere, but I'm gonna leave it alone. My teacher, I had a teacher named Stanford. That was his last name. Mr. Stanford was a very eccentric dude, and all the other teachers used to say he was weird, but I'm like, he was the greatest teacher when it comes to teaching woodworking. He had a shop that I dream about. If I ever had a shop, it would look a lot like his.
Wow. And a good teacher makes all the difference too. You know what I mean?
Yep.
It gets you motivated and excited, and something, especially even more so if it's something that you're struggling with, because everybody's not good at everything, and everybody has a different learning curve.
Yep, that is very true.
And some people, instead of them giving up, a good teacher will motivate them to keep trying until they get it.
Yep, that is very true. It's like I was watching some Marine Corps training a while back, and they were talking about the philosophy of it. They're like 10% of Marine recruits fail. It's like I remember one guy was saying that, you know,
wow, I'm not surprised.
They'll bring you right to the point where you think you're going to fail, and then push you beyond what you think your limits are. And I was like, yeah, that's what a good dad will do every time. I still remember the time my dad taught me to tie my shoes. I think it was like 6 or 7 years old, maybe 8. And I was just sitting there crying because I was so frustrated. And my dad was just calmly telling me how to tie my shoes. He didn't get mad. He didn't scream at me. Of course, my dad screamed at me like 6 times in my life. It still terrifies me to this day. But anyway, and he just he just sitting there just teaching me to tie my shoe. And I just found it. Now I could tie my shoe in like, 5 seconds or something like that.
Yeah, but he took and see, and that's the thing is that, a lot of, everybody learns on a different learning scale depending on the subject, and you can't, and that's just like with children, because I had 2 and they were both total opposites, and you can't, with the speed or the knowledge or the capabilities of one, you can't be like, well, for example, your sister did it this fast, you should be able to do it that fast. You can't do that.
Mm-hmm. That's like people that don't spank their children. Nobody is coming to their door telling them, hey, you need to start spanking your kids. Now we kind of stay mum on it because you raise your kids how you raise your kids, because no one knows how to be a better mother or father than you do. Those are your children, and I couldn't teach them. I would have to teach them my way, and that would mess them up. And the whole thing is, but the non-spankers think they're gonna come to my door and tell me you shouldn't be spanking your child.
Yep, and that started in the 90s.
Yeah, probably in the 80s. But
in the 80s, okay. I saw it in the 90s where they're over here, telling you that you shouldn't touch your kid at all. And that's when timeouts. So did the timeouts start in the 80s too?
I think a lot of this stuff started in the 80s, but in the 90s it hit television, then it spread around the world.
Okay. I hear you. Yeah, it's true. That's true.
That's like when people talk about, the feminist movement. The feminist movement had to start in like the 1880s or the 1890s. And then when it really spread in the early 1900s, and then they gave women the right to vote. And then we went downhill ever since.
Yeah, that's true.
I remember
but don't you think it got worse in the late 60s and early 70s?
Well, they tried to crash the economy.
Wasn't that the worst part?
The worst part for children?
The worst part of feminism, and I'm asking your opinion.
Yeah, I would kind of agree with you, because when the feminists, got women the right to vote, really they convinced men to give them the right to vote, and then during World War II, they were like, hold on a second, we gonna chill out and win this war, and then the 50s rolled around, and then a lot of women couldn't handle. You remember the disease that had no name, aka boredom, because like a lot of women were bored; they didn't have hobbies.
That's true.
You had, because they taught a lot of women to divorce their husbands in the 60s and 70s. And we got child support in the 70s. Welfare was expanded. And all of a sudden, because this is all about politics. The whole thing was, once women got that, it was just like in the 80s and the 90s. In the 80s and the early 90s, they would talk about, take him for everything he got, girl. Like dudes weren't listening. Like, oh, this is how it is. And the marriage rate went into the toilet in the 70s when they got child support. And then it was after that, it never recovered. It's like dudes are asking for, hell, now we're demanding that the woman I marry I have to actually trust her, and she's got to be able to have kids. You can't come to me with 2 kids or 3 kids or 4 kids and think I'm gonna raise. No, that's never gonna happen.
By 5 different daddies.
Mm-hmm. It'd be the weirdest thing. Like it was funny because they would on Maury, like television is like the internet. The people who can find your choices, they'll be the ones that will just say stuff like, okay, fine, men run out on their kids. That was never the case. What was happening is you had women destroying the bond between the wife and husband, and the husband and the child. They were destroying that, and dudes would leave.
And now intentionally doing it. But I'm sorry I interrupted you, but yeah.
And then it was like they would tell everybody that men were just walking away from these women. They were just bouncing. They were just ignoring their families. And they were saying that till the 2000s. You're like, wait a minute. We have hard data that proves otherwise. You're like, what would happen is women would use the child support courts and the divorce courts. I mean, hell, child support's $52 billion business.
Oh, yep. Sure is.
And divorce is a $29 billion business. It's probably higher now. And dudes are like, nah, we're good. And they've been saying since the 90s that the divorce rate is 50%. I'm like, no, it's not.
It's higher than that, in my opinion.
The divorce rate don't matter because people will get married and then get divorced. Because, you know, if you get married once and get divorced, you will get divorced again. The divorce rate is higher for the remarried people than it is for first married people.
Okay, that's true. But don't you also agree that darn it, I say something and I forgot it that quick. You go ahead.
Well, what I was saying, because I know I talked too long. The whole thing was
No, you don't. This is a great conversation. I hope whoever's here is enjoying it because I am. Thank you.
You'll have a lot of women that will divorce a man, you know, basically use a child support court to strip him of his assets, and the dude saying, we ain't gonna get married, we good. And then because the marriage rate is the more important one, is under 40%. They don't want to talk about that.
I believe it's under 40%. I believe that most definitely. No, they don't talk about that. I don't hear about that.
And it's like, you know, me personally, I'm never getting married and I'm never going to have children. As much as I love children, the funnest people in the world are toddlers.
Oh, they are. They're a lot of work, but they're so much fun. They are a lot of work, but they are so much fun when they learn how to walk and talk and feed themselves and you know and take them to the park and you know push them on the swing. Yeah, that's very true.
And it's like for a guy, children are easy. For a woman, they're a lot of work because it's like, you know,
that's true.
Because, you know, guys got all that energy. They're kind of like, I'll come off a 10-hour shift and just play with the babies. It was always fun. Chase them around the house and tickle them and all that kind of stuff. And at the same time, you're teaching them the entire time. I mean, I remember I used to come home from work. It'd be like 3:00 in the afternoon because we would go to work early. We used to go to work at like 7:00. Then we switched to 5. And then I would get home in the early afternoon and I'm walking up there and the house would be a mess. And this is when this chick I was dating, her daughter had turned 3. And I says, if I come home one more time and there are toys around the house, I'm whooping your tail. And she's like, that's my butt. I said, yeah, that is your butt. You better go on to clean this mess up. I won't hear none of that nonsense. And the house was never messed up again.
Amen. But see, Mama didn't do that.
Nope.
Daddy did.
Yeah, her mother was.
Not Daddy, but yeah, you know what I mean.
Yeah. Because you know, I was dad for like 4 years.
Yeah, you were dad. You just weren't the official dad.
Yeah, because her baby daddy, nobody knows where dad is. Her mama probably has an idea. But, you know, she was a whore, so, you know, what can you do about that?
Oh, straight out. But a lot of them, and you know what, it used to burn me up? I saw that when I was younger before I had my first child, and even more so afterwards. They would be sleeping with 3 and 4 different dudes, and within a 30-day cycle, and then turn around and stick it on the one they liked the best, or the one that had the most money.
That's what happened to me.
Or the one with the biggest potential.
Yeah, because then I ended up seeing the 2 dudes she was messing with later. Neither one of them had a car. Dude was still catching me. I'm sitting there like, you sleeping with this dude? I mean, the other dude, I was just like, damn. And I got tired of her shit, you know, because she and we didn't fight. But, you know, she wanted to do her things her own way. She said, well, I don't want to be with you no more. It's okay.
Bye.
And every time she would call me, I'd hang up on her. There ain't no coming back from that.
No, I want you to tell me, because I never had a guy tell me that. But once it's over, it's over. If a guy ever told me, Lolita, you know, I don't want to be with you anymore. It's a wrap. Okay, adios. I don't care how much I loved him or whatever. When I would think about him, I think about what he said, and I'd be like, it's a wrap.
Yeah, it's like you'll have these chicks that'll just treat a man just really badly, and then want to break up with them, get back with them. I'm like, I'm not doing that yo-yo stuff. It's like the older I get, the angrier I get, but not really angry. Just like I'm not putting up with no nonsense.
No, it's less tolerance because I know I have zero tolerance. Like about in 2019, I was briefly dating somebody that I knew from when I was 15, and he lied to me, and that was it. I was done.
It's like you ever watch these chicks on like Fresh and Fit or one of these podcasts?
I've seen it before. I haven't watched it in a long time. I got bored with it, and I got tired of looking at them being so dumb. But go ahead.
And you'll have these chicks that say that they want top tier dudes, you know, like top 10% men. And it was like Myron tries to talk to them really kindly when he says this. He said, if you want a dude that's a top 10% dude, we're talking someone makes $100,000 a year. You know, he's probably close to 6 feet or taller. He got his shit in order. He's making some serious money. That guy's you're gonna be one of many.
Yep.
And chicks were like, I'm not dealing with a guy like this. Is right. That's why you're single now.
Yeah, and then also too, with a lot of them women don't want to get to their heads, because some of them come on there and they have kids, and they don't want to understand that their value goes down.
Yep, and they'll sit there and argue all day. Like I remember some chicks watching guys. Like they'll be over there talking about a guy's preferences and arguing with the man. It's like me arguing with the woman if she likes women and men that she should only like men that are like me.
Exactly. You're gonna, yeah.
That really makes no sense to me. It's like, look, I remember growing up.
To me either.
I remember growing up, there were chicks that just did not like tall guys. This is okay. Nice saying I had nothing to say about it. It's like, look, that's their preference. If they don't like me, that's their personal business. And it's like now chicks like tall guys. Okay, fine. Yeah, so.
Yeah. Oh, they're saying it all the time. I want somebody at least 6 feet. And it's like, and then you look at them and I want somebody fit, and they're not fit, and I'm still looking, and I'm like, okay, you kind of delusional, aren't you?
I remember when I was a gym rat, I would never talk to any of the chicks in the gym, ever. Because, you know, these chicks are weird. I mean, they would smile at me and I'd smile back. And if they were close enough to talk, I'd just small talk. I was dating somebody at the time, but it was just like, yo, I'm 6'5", I'm ripped. And I was like, nah, this is a place I will never chase women, because I used to chase women. And I kind of got bored with these knucklehead chicks because there were so many of them and they were just doing wild stuff. It's like, all right.
Yep, that's true. That's true. But yeah, when I used to go to the gym too, before I became disabled, I you know, there was only one guy that I dated, and I regretted that afterwards, even though he was FINE. But otherwise, I didn't date anybody. Because I went to 2 different gyms at different time periods. But yeah, the second gym, I was seeing somebody, but even if I wasn't, I still wouldn't have dated anybody there.
Yeah, because it's like, yo, I'm coming here to work out. I started wearing headphones after a while. I don't want to hear no conversation. I just want to get in there, you know, keep my adrenaline up. You know, let me get in there, let me get my pump on and walk out the door. And I was cool. And every now and then somebody will say something like, hey, you using this machine? I'll be like, nah, do your thing. But for the most part, I don't want to hear it. I want to pump some iron and leave.
Yeah. Do you know the second gym that I used to go to after I moved back to Southern California? Morris Chestnut used to work out there. And do you know that he would come there with the person that there's one guy that he would come there with, and he would go there and he'd do his weights and he left. And I really respected the fact that he wasn't there, you know, looking for any, you know, cooch.
Yeah, yeah.
And him and his wife have been married together for a long time.
You know, no homo, but that's a good looking dude.
Oh, yes, he is. To me, he's fine. I love dark-skinned men. He's fine to me. I think he looks better now than he did when he was younger. When he was younger, he was too skinny.
Yeah, that was my thing when I was younger. I was 6'5" at 155 pounds before I started working out.
You can't help but be skinny because you're tall, because it's gonna, the weight's gonna go according to your height. And then too, a lot of people, I'm sorry I keep interrupting you, but a lot of people that are tall have a higher, not everybody, but some of them have a higher metabolism. If you have a higher metabolism, you're not gonna gain weight. It's gonna take a lot.
Yeah, it's very hard when you're this tall to actually look like like you put on some weight. Because it's like I could wear a sweatshirt and it would be chicks that had no idea what my body looked like. And it's like the place I used to work at, we would put on these we would put on a Tyvek suit, and I would have an apron on top of that, so they couldn't tell that I put on like 80 pounds in like 6 months or something like that. And it was like after I think one day I came to work in a tank top, and I didn't mean to do it, because when I'm out on the street, I was a dude that would take my shirt off at the beach and chicks would stare at me. That one day I wear a tank top, and it was like, man, these chicks, they're all married too. Because, guys get sexually harassed at work, and all we can do is...
I believe it. I believe it. Because I used to work in white collar corporate America. But yeah, I know they were all salivating when they saw you in that tank top.
Yep. And that was the only time I ever wore a tank top. I'll never do it again. and it's like, I'm just thinking about when they kept talking about, like in the 90s, they had all these movies talking about how men sexually harassed women and stuff like that. I'm sitting there like, this woman, because usually in the 70s and the 80s, most women were married. And so if you touch somebody's wife, you had to deal with the husband later, and he may not want to talk to you.
That's true. That's true.
People forget husbands had shotguns.
That's true. And some of them, their fists are like guns. But you're right, though, the shotguns too. They sure do.
Yeah, a lot of dudes were stronger back in the day. We didn't have a lot of soy boy raised by their single mothers,
Oh, exactly. And also, sir, I know it's a different topic, but the quality of the food has went down too. The GMO stuff, to make the stuff grow faster, the quality of the food has went down.
Yeah, and I always tell people this, and this is something that always happens. You know who Gina Carano is?
No, I don't know who's that.
She was Cara Dune from the Star Wars. It wasn't the Star Wars on movies. It was the series. I forgot what it was.
What was it? The original series or one of them spinoffs? One of the later ones.
Well, not the movies itself, but she was on what was it called? Oh God, what was he? He was like Boba Fett's contemporary.
Oh, Boba Fett's contemporary. I can't think of his name.
I remember the group of people they were. Hey, Chad, help a brother out. You think I'm like the Star Wars aficionado, and I can't remember the name of it. I keep wanting to say Gamorreans, but that's not what they are. Those guys are green. Mandalorian. That's what it was.
Oh, okay, the Mandalorian.
There's that series, and Cara Dune. She was also in that Marvel movie with Deadpool. Big, strong-looking woman, and she messed around and said something that delved into politics. Like when we were talking about these soy boys, and then we went over to the GMO stuff.
Yeah.
The whole reason why they do the things that they are is in America, competition is very, very fierce amongst companies. And here's government coming in saying, all right, we're going to put this type of tax on you. We're going to go ahead and make you do all these things that hurt your product. So you're going to have to change products. You're going to have to do something else. And what happens is they just start putting crap into food. And they say, well, okay, fine. How do we stay in business with this type of regulatory environment above us? When people talk about GMOs, some of them are good. I mean, you can make something grow bigger and faster. But like corn, like an ear of corn was smaller than your pinky nail. When they was first out there, and they had been, I forgot what they were calling it, but I would call it splicing it with other type of things to make it grow bigger and faster. And this is I don't know, almost a century ago. And it's like, it was, there was food in the United States was so plentiful back in the 17 and 18 and maybe even the 1900s that Americans, you had two twin boys and you separated them. You said one of them stayed in England, the other one stayed in the States. On average, the one that was in the States would be 2 inches taller.
Wow, I didn't know that.
And it's all about politics because there's a lot of power in saying no if you're government.
Wow, that's really interesting. I didn't know that.
And so if you step on these people's nonsense, you start saying things that are true, you'll end up exposing some of the things that they've been doing for a very long time. Because America is the economic engine of the world. If we're not there to one, be a customer to most of these countries that export stuff, if our Navy and Army and Marine Corps and Air Force aren't out there defending other borders and stuff like that, the world economy will probably collapse.
That's true. So about the actress that you were just talking about, and she spoke up and stuff. Did she get in trouble?
She lost her job because she said something that seemingly was normal. It was like
terrible. That's terrible.
I mean, when you think for yourself, the left will turn on you. Think about
That's true.
Think if you were a black conservative and you were talking about how you vote Republican. About 5 or 10 years ago, black folks would turn on you. Might be some violence involved.
That's true. That's very true. That's very true. And screw Democrats. Excuse my language, but I am definitely not a Democrat.
Yeah, I've never voted for a Democrat. I've been a Republican the entire time, and you'll always hear somebody say something like, "Oh, both parties are the same." I says, "You're not looking too deep into the party."
No, they're not. No, they're not. I voted for Obama once. I'm sorry to interrupt you. I voted for Obama once. The second time, I was like, hell to the no.
There's too much information out there. You can look at the economic output of the United States didn't rise above 2%. It is so bad. There were other countries that were disrespecting him in public, and the media never covered it.
That's true. That's true.
I mean, what's his name? Biden. I call him Joey. He went over to Saudi Arabia and tried to get them to pump more oil. Most American presidents do that, and I'm assuming that they want concessions. And I'll just say it like this: the Saudi government was so pissed off they cut production by 2 million barrels of oil. That's what shot the price of gasoline up.
Wow, I didn't know that. I know it's outrageous now.
Mm-hmm. And nobody likes him. Oh man, when Trump was president, they had the red carpet. The Saudi king at the time, I think he's retired now. Hopefully he's still alive. But the Saudi king went out to go meet him at the airport. This man could barely speak. He was literally on death's door at the time. And he was like,
wow,
I'm going to meet this president out here and show him the most respect I can of a president. And later on, they signed a deal where we started selling them. We're not selling them, the best and brightest, equipment that we got. The stuff we ever export, we sent them some stuff, and we left it to the point where Israel can actually stay above the pecking order, if you will, when it comes to lethality. Because you never know, a government could be your friend today and an enemy tomorrow.
That's true. That's very true.
Most people that don't study history don't understand that that's how it is.
History, but go ahead. Yeah.
For the longest time, England and later the United Kingdom and France were enemies.
That's true.
And Spain would go from one side to the other. Same with the Italians, same with the Russians. They would all be friends and then enemies and back and forth. And I'm just like, people think that the world is stable because it's been stable for a very long time. As an American, living in this era because I was born in 1973. From the 80s until now, the American economy has quadrupled. Quadrupled until now. And I'm sitting there like, yo, fam, what happens if it quintuples? What happens if because when Trump got Congress to lower the when he got them to lower the corporate tax. Now, the corporate tax is a tax every American pays. If you buy a product from an American business, you are paying the corporate tax. The corporate tax was 40%. Trump got Congress to lower it down to 21%.
Wow. I didn't know that, but I know he did. I know the left hates him, but they won't admit he did a lot of good stuff for the country when he was president. I loved him as president. I wanted him. I knew that he wasn't going to win that second term, but I was so disappointed.
I mean, you say you live in California, right?
Yeah.
People make fun of Californians, and I keep replying the same way, and I never get a response. I say, in 2020, the rest of the country found out what's been happening in California for 20 years.
That's true. That's with the legals. You're right. You're right.
I mean, you look at Ronald, we got Ronald Reagan, Pete Wilson, and to a lesser extent Arnold Schwarzenegger. They're all Republicans. They were great for the well, maybe not Arnold Schwarzenegger. So
Arnold became a wussy because he was tough, when he was campaigning, but he ended up caving in. I was so disappointed because I like Arnold.
Yeah, the left have a super majority in the California legislature, and it's like you're never going to get that because the Republicans won't actually fight for Black and Latino votes. They won't do it. You look at somebody like a Rand Paul. He went to a HBCU and he went there to speak, and there were some goofy leftists trying to protest. It was like one of them. They threw him out pretty quick, and it's like, yo, what was her name? She's on XM. Sunny Johnson, I think her name is. She was saying, yo, Republicans, the Black community is waiting for you to come back and bring us back into your embrace. And they're not doing that. You got Donald Trump comes in here, and now it's fashionable for the Republicans to come out and be like, yo, I'm a Republican. I'm a conservative. I love this country. I have been buying T-shirts for like 15 or 20 years now. They're basically patriotic T-shirts. I wear them everywhere. I buy multiple kinds. I have one that says "Stomp my flag, I'll stomp your ass."
Yeah. What about "Make America Great Again"? That hat.
Yeah, I got
like
one.
That hat.
They try to make it a symbol of racism, and then if a Black person wears it,
crap!
You always have the dumbest people trying to quote unquote educate them, and you're like, hold on a second, fam. You vote for Democrats and look at your shitty.
Thank you. And what about when Biden said, if you don't vote for me, you're not Black? I said, well, I'm not Black then.
Or what was the other one? He says he didn't want to have a racial jungle in the public schools.
Oh, I didn't hear that. Ooh.
Think about people will call Trump a racist, and you're like, okay, well, what did he say was racist? And they could never answer the question. But if you look up the racist stuff Joe Biden says, Joe Biden had once said, you can't go into a 7-Eleven without hearing a slight Indian accent. And I'm not kidding. He said that. How the hell you say something like that and say at the end, I'm not kidding either. There's a I keep hearing this soundbite of a high-tech lynching, and they never attribute it to Clarence Thomas. And he was saying it to Democrats. He was saying it to Joe Biden to his face. He said, and they were like, "Well, do you want to withdraw your name?" He says, "I'd rather die than draw my name." I was like,
wow.
Yeah. Before Antonin Scalia was my favorite justice. Right now, it's Clarence Thomas. Of course, there's Gorsuch and what was the other one's name? Alito. I'm liking these dudes, but I know
I like Clarence Thomas and excuse me, my bronchitis. But the first one you mentioned, I recognize that name. Yeah, that name too.
And what made it so funny is like they had to get Trump out of office because they know there was going to be another justice that was going to either retire or die. And that's how we got this young woman that can't describe what a woman is.
Oh, I remember that. I remember that whole big old thing. And when she said that most stupidest comment, that to me, it just irritates me.
If I wanted to have somebody that I'm not going to say incompetent, but not knowledgeable, I'd rather have Candace Owens up there on the Supreme Court.
Thank you, and thank you.
I remember Candace Owens in there, and there Senator Lou had said she said something racist, and then she had to go ahead and correct what he put up there. He had no response. He was like, okay, you got me there. Okay, I know I'm twisting what you say out of context. and she was called a racist up there, and she went off on that chick and didn't even raise her voice.
Oh, yeah, I like her. I don't agree with everything all her beliefs and stuff, but I like Candace Owens. And I like how, and that's one thing they don't like about Trump. Is the same thing with Candace. They say exactly what's on their mind.
Yeah, and yeah, people used to do that. Like if you want to watch something that's sometimes it's informative and other times it's funny, you can look up Ronald Reagan's funny quotes. The guy is hilarious.
Ronald Reagan?
Yes, he is very funny.
Know that?
I'm trying to think of. He was saying this one about a three-legged chicken. Oh my God, I can't even tell the joke because I'll mess it up. Just look up Ronald Reagan with the three-legged chicken.
I will, because I didn't even know that he was good at telling jokes.
He would tell jokes all the time. He was very funny, and he gave the greatest speeches. Hold on, I may have a soundbite at the end of one of his speeches. Hold on one second.
If you don't mind me asking, what part of the country are you in?
I live in San Diego.
Oh, you're out here too.
Yeah.
I love Dago. Oh, I love Dago.
You know, it's funny. Growing up, I didn't notice the humidity so much. Like we didn't have a lot of humidity because we got this cold current coming down the coast, so it's relatively dry. You know, you go over to like Florida, Georgia, Alabama.
Humid. Yeah.
Man, they put the H in humid. And it's like you feel like you're taking a shower half the time. But out here, the air is dry. It's lovely. It's like when I'm in San Diego and I go to Vegas, the difference is that we have those strong ocean breezes, and it cools the whole area off.
Yeah. It sure does.
And I remember one time I was in I just crossed matter of fact people say Phoenix is hot, but I say Phoenix is the pan and Yuma is the fire.
Oh, really? I didn't know that.
I remember being in Yuma. It was 105 degrees at 2:00 in the morning.
Oh my God. I would burn up. I would burn up. Oh, yucky.
And it's funny because like I love San Diego, but it's like I don't hang outside anymore. I stay inside most of the time, and it's like you know I drive a truck for a living, so you got to rest. And
absolutely. You're talking about the big trucks?
Yeah.
Yeah, one of my brothers, he's the owner operator. Yeah.
And it's like I don't like coming home in the summer because I'm used to air conditioning. I keep my truck as dry as I can probably get it, and I'll go ahead and I'll stay out all summer. And then I met this dude named what's the name? Just some weird dude named DJ Kuda. Hold on. This is the soundbite I got from him.
Yeah, fuck a self-driving truck. I am the truck. Watch this. Yeah.
Oh my goodness, that's Scooter.
Yeah.
That doesn't even sound like him. That is so funny. That doesn't even sound like Cuda. Oh my goodness.
I probably came home like 2 or 3 times a year. And I think I came home 2 times a year for years. And then I started listening to his podcast, and then he started talking about technology, and I'm just like, ooh, goody, because he be coming up with some good stuff, and now I'm just like, all right. You there?
Overseas, and I was like, wow. And a lot of people thought that he was, faking it at first. I said, no, he's really there.
Yeah, because you see all the weird stuff that he eats over there. I'm just like, come on, Kuda, stop eating that weird shit. So make your hair.
What else is he gonna eat? They ain't gonna. They don't have what we have out here.
Yes, they do. Like,
they do.
Think this through. When you hear people say they call them international cities, you think they have McDonald's, they have Burger King, or I should say PepsiCo in most countries, which is Pepsi, Taco Bell, and Kentucky Fried Chicken. They'll be everywhere. McDonald's is everywhere. I mean, McDonald's is.
Oh, that is true. That is true, sir.
McDonald's is like 14,000 restaurants, and it's like the difference between us. They got FedEx, they got UPS. I think DHL is still in business, and they're worldwide. And these companies, they had to make money somehow because the regulatory environment is so tough here in the States. Because unless you're gonna go ahead and build a facility in their district, we won't hit you with a tax or whatever it is, if you will. That kind of stuff's been going on since the 90s. Like
yeah, that's true.
People keep talking about how these women that want to come to the United States with the passport bros, and the passport bros aren't bringing them back, but that's another subject. The whole deal is, these women have a lot of the trappings of America. They even have Uber over there. I think Uber's in 70 countries.
Wow, I didn't know that Uber. I know Uber was big in the U.S. because I use Uber, but I didn't know it was in 70 countries. Wow.
And that was like 5-6 years ago, and it's probably bigger now. It's like most.
Oh, of course.
I mean, people forget all the shows that they would talk about, people going to another country to run the Shanghai office. I mean, I forget what they call it now, but wait, Shanghai, it used to be Peking, but anyway, or they would have the Hong Kong office, or they would have the London office. These are multinational.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
And they would have Americans either in there somewhere, even though the company would be mostly whatever country they came from. Or they would just have Americans leaving the United States to run companies and pay them like Americans, and that they would actually send their products back here because there are some parts of companies that are just too expensive to run here or made.
That's true.
I mean, Clinton had this one chick. Like the Clinton administration was wild. It took them their entire administration to kill the Reagan Revolution. We finally went into recession a month before George W. Bush took office, but they changed the definition of dust and they killed the steel industry in Pittsburgh. Pittsburgh now imports steel. I don't know about now the second. This was years ago. And then they killed the yachting industry as well. They slapped that 75% luxury tax on boats. I forget the size of boats. I just know there's a company out of Little Rock that still builds boats out of wood and fiberglass, which is fucking amazing.
Yeah, that is amazing. That is amazing. Yeah.
Like the center of the yacht world is down in Fort Lauderdale. Like there are more yachts there than anywhere else, but there are no yacht makers. I mean, like I shouldn't say no yacht makers, no big yacht makers. No Sunseeker, no. I think it's Lazara. There's no I think Pershing is a British company, and then there's a bunch of other companies. I think there's CRN is over in Italy or whatever it was. There I go talking way too much. But anyway, but you get the point. It's like they destroy industries over here, and people lobby our Congress. They lobby our Congress to screw up our businesses.
And look at Clinton and NAFTA.
Yeah, NAFTA was horrible.
Yeah.
It was like, hey, let's go ahead and move American jobs out of the country. And then they remember downsizing when that was a thing. That was literally the Clinton administration, their regulatory environment chasing businesses away.
Yep, exactly. Yep, sure was.
I remember when George Herbert Walker Bush was in office. No, sorry, not George Herbert Walker. It was the end of the Clinton administration, beginning of the
second Bush, the son.
W. Halliburton moved over to, I think it was Qatar or Bahrain. It was one of those two countries. They just bounced. They were just like, look, we'll just move our headquarters over there. We're still going to make money. And it's like,
that's true.
There's a lot of money in trying to destroy the United States. I mean, you look at what happens. Like say if you made $30,000 in 1980s, we had a de facto gold standard. Reagan wasn't into printing money with reckless abandon. And if you took the value that you had made $30,000 in the 80s till now, you'd make $164,000 a year. That's how much. I mean, back when premium gasoline in California hit a low of 10, I think it was 108 or 106. It was one of those two. If you made $30,000 a year then, you'd be making $90,000 now.
And look at that difference.
Yep.
That's a big difference.
If you're making $90,000, you're living pretty good. You know, you could run a family. You know, you could run it off one income, or just have two $45,000 incomes. You know,
Exactly. Yeah.
And then they came up with child support and divorce, and it's just like, and just coming around, Robin, back to what we were talking about earlier. It's like you would have a lot of these Christians or Catholics, Christians, I guess I'll use the colloquial term, and they would say stuff like, "Well, you men have got to get married," and dudes are like, "Change the laws, change the law, or talk to women. Don't talk to us."
Exactly. And there's another YouTuber. I saw a really good documentary. It was like he showed it on two different days because it was long, but it was really good about child support. And that's when I found out how many billions is that again that you said? Because I found out about how many billions that they make.
52 billion.
And it talked about like 2 or 3 other countries overseas, and how the when they get divorced, the alimony is only for a short amount of time.
Yep.
And they don't get gouged within the child support.
Yeah, I always said it like this. I says a man should not be paying more than $300 a month for child support, tops. Because my thing is like, when is his wife going to, or his ex-wife or ex-girlfriend going to pick up her side of the couch?
Exactly. And also, and it's like, and I saw too, because I already knew how bad it was out here, but I saw even more how bad it was because a lot of men in the chat, I pay $1,200, I pay $1,500, and they're counting the days to when they get off child support, and it made me angry and it made me sad.
There was an old man, he was dancing in the post office. This guy was so happy. I almost cried. I was so happy for him. He was dancing because it was his last child support payment. And
see how bad that's bad I'm happy that the man got to that point, but that's sad that he's over here. You know, that to me that's sad. You know, I understand that he's happy because I'd have been happy too. Doing a jig, I'd be doing whatever. I wouldn't care. People look at me like, oh, he's crazy. He must be off his meds, or she must be off her meds. I'd be like, yeah, whatever you say, honey. Yeah.
Because there is so much of money's wealth, so much of men's wealth is stolen by women that should have actually been submissive and feminine companions. And they play this game like dudes are not supposed to be desiring that. They're like, no, you men are so horrible. You've oppressed women. I'm like, there is not a woman alive today that's been oppressed. Sorry.
Exactly. And for them to turn around, and then they turn around, you know, why men don't want to get married, why men don't approach us when we go out. And it's like, why should they?
Yeah, it's like were you
in my opinion?
It's like, you know, you almost want to ask them, were you here when women were screaming in the microphone saying, don't approach us? And dudes are like, okay, no problem.
You're harassing me. Now you're this. They're doing that. You're doing that.
Like a lot of men now, we have hobbies, and I mean like a lot of hobbies. You know, not just in the garage whittling on a piece of wood or building furniture or whatever it is. Guys are, you know, fishing, hunting, wrenching on cars, building computers, playing video games. All the things that men want to do, women don't want. They either don't want to do it in general. They don't want to do it, and then they want to get mad at men for doing it.
Exactly. You're spending too much time with that. You need to spend more time with me. Or you're spending too much time at work, but they like the money.
And you remember what I said earlier about the disease with no name, aka boredom? A lot of women don't have hobbies.
That's true. That's true. That's very true, sir. That's very true.
Instead of supporting her man, you know, with what he likes. Okay, if your man likes fishing and hunting, why don't you prepare him a lunch?
Exactly.
Why don't you, you know, you look up what kind of backpack for him so he can take it on trips with him? Why don't you get him some new rods if he decides to go fishing? A lot of women don't like being dirty. They don't like, you know.
I'm clapping, and I don't like being dirty myself, but no, I agree with you. I would do it if that was something my man was interested in.
like hunting. There are very few female hunters, but if you ever watch television shows, you would think that there are a lot of women hunting. And I'm like, nah. Like in Pennsylvania, if like I'll see a car parked in like off like way off the road, and the lights will all be out. And the first time it puzzled me, and then I rolled down my windows, and all of a sudden I heard boom, boom, dudes over there hunting deer. I'm like, because you think about that, because I've never had deer before. I got to change that one of these days. But
I never had it either. But go ahead.
We're from the West Coast. We don't do that kind of stuff. I mean, up in Northern California, they do hunt, and it's like. The whole idea of you're getting a whole deer that you buy your license or you pay to go on somebody's property and hunt them, and it's like that is a lot of meat.
That is a lot of meat. That is a lot of meat. Yeah, and I watched some reality shows where they go after the poachers and stuff, but they have to pay. Even if you go on permission to go on somebody's land, you still have to get a license.
Yep.
And I think it's like one deer per season, which is more than enough because that's a lot of meat.
Depending on how big your family is, because we used to have.
Oh, that's true too. But there's like a limit. It's really low. Like I think like one, and that's series. And that one that I watched, because there's like two different reality shows. I haven't watched them in quite a while.
Yeah, and it's really depending on what state. I mean,
that's true. That's true too, sir. That's very true.
It's always funny every time I see the Forestry Service. I'm kind of like, well, where in the Constitution does it say you get to own state land? It's like I have a Constitution, and a lot of Americans are now reading it, and they're kind of like, well, this Constitution goes beyond just the Second Amendment. You have the freedom of speech. You can flip a cop off, and if he arrests you, you can sue the department. I remember something Larry Elder said many, many years ago. He had said something like, when police officers started to wear body cams, they used to start having cams with on their cars, and they would find out that a lot of the stuff that the pro-wax and the leftist goons, they would say, all right, when the camera would actually exonerate them most of the time.
True, that's true. That's true. And I'm sorry, I'm not keeping interrupting you, but sir, I used to love watching Judge Judy, and there was this cop was suing two different times I saw, but this one episode that was really, really good. One was a woman and one was a man at different times, the two different episodes, but both of them were suing for $5,000, and they got it because even though they were exonerated, it's still a blemish that'll stay on their record.
Yeah, and what happens is, let's say somebody does something and it's not criminal, but you still cause damage to somebody. Well, they can sue you.
Exactly.
They can sue you in civil court. And
exactly.
What I was getting to was people got smartphones now, and so now everything. And when cops violate people's rights, they're like, "Wait a minute, you can't do that." They'll say some stuff like, "Well, you have to step back because I'm 20 feet, bro." I mean, I've watched cops walk across the street, come across a field, and jump in this guy's face, say, "Hey, I need to see your ID." And the dude is like, "Pound salt, you ain't getting my ID. What's wrong with you?" I need to know who I'm dealing with. What does that matter? I said, "Who are you supposed to be? The gang in blue?"
That's what a lot of them are. I'm not going to say all, because not all cops are bad, but a lot of them are the gang in blue.
Like I remember this guy, Detective Matt Horton. He has a YouTube channel. If you saw him in his street clothes, you would think he was a cholo.
Detective Matt Horton? I've never heard of him.
He has a YouTube channel. He does a lot of shorts. Once you click on it, it's like you can never stop watching him, because he's kind of like, wait a minute, why are you policing with your feelings? The person hasn't broke the law. If you didn't see it, you didn't hear it. It's not actually breaking the law. Unless you could find some sort of proof to it. And I was like, damn, that guy's right. I said, let me look more into this.
I'm looking him up on my other phone. Detective. Did you say detective, right?
Yeah, Detective Matt Horton. I think it's one word.
Detective. Now, if I wasn't, I would normally be able to go faster if I wasn't Detective Matt Horton. You can go ahead and keep talking.
Yeah. This guy, I mean, it's a lot of the time.
I found him. Yeah.
I mean, sometimes you see stuff that just boils your blood, and you just like. There was a guy, and he actually, I think he reacted to this, but there was a video by Lackluster, and there was a little boy riding a little motorized bicycle, and the cops were, and somebody called the cops on him, and that person that called the cops on him said that there was a gun involved, so the cops came down there, and this is like a 15-year-old. And some dude had threatened to kick his tail, and we didn't actually get the whole story on the clip that I saw. I watched it a long time ago. And what happened was the cops came to the door, knocked on the door because they didn't catch anybody in the act. They knocked on the door, and the guy comes out. And of course, I never answer door with the police, but that's another subject. But he walks out, and what happened was, sorry, I'm clicking through stuff.
That's okay.
Anyway, he comes outside, and he asked the cops to identify themselves. Say, hey, what's your name and badge number? He has his phone, says I'm recording, for my safety. And they were recording as well. So, you had 3 recordings all going on at the same time. There's 2 officers at the start of it. And the guy wanted us to basically try to quote unquote assert dominance on him, which is one of those things that just really annoys me because I don't like
I hate that.
And so the guy says, okay, fine. They started talking to him, and he's like, yes. First, let's start off from the beginning. Unless the cops come up and say you're under arrest, you have no legal obligation to answer the questions. And the guy was courteous. He shook one of their hands. He says, okay, what's your name? And he's like, then the guy responds with, what's your name and badge number? You're a peace officer. Your job is, okay, fine. This is who I am. This is who I am. And we're going to have a polite conversation, or you can ask me to leave and I'll leave. But, if I have to come back, I'm going to actually, we're going to have the conversation again or not, because that's the liberty we give police officers. Well, when the officer tried to assert dominance, quote unquote, started ignoring his questions, which is very rude in a conversation. It's like, if I ask you a question, you should actually answer my question, and then you could have a response after that. But he decided to ignore the response and just start asking him questions about his son. And the guy was like, okay, I'm done. And he grabs the door, starts to walk back into his house, and the cops grab him. You're like, wait a minute.
What?
Yes.
That's wrong.
That's not all of it. The 15-year-old was taught well by his father about the law. And so he yells for his son to come down and grab his camera, and he started to record it. The father's camera falls, his phone falls, and the son had his own camera. And the son is just like, yo, I don't know who you guys think you are, but I'm going to record this. And the cops started to get up in his face like they're trying to intimidate him. He says, oh, yeah, this is a child they're doing this to. And he's like, look, get out of my personal space. I'm going to record this. And they're like, step back. He says, I'm not going to step back. I'm on my property. And dad is flipping out, right? Now, he's not going crazy, but he's basically giving him the business, if you were. Because, he's actually right.
He didn't do nothing wrong.
Yeah,
he didn't commit no crime. He wasn't a threat.
And so the cops, when they were wrestling with dad before they can pull him out of the house, they went back to the house. They went back in, and the son follows them with the camera. He says, wait a minute, what are you guys doing? You ain't going in there. And the dude's like, we left your camera in there. If the son would have said, look, if you walk in that house, you're going to be a trespasser. Because in order to get that camera back, they actually have to ask for it. And if they don't ask, they have to go to court. You can't just kick the door in and
Sure can't. There's no probable cause.
Yep. And I mean, oh well, I left my camera in your house. That's your problem. I'll mail it to your station. I'm like, I don't give a damn about all this nonsense. I'm just like, look, they can say whatever they want. There was a legal process to get your property back.
So yep, sure is. Yeah.
And the whole thing was they walk into the house, they get their camera, and these dudes are still talking crap to them. Now, fast forward, this is, I think, 2019 this happened, and the video was dated 2021, and the cops were let go. They were supposed to do some kind of training class, or they could be let go, and they didn't finish the classes, so they were fired, and the son and the father were now suing them.
Good. I have one that I saw like a day or two ago, and it was really good. The adult son was autistic. and he can't talk. And do
Mm.
you know they took him off of his property? They tased him and knocked him to the ground. And the dad came outside, and the dad was going off, and they didn't show, the I didn't see it. It's a YouTube short. And then, when I didn't get to see, which I'm glad, because I wouldn't have wanted to see that, autistic person. And they said, he was roaming around the neighborhood. He said he was on his property, and the dad was going off, and rightfully so. And he said, "My son's dirty. What did you do to him?" And I was so upset. That really ticked me off.
Because you remember how it was back in the day when an officer did something wrong, and of course there was no evidence of it. The police would just put him on desk duty and not actually charge him with anything. Maybe give him a reprimand or something like that. And now that we have video that we can circulate around ourselves, because the media would move on to another topic.
Of course.
Now we could send video to each other, and then you have people calling them up like, "Yo, fam, what's going on here?" They'll be like, "Hey, Mr. Mayor, you better do something about this. Hey, we're going to bring lawsuits. We're going to do this." And then they started firing cops. They started firing cops quick in some cases.
I remember. Yep, it sure did.
There was this one lady who she worked I think she worked a 12-hour or 14-hour shift, and she forgot where she was supposed to go. She was going home. She lived in the same apartment building with this guy.
Oh, I know what you're talking about. That was so sad, but go ahead.
He's sitting there he's sitting there watching television in the dark, maybe watching a movie or whatever, and she's screaming at him. He probably has headphones on because he didn't close his door. And she saw the door was slightly ajar, so she pushes the door open, which is wrong. The first thing you do is call the cops. And
exactly.
These are small mistakes that happen. He didn't secure his home, and so anybody could have walked in. And she should have. The first thing she did is she noticed her door was ajar. Call for backup. They could have had 2-3 cops to back her up, because when a woman calls in, "Hey, I got a problem," that could be physical or deadly. The guys come running because they know she can't handle it because she's a woman.
Exactly.
And she would have been like, "Oh, damn, this is not my apartment. You know what? My bad." And they would have laughed about it. Everybody would have. She would have went back home and went to sleep. It would have been no problem. But she decides to open the door, starts screaming at some guy sitting on his couch. She didn't even know she was in her own place, and she shoots him dead.
Yeah, because he was eating ice cream. I remember this. It was very, very sad. It was very sad. That was an innocent man. I believe he was an accountant.
Minding his own damn business.
Yep, minding his own business in his own place.
And we'll make
she was the interloper.
The trespasser.
Yeah.
And the whole thing was people were pissed off because there was this black lady just rubbing her head because she got fired quick too. And because that's just bad policing, to be honest.
It was. She didn't have no business being the police. And it's like, what kind of human being are you that you're just going to start shooting? It's like, I'm shaking my head over here, but yeah.
I think she did 8 or 10 years or something like that. She probably would have got 4 or 5 good behavior, but
oh yeah, yep, sure did. And whatever it wasn't enough.
Like female cops are really dangerous. This is even before I knew about before I even knew about how violent they were. I shouldn't say violent, but how quick they'll go to deadly force. It was like
that's true. You're right about that.
I'm a young black man in the 90s. I'm jogging home because it's the funny part is if you jog downhill, walk uphill, you'll get home in half the time. And so I'm just minding my business, and I'm going back towards I'm going home, and there's a 7-Eleven that's on my direction that I'm going to. I haven't even reached it yet. I'm like 5 miles. No, I'm about maybe a mile or 2 away, and I'm walking down the street, and she passed me 3 times. I saw her pass me. I didn't think nothing of it. I never had bad interaction with the police until then, and I'm just sitting there jogging along. And I'm walking down on the flat part of the street. I come into the light. She pulls over to me. She tells me to stop. And she's asking me 20 questions. Normally now, like, look, I ain't got time to talk to you. I'm going home. I'm tired of this shit. But then I didn't know anything about the law. And she's asking me 20 questions. And I have my book in my sleeve. you know, because it would fall out of my pocket. So I said, you know, let me put it in here. I'm going to be running. And I had my trolley ticket in there. And she was saying, you know, do you have anything that tells me where you were, you know, a couple hours, where you were when I said I had a trolley ticket? And I'm trying to pull my book out of my sleeve. I can't pull it through the sleeve because the sleeve is so small. And I'm trying to reach in there and grab it. And I noticed at the corner of my eye, because I'm struggling to get this out because I normally take a jacket off. And
yeah.
I'm sweating from jogging, and the book sticks to my arm. So I gotta loosen it up just to get my arm down there and grab it. And I noticed at the corner of my eye that she grabs her gun. And I look up at her like,
oh my God.
Oh yeah, this wasn't the first time that this has happened. You know, another time I'm walking down the street, you know, going home, and what was it? They said that there was the same sheriff's department, and I kind of was a bit understanding because I'm like, look, man, black folks do a lot of dirt. I fit the description no matter what happens. Because
I hate that phrase, fit the description, but go ahead.
But hey, what are you gonna do? I'm tall, skinny, and black. I mean, how else can you figure it out? It's like they say, what does he look like? As a matter of fact, the guy had a red shirt on, black pants. Now I had on a black shirt, red pants, and they stopped me. And I remember they held me up there, and then another car brought the witness up there, and they're like, no, that's not him. And this is okay, fine, have a nice day. I didn't think nothing of it. It was kind of like, well, you know, black folks create a lot of crime. Well, what you want me to do about that?
That's true. But one thing I don't like about fit the description, my brother, that's the truck driver. He used to was one time he did bad stuff, but he changed his life around. Anyway, they stopped him one time when he was still working for another company before he became an owner operator.
Yeah.
When he was, because CR England, I know you've heard of them.
Yeah, I'll never work for them, but okay.
But yeah, but he used to work for them. Anyway, he was heading in to go, pick up his load. No, he was heading in, I think, to grab his truck. Either way it goes, they stopped him and said he fit the description. Now, this brother isn't the one that's 6'4", it's my other brother. This brother's tall, though.
Yeah.
Anyway, the guy that they were looking for was shorter, darker, and had different clothes on. But my brother fit the description.
Yeah, I kind of leave that alone as far as getting mad, because it's like, okay, fine. Let's say they say he had a black jacket on and blue jeans. Okay, well, what if he took the jacket off, threw it somewhere, and he's walking around with a white t-shirt on? Hey man, it wasn't me. Like, nah, fam, that was you. We got you on camera. I'm sort of like, I understand this. My thing is, if you put hands on me, put the cuffs on me, once the cuffs go on, there ain't no more talking anymore. Now we're going to get lawyers involved.
Exactly. Like I said, the main thing I don't like about fit the description is because a lot of times, they act like we all look alike, and we don't.
Well, to some people we do. Well, think about it like this. Let's say there's an armed robbery, and you're a black man, and let's say you're 5'6" and you're a little bit fat, and you're like, okay, fine, you got blue on. A lot of black men wear blue jeans, and you're like, you know what? Maybe it's a partial description. What if they get things wrong? Just imagine trying to remember what a car looked that passed you a minute ago out of the thousands of cars that may have passed you. It's kind of hard to get an accurate description. So I'm kind of like, okay, fine.
I understand that. I get you there. Yeah, okay.
But my thing, when they start saying, let me see your ID, I'm like, what do you need my ID for? What crime?
Exactly.
The only way the police have power over you is if you broke the law. Like, well, you didn't see me break the law. You don't have somebody pointing their finger at you. Hey, he broke the law. Nah, you just hear somebody that calls on the phone, because I'm gonna tell you, you already know this, but people love to lie.
I get there. Yes, sir.
You remember when what was his name? The big Magilla gorilla dude down there in Sanford, Missouri, one of the two. And what happened was, this guy robbed somebody. A cop went looking for him, and he punched Officer Wilson in the eye, tried to take his gun, and Officer Wilson, he filled his lead deficiency. And you go ahead and look at what happened at right around the same time. The media was so focused on that one, where there was another guy who's in a Walmart talking to his daughter on the phone, and his mother, meaning his the baby's grandmother, were on the phone. And he's walking through Walmart, just talking to them, just spacing out. And he picks up a plastic gun that was sitting there. It wasn't wrapped or anything like that. And there's another guy that calls 911. And they synced up the videos, because if you're in Walmart, you got 4 or 5 cameras looking at you at every second.
Sure do.
And what happened was, he was saying this guy was pointing his gun at people, and the video clearly says that he's not doing that. And what happened was, cop comes in, gun ready to fire, not just holding it, like, all right, there could be a gun battle going on. I gotta be strapped up, I gotta be ready to fight. But he's pointing the gun. Basically, if you put a gun up to your cheek, you're basically giving yourself tunnel vision. It's very hard to see your periphery if you're looking down the sights. Well, anyway, he's going there ready to fire, turns a corner, shoots a guy.
Oh my God, did he die?
Oh, killed him quick. I mean, the guy did not know the cop was there, in my estimation, because he never looked over in his direction, and the gun muzzle never came up. And well, this was such a bad shoot, it wasn't even funny. Well, the cop came around, and you literally can't even get to 1/100 before the guy starts reacting to getting shot. That's how quickly the cop came around. Bam, bam, bam. I don't know how many rounds he put in, and he killed him, because Walmart doesn't have video audio, if I got it right. Well, what happened was, he killed him. And there were 2 people that lost their life that day. The man that got shot, and the mother that he claimed was walking by. She had a heart attack and died.
Oh my God, are you for real?
For a fake 911 call. And
That's terrible.
Far as I know, I don't know if that guy was punished. I haven't even heard of it. Maybe I want to look for it one day. But the whole
Do you know what state that was in?
Ohio.
Oh, my birth state. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, and it was such a bad shoot, but the media were focused on Sanford. They were like, and you had the pro wax going out there, just angry at the cops, and you're just like, wait a minute, hold on a second. It's like Trayvon Martin. When I'm around black folks, I'll be honest, I will troll a little bit, just a little bit. But the whole thing was, Trayvon Martin decided to put his hands on a grown man and got his lead deficiency filled. And it was one thing the way the media reported it. They said, oh, well, he was by his car, and then they weren't there, and he chased after them, ran him down, and shot him. Wait a minute. That don't even sound right. I said, if that was the case that he did, why was he screaming? And his mother tried to say, this is Trayvon Martin's mother, the one who created this monster, because, she was a single mother. And when he was 17 years old, mama can't control him. She gonna send him back with dad, and dad punished him, quote unquote. He put him on restriction. Obviously, he wasn't listening to dad, but that's another subject. Well, there was a forensic scientist said, look, when Zimmerman shot him, the bullet went through his shirt because he was hanging over him. There was an eyewitness to this, as far as before the shot was fired, there was an eyewitness to this, and he was on Hannity and Combs 2 days later. But that's another subject. We don't want to get into details that actually make sense. Well, anyway, I'm watching the trial, and they said the bullet passed through his shirt, went into his body, and it nicked the artery, and the arterial spray sprayed the inside of the shirt. Just from the spray pattern, they were like, look, he was on top of him, and he shot him. There's no other way you could look at it.
I didn't know that.
Because if you watch the news media, you got a 180-degree spin on what actually happened. The state never made a case. And you're kind of like, how is this possible? And you're like, well, they always want to stoke that fear of white people being so evil. And I'm like, I've been in states where there's probably not a black person for 100 miles. Nobody looks at me crazy. If anything, they smile at me, look at me like I'm some oddity, which is hilarious because,
And they're probably looking more at you too because you're tall.
Yeah, that too. That was the second thing. Like, kids always stare at me, like especially toddlers. like when they're like 2 years old. I remember this one little boy. He was trying to look at my face, and he was standing right next to me, and he was looking back. He had his head back so far he almost topples over. The guy at Subway saw it. I saw it, and we both started laughing. And Mom's looking clueless. She's trying to order. She's like, "I'm trying to feed this little monster. What are you talking about?" We were just laughing a little bit, because people aren't, the racist people in the world, or racist people in the United States, are black folks. And
I'm inclined to agree with you there, because there's a lot. I discovered that in my early 20s about the racist black folk.
Yeah, and it's like, I think a lot of black folks pick the most racist person to hate, and they became just like him. You know what I'm saying? It's like the person never existed. They've never met a person as racist as they perceive a lot of white people, because Friedrich Nietzsche had said, be careful who you choose as an enemy, for you will become just like him. So you have a lot of black folks that hate white people, and that's going to get a reaction. And a lot of white folks aren't going to jump in your face and call you names. That there are some that will, and some will beat the fuck out of you for it. But that's another subject. Here's another thing: you could be a racist white guy, and other white guys will beat your ass. That's one most black folks don't know. Like white people do not like racists, just like we don't like racists, even though a lot of us are racist. But that's another subject. The whole thing is black folks should be racist, and it's like we're totally clueless on what white people think about it, and their reaction. You see a lot of it online because you're nameless and faceless, and so they just troll black folks all day.
Yeah.
Because you'll see a lot of black folks doing a lot of fuck shit, tearing up stuff, rioting, and then somebody will say, "Well, why are they like this?" I'm like, no, those are ghetto folks. We are different than them. I no longer
exactly degenerates. They're degenerates, but yet those are the ghetto degenerates. Yep.
It's like being mad at all Muslims because a lot of the jihadis get into people's country and they start doing fuck shit. Because it's like some of them think that we're just like there's even a lot of Europeans that think that America is just another European colony. I'm like, nah, we're not Australia.
No, we sure aren't.
We're a little different, and all that nonsense you guys put up with, we won't.
Yeah, and how a lot of black, what you were just talking about, how a lot of black folks will turn around and and say and think that all white people are racist. For almost almost the first 15 years of my life, I lived in predominantly a white neighborhood.
Yep.
And my best friends, boys and girls, were white.
Yep.
And as an adult, my best job opportunities have been from white people.
Yep.
The best pay has been from white people.
Yep. And we know why, right? They'll talk about stuff like the white supremacy is new. And when I mean new, that's like in the last 3, 4, 5 years it came up with this nonsense. And I'm kind of like, what's white supremacy? Never get an answer.
And don't you, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but don't you hate how the blackity blacks will turn around and act like we're still in slavery times? It's like, come on, dude, you've never been a slave.
It's like the only black folks that they'll acknowledge are rappers and actors. And the thing about it is that the guys in the business world make a ridiculous amount of money. They pay these entertainers to come entertain them. It'd be the weirdest thing. Like what's that guy named Robert something or other? He gave I think he gave like $400 million or something like that to a bunch of college students to free them from the debt that they were going to have for the rest of their life.
I remember that. That was a beautiful thing. That was a beautiful man. And God's gonna bless him. I don't know if you believe in God or not or whatever, but to me that was a beautiful thing. He did it for the young black men, because there's always all this stuff. Black girls rock. Let's do this for the girls. Let's do this. Let's do that. And then it's like, it pisses me off, because it's like, what more annoys me, because it's like, what about the black boys?
Yeah, they really want to sabotage them. That's just how they roll. And what made it so funny, if you're going to pay off somebody's college debt, I'm not a big fan of charity for charity's sake, to look good.
I agree.
My thing is, I like win-win. Me being me, if had I been in a position, and that's a lot of work to get there, but what happened to, hey man, I'll pay your college debt, you come work with me for about 5 years.
Exactly. Oh man, shoot, I would have jumped on that. But that's a great idea. Yeah.
I mean, I don't know his type of business. I don't know if he's in Hollywood, but it's like you get 100 guys to come work for you. You might get 20 of them that'll be there for the rest of their lives, depending on your business.
That's true too. You treat them right. You pay them a good salary, and give them the opportunity for growth.
Mm-hmm.
And you got an employee for life. That's very true.
I remember when I started driving a truck, I started at Swift, and I usually tell people to go.
I've heard of Swift. I've heard of them.
I usually tell people to go through Swift. The deal that I got was too sweet for me to ignore. They were going to charge me, I think it was like it was either $1,000 or I think it was $1,000 just to go through their schooling, and they were going to send me to a
$1,000. That's it.
I think it was about $1,500, something like that. And they said,
a good price. But go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
They said, we're going to take out a little bit every month until you pay it off like a year later or 18 months or whatever it was. Well, I didn't have the $100 or $200 or whatever it is, because you have to make people pay for stuff or they won't respect it. And
that's true. That's true.
So you come in, and I think it was like $100 or $150 just to hold your seat, basically your down payment into your tuition. And I went over there, and they at this time their whole deal was like, look, because they really needed drivers really badly, because they had thousands of drivers that quit because nobody wants to drive a 60 mile an hour truck. They were like, damn that. But anyway, the whole deal was they were desperate for drivers, and they said, all right, here's the deal. We'll go ahead and pay for your schooling. We'll pay for your lodging, and we'll pay for lunch. And they said, we'll do that if you do a year with us. I was like, yo, I was there for 8 years. And they pissed me off after a while, and I bounced after that. But it was actually, I didn't realize how much I disliked working there. But I was like, I'm looking at the competition. It's like, yo, I can go to another company, get paid an extra penny or two a mile, and it's like I'm going to be driving a truck that's a little bit faster, but I'm not making that much more money. And I'd say about 10 years ago, the trucking industry did a major change. Like I'm guessing that they got a bunch of what do you call those things? Consultants. That's what it was. And they were like, yo, your truck is sitting every day for a whole day, and you're running your engines, and you're gonna burn fuel, and they're not doing anything. You're just sitting there. And they used to blame the drivers for that. Well, you shouldn't be idling so much. And we're like, I've been here for 3 days. There was a terminal that if you came into the office, there was a board that said how many trucks are sitting in whatever part of the country. There have been times where I'm sitting in Laredo for like a day and a half, and there were 500 trucks down there with me.
Wow, 500?
Yeah, this is all from one company. And
wow.
And what made it so bad is I told them, hey, move my truck. And I called them on because I was a lease operator then. And I said, move my truck up to Dallas. I am not sitting here any longer. And so I bobtailed up, and the moment I went out there, they sent me a plan. And I'm sitting there like, this is ridiculous. You got all these trucks down here. Why are they sitting? So I'm assuming a consultant came by and was like, look, your trucks are running anywhere on average from 7,000 to 8,000 miles a month.
Mm-hmm.
They can make a profit that way. But it's like, look, we understand that the price of fuel is going up. You need to use your trucks more efficiently. And they said, look, you need to start getting your trucks closer to 10,000 miles a month, and you'll make some serious money. And so that's what they did. They started to computerize the planning system. They started to give all kinds of aids to planners, so the planners could say, okay, I got 5, let's say they got 5 trucks, and they may have 6 loads. And they say, okay, you know what I'll do? I'll go ahead and put 2 plans on one truck and a plan on all the other trucks. And Sometimes they might put 2 plans on 2 trucks, and then they have 1 truck in reserve in case one falls through or whatever it is.
Oh, okay.
And a lot of companies started to say, okay, wait a minute, we can make more money if the trucks drive more. Drivers want to drive more. I mean, if there was I'd say about 60 to 70% of drivers would have no problem driving 15,000 miles a month. For those of you not in the trucking industry, you start saying 15,000 miles times, well, at the time it was like 35 cents a mile. Now you start thinking about it. When you get past 10,000, I should probably put out a calculator for this, but you start saying, 15,000 times 30 cents a mile. You start talking some serious money right then. You're like, wait a minute, because drivers at the time were driving between 7,000 and 8,000 miles. Now imagine doubling that. I think 7,000 or 8,000 miles is just about $500 a week to the driver. That's what he gets paid. Now imagine doubling that. And then and then when they lowered then Trump came by and lowered the corporate tax. He cut it almost in half. And of course, you have people like Rubio would argue against, like, look, fam, you just go on and cut that thing down to 0 or 10%. The Democrats couldn't do anything. And all of a sudden, you had a roaring economy that went on. Now, just thinking about what Joey and his merry band of idiots did, they decided to really print money like crazy to take all of that economic momentum out of the economy.
They're idiots. They're idiots.
Yep. Imagine we got about 2 or 3 years raises in 2 or 3 months, because they were the company I work for were working very hard to keep drivers that drive. They say, look, if another company's going to raise you up 5 or 6 or 10 cents a mile, we got to match that in some way.
Mm-hmm.
So they're like, okay, we got to do something, and they turn the trucks up, and a lot of companies are going faster. There's a lot of companies when I started were driving 60 mile an hour down the road, and for whatever reason they didn't realize that drivers can pull out calculators and start saying, hold on a second, why am I an hour when I could go over to another company that's doing 68 mile an hour or 70, and they're going to pay me more per mile, and I'm going to drive more miles. It's a win-win for me if I leave.
Yeah.
A lot of companies are making this calculation. They're like, okay, we need to keep our drivers. Let's give them a raise. And they gave us multiple raises because, they had a whole lot of cash. The corporate taxes in half. And then when Joey comes in, they're like, okay, we got to do something to slow this economy down, because you can make money, meaning if you're a government official or one of these people, these companies that work off these government contracts, by hurting the economy. The competition falls off. Think about if you have a grocery store and there are, let's say, 3 in the area, and all the prices of your goods and services, let's say they go up by 30 or 40%. In some cases, they've tripled. Because I used to buy TV dinners for like I think $1.50 at Walmart. Now they're $4, and that's going to hurt families, especially single mothers.
That's very true. That's true.
And so what happens is,
but they don't care. But go ahead. I'm sorry.
Oh yeah. Now think about this. Now you want to knock off the competition, so then you could raise prices later and make the money, because people have nowhere to go when one of the companies go out of business. Like a lot of Safeways closed in Southern California.
I remember Safeway.
Safeway still exists, but there's not a lot of them down here. There might be in Southern California. I don't think there are that many. There might be 1 or 2, if anything. And then you have all the other ones that people think that, most people don't realize. Vaughn's, Albertsons, Safeway was another brand of them, if I got it right. Save-On was the other one. They're all under one company. Like, you go in a grocery store, 2 or 3 companies own everything in the store.
Yep, that's true.
You go to Walmart, it's a bunch of companies. I mean, it's like Walmart is like a smaller version of Amazon, even though Amazon doesn't have as many stores, but they just have warehouses all over the place.
They sure do. And they're steady opening up new ones.
Yep, they don't have enough warehouse space. Because I always liken Walmart, or not Walmart, but I liken Amazon to a swap meet. It's just digital.
That's true. That's true. And I love Amazon. I'm not going to lie.
Yeah, I'm one of the Amazon lovers. I love Amazon. And people keep talking about how Amazon is doing this, and I'm like, yo, what's the alternative? I mean, remember Yellow Cab?
Yeah, I remember Yellow Cab.
If Yellow Cab would have basically did what a lot of other companies started to do and bite the idea of Uber, there wouldn't be a Uber or Lyft.
I agree, sir. I agree.
Yellow Cab was that big. They were everywhere. They were in every city, state, even in the small cities. And then when,
that's true.
When they were gone, it's like Uber took over. I mean,
with a roaring force. Uber doesn't play.
And Uber will have really cheap prices. You know, they were literally doing what I was saying about the grocery analogy. You have to compete or you're going to die.
That's true. That's true.
And a lot of companies they'll expand before they start making a profit, and then when they do make a profit, it looks huge, and then people realize their cost is ridiculous. You know, grocery stores, they're under 10% margin, meaning if they sell you something for $10, they might make a dollar on that.
Oh, that's true. That they have a very low margin. That's a really tough business.
It's really frustrating to watch it happen, and you know who does this? Government. Every time you turn around, the biggest problem companies have, especially grocery companies, are government. They keep trying to drag our standard of living down to the Europeans.
But that's not right. But no, you're right.
I mean, I love my European friends. I mean, I think they're the coolest people ever, but it's like the American standard of living is the envy of the world. And then I've had people say, oh, the standard of living in Europe is better than America. And I'm like, I don't know what you're talking about, fam. You want to talk about a good, a market, a civilization is better than ours. It's never been created. I mean, I had to tell him, I'm like, look, our per capita per person is higher than the rest of the world. You know, you might have places like Kuwait, Singapore, because Singapore is very clean. I'm gonna tell you like that. But never been there, but I keep watching videos of it. I'm like, holy shit, looks like a big, small Japan. And what's the other one that makes a lot? Brunei, they make a lot of money. Especially a lot of the Gulf states, the really small ones, they have a very high per capita income, and they import their workers. And, you know, sometimes they really screw their workers over, but, you know, sometimes it gets, you know, the whole slavery thing. But for the most part, you have
a slavery thing.
Oh yeah, it's kind of big outside the United States, and people don't realize it.
That's sad. But I'm thinking back. You're right, because I saw a documentary before about China where they were screwing them people. And China ain't no third world country.
China will screw their own people.
Yeah, they were. I saw a good documentary a few years back, and it was sad.
Yeah, I always worry about talking about China because China they'll come back at you later. I mean,
China's wonderful. We love China. And do you know, I love their language because it's a beautiful art, and I wanted to go there one day, but I think I'll pass on China.
Yeah, there's a lot of countries I'll make a pass on. I mean, there are some countries that if you have bullets, you know, in your bag or something like that, you will spend.
Here's a person got arrested. They face up to 12 years in prison.
Yep,
that's crazy.
I'm like, okay, countries like that, I may not go in there. Like when Obama was president, we had a Marine that was this is down in San Diego. He had drove the wrong way, and it is very, very, very easy to get stuck in going into Mexico. I mean,
okay,
because there's one turnaround, and if I got it right, I mean, and when I say there's an exit where there's a business park, you're not stone's throw, you're about maybe a quarter mile from the border, and that's the last exit. And I live here, and I work really hard not to go past that. I'll stop on the shoulder, call the cops. I'm not going to play like that. I am not driving into Mexico under any circumstances. Now, having said that, this guy went in there, and this is Obama was president, and he was over there for like a couple of weeks like that. You know, I'd have called up the Marine Commandant, go get that fucking Marine back here and get him today. That would have been the conversation. And, you know, there'd have been a whole lot of Marines on the border and said, look, we want that guy.
I think I remember something about this. They kept him because he was a Marine and he had a gun and stuff.
Well, he was a really trusting American. Like he went over there, and he's kind of like, hey, I'm going the wrong way. And, they literally write laws in the United States that if you have a firearm, you need to tell the authorities when you're stopped. And he probably never got in trouble, not realizing that the police are not your friends. And so they took his weapons, they probably confiscated his car, and they threw him in jail. And this guy has PTSD.
Wow.
Yeah, because there's one exit. There's a road. If you go down, it's I-905. Why they call this Interstate 905 is ridiculous. Yeah, I think it's California 905. But anyway, this guy, I'm just trying to say how nerve-wracking it is, because there's a lot of traffic. There's a lot of people who work or who live over there and work over here.
That's true. That's very true.
They get that American dollar, they go right across the border to spend it. You're not supposed to legally be able to do that because, I'm not sure if they pay taxes, but that's another subject. The whole thing was, it's very hard. If you're in the left lane and you pass the last exit, and the last exit's the commercial exit to go to this business park. And you never want to park there overnight because they will break into your car.
Wow.
I used to drive for 2 companies that had terminals down there, and there was one street you were fine as a truck driver to park on that street because nobody would bother you, because the Border Patrol literally, because the Tijuana airport's on the other side of the back fence. There's like a little road between it. And it might be like, maybe like we're talking, you're at the end of the runway or something like that, and we're talking maybe a quarter mile from that fence there's Mexico. And so the Border Patrol, they ride around there a lot on ATVs. And so the illegals don't really mess around there, because you will see the Border Patrol every time you go down there. They had a heavy presence. So you had no problem going to sleep down there. And,
okay.
I mean, I don't go down there no more because, Border Patrol's being Border Patrol. And so there was another part. You park down there, you could get your car broken into. Because, you got people that come over from Mexico legally, or people that live in the United States and that they got a house in Mexico, they got family in Mexico, and they go back and forth, and they say, hey, if I run over here, nothing's gonna happen.
That's true. And I look at To Catch a Smuggler, so I see a lot about the border stuff.
Mm-hmm. I mean, I love I used to love YouTube. I mean, I used to think it was such a great place to hang out and and watch videos, and you could see the world through other people's eyes, and you could see how people look at you, being an American, and it was always interesting to me, right? And then not too long ago, YouTube started this real heavy censorship, and they would delete my comments.
That's true. That's true. That's true.
And my thing was like, okay. My thing was, if I came to your channel and I make a comment, now my rules for myself are I don't curse at anybody and I don't insult them. I mean, the worst word I'll call somebody is a genius. I'm being sarcastic. And the whole thing was, they would have, what was it? I'll be saying something to somebody and I'll be owning their asses. And what would happen is the YouTube censors would delete my comments. And, there would be people like, man, why don't you say something back? I'm like, they deleted my comments. Now, if I came to your channel and you deleted my comments because you didn't like what I said, my first thing is to unsubscribe and never talk about you. And anytime your channel comes up as some sort of suggestion, I just say, do not recommend. And I'll never see you again. No biggie. There's a content creator that did that to me. And I was like, okay, bro, I got you. And I wasn't saying anything crazy.
Wow.
Yeah, so anytime I see his face, it's like, yo, fam, we ain't cool. Like, if he were to hop on the stream right now, I wouldn't talk to him. And if he did say something to me, I would give him a piece of my mind, but that's another subject. I believe in the free speech. So what happened is they started to delete my comments a lot. Well, like if I had 10 comments, they would delete 9 of them. And I'm like, oh, I got you.
Wow.
So anything I was paying YouTube, I stopped it. And then I used to watch it would literally, YouTube would be on like background noise around me. So I'd be having it on for 80 or 90 hours a week. It dropped down to 2 hours a week. And the 2 hours is because I would be listening to Kuda. And I've been telling them for the longest to come over to Rumble. And of course, and what happened was all of a sudden, because what they would do is you'll subscribe to somebody. Let's say you subscribe to Kuda, and YouTube says, we don't like this dude, so we're not gonna tell your audience where he's at. So if he goes live, you don't know it. And I was like, how do you do that? Okay, you know what? F it. I'll go over to Rumble. Rumble was sending me notification after notification after notification. And I said, fine. I went over to Rumble. I was having a ball over there. There's not a lot of people over there compared to YouTube because, you know, the stupid people are over here. Yeah, because there's literally not a lot of back and forth on Rumble, but Rumble is set up to have a back and forth, and YouTube's not going to come in and put their thumb on the scale. I mean, I'm to the point now. If YouTube kills kill all my emails and all that kind of stuff, cool. I'll just move on to another one. I mean, I still have an email. I had it before I even knew what YouTube was. Probably before YouTube was a thing. And my whole thing about it, I still have this email. I still use it every day. And if they kill everything, I don't give a shit. I'm gonna go about my day. Because I'm that person. Like if you slap me, I'm gonna pick up a stick and beat you with it. And it's like when I stopped watching YouTube, and I think I stopped watching YouTube for like a month and a half, and Kuda was like it was Kuda, Replicant Fish, and I think there was one other person I would watch. I didn't watch anybody else. I was like, look, if you're not on Rumble, I'm not gonna watch you. And so I'll be over there watching streams that don't have any interruptions, and because they did that for a little while and found out people didn't like it, but that's another subject. And I was over there and I kept telling people, yo, fam, just come over to Rumble. Rumble is straight. And there are a lot of content creators that put a little bit of their content over there and then they don't do anything. And guess what happened? Oh, by the way, I turned off all my notifications.
Oh, wow.
Anything from YouTube, I turned it off completely. And I would check back on YouTube every now and then. This is why I never catch the beginning of Kuda's streams unless I'm sitting here. I'm actually sitting in my very comfortable chair right now. And if I don't see, because I'll look and it'll have the amount of videos that have been uploaded or the live shows or whatever it is, that will be up on the little bell, and I'll go ahead and click that on and look see if he's on, and then I'll go ahead and catch the show. But this is why I'm so late all the time, because I'm like, look, I'm done. I'm like, you guys pissed me off for the last time, and this went on for about a month and a half, and then all of a sudden, all my notifications came back. They stopped.
Really?
Yeah, they stopped deleting my comments because you have somebody that's watching like 80 or 90 hours a week, not a month, but a week, and it drops down to 2. You got a problem.
Oh, yeah, that's true. That's very true, sir.
I am not the only one that does that because people get tired of being fucked with.
That's true. That's true. I only been on Rumble, excuse me, once or twice. I didn't really like it. I haven't given it a chance though.
They had a last update about maybe a month ago. It's a little bit different now than what it was, let's say, a year ago. Because it was a bit clunky for a while. It was like it's gonna get better, but I'm just like, yo, if somebody goes live, you get the notification. Somebody drops a video, you get the notification. If you say something to somebody, they're not gonna delete your comment. Because you don't have a bunch of college boys that have this idea, well, I'm gonna limit his speech because I don't like how he said the Democrats were the Klan. And I'm like, but the Democrats were the Klan. We know
they were. Yeah, they sure were.
Like
they sure were. And back in the day, majority of blacks were Republican.
Yeah. All like before they had this Democrat Black Congressional Congress, they had the Congressional Congress and they were all Republicans. Like the first black U.S. senator was not Barack Obama; it was Hiram Rhodes Revels. And it's hilarious how no one even picks up the internet and looks. Like I would tell people, look, they'll say something like, "You lost to a bunch of Vietnam farmers." I'm like, no, we didn't.
No, we didn't.
We bombed the shit out of their asses, and they came back to the negotiating table. And when Nixon got tired of their fuck shit, he told them, "Come back to the negotiating table, or there will be very serious consequences." And I keep telling people, look up Operation Linebacker 1, which proved we could destroy North Vietnam, and Operation Linebacker 2, which ended the war. Hate Nixon all you want, but he ended the war. And what happened was we pulled our troops out, and the Vietnamization, if you ever looked at a documentary about Vietnam, they only talk about part of it. They never actually explain the war from start to finish on television. I mean, if I was in a documentary making, that's one of the documentaries I would do, because there are so few of them. They only talk about them in parts. I mean, I would love to hear the fat electrician do a story on the Vietnam War, but he probably couldn't get it out. They would probably censor it in some fashion.
Yeah, they would. But I haven't seen a documentary on Vietnam. I'd be very interested to see that.
Yeah, I mean, what make it so bad is it's like debating the Constitution, and I don't think I'm that smart. I've had a couple of constitutions from Heritage. Heritage.org were giving them out for free back then. I mean, they're only like $10. You can buy them on Amazon. And I went and bought a leatherback copy because I don't know what it is about leatherback copy books. I used to love to read books. And if you look it up online, you look up any section of the Constitution, they will not post the entire Constitution for you.
Why not?
Because they want you to be ignorant.
Oh.
You say something like, the Second Amendment reads, a well-regulated militia necessary to the security of a free state. The right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. Now, where in there does it say that Congress gets to decide what firearm you get to buy? It doesn't.
Nope.
That would be an infringement when you start putting things off limits. And Congress was never put in charge of firearms. And yet they have the ATF. What does the ATF do but take people's rights away?
Yeah.
Like let's say you get into a fight, a bar fight, if you will. You could lose your right to purchase a firearm, especially in California.
Oh, sure. Yep, that's very true.
And it was so funny because they said, "Oh, you can't buy a firearm." I'm like, well, where did this amendment in the Constitution show up as? How did that come to be? Or if you look at remember when Joey was talking about those ghost guns? It's never been illegal to build a firearm in your home. And they were like, "Oh, well, you need to register your firearm." I says, "Who told you that lie?" An infringement on your Second Amendment rights. And I listened to this dude. What does he call himself? The Armed Scholar or something like that. I gotta look because that guy, he's actually pretty good, and he literally follows court cases.
Oh, okay.
I found this out that it's very hard for me to read and talk at the same time. It's absolutely hilarious.
I like looking at court cases. I got bored with it though after watching them for a while.
Yeah, with him, he gives you the Reader's Digest course, and okay, I'm not going to find it. I'm subscribed to over 400 people, and now think this through: 400 subscribe. I'm subscribed to 400 channels, and
yes,
I only get at the time I was only getting about maybe 10 or 15 notifications a day.
Wow.
Yeah. And people don't realize that a lot of people, okay, I just had it too. A lot of people do not like they don't like they say they don't like big companies, and I'm like, nah, they don't like Disney, they don't like Google, they don't like a lot of these big film companies because they keep trying to force people to live their lives in a way that they don't want to live. Okay, it's Armed Scholar, that's that guy. He gives you the Reader's Digest version, especially about cases involving knives and guns. I remember he was talking about this one guy that had a flare gun, for his own personal protection, because the left believed that you shouldn't have rights and that you should be attacked by their creations. This guy was homeless, and if I got it right, I think he had a flare gun, and I think he had 1 round or 2 rounds or something like that, or because he found it in a dumpster, he says. And they arrested him, and he got himself together, got off the drugs, turned his life around, and then he went to go buy a gun and says, "No, you're banned from ever having a gun." It's like, well, wait a minute. And so he took that court case to court, and it's taken years, and you hear a little bit and a little bit about it. And the Armed Scholar, he'll go ahead and point out, "Hey, look, this is a bad ruling." It goes from one court case to another. It'll go from I guess like a state court. He'll repeal it in the appeals. I forget what it is. I think it's circuit, then district, and then the Supreme Court might take it up. And there's a couple of different courts you go through in the circuit court. It takes years. and he's a lawyer.
What? Excuse me for interrupting you, but what state did this happen in?
I don't remember. That's how long ago it was.
Okay.
And the case hasn't been resolved.
Wow.
There was
terrible.
There was a problem, and there's a lot of Americans over the last 10 years are starting to figure out that law enforcement is not your friend. And so this one guy, this is back when he believed in, you do what's right. And so he goes into this museum, if I got it right. I might be wrong on this detail. And he goes in there and he realizes, oh, there's a no gun sign, because I guess it came in an entrance that didn't have the sign. Okay, fine. So he walks back, walks out, talks to a security guard and says, hey, I think it might have been a police officer. He's like, hey, where do I check my gun in? Just thinking, all right, you guys already have security, so we're all safe here. I don't need to carry my firearm if you guys say, hey, you can't carry firearms. And the guy said, okay, fine, get on the floor. And they arrested him right there.
Wow.
Just being a good American.
Wow.
Yeah. And it is so strange the way law enforcement is used to strip you of your rights. And people just say, no, you have to listen to the police. I'm like, no, I don't. You have to know the law better than them. And most of them are so focused on a few dozens of laws that they think about, they ignore the Constitution because it's never taught.
Nope, and they don't know it too, because I've seen it on YouTube Shorts.
You remember that court case not the court case, but the case I was telling you about the little 15-year-old boy and his father got arrested for
Mm-hmm.
One of the things that they had to do is take a constitutional course. This is in Park City, Utah.
Oh, okay. I've heard of Park City.
Yeah. I mean, I see it briefly as I drive by. It's like driving through Vail. I've been through Vail 100 times and I never stop. It's kind of weird. Because I'm in Denver. I'm in Denver, and then I'll deliver, pick up, or I'm passing through, and I go from Denver all the way to Fruitia, which is, I think it's like 200 miles away. That's where I'm going to stop. I'm not stopping on the side of a mountain. I'm going to pass.
Yeah, Vail is known for their skis. They're skiing.
Yeah.
In the winter.
I remember when I first went there, I'm driving down the road. Matter of fact, I was a pastor. This is when I was first learning how to drive. And I'm looking up. He's like, hey, they're skiing up there. And I'm looking up there like, holy crap. And I'm looking at the mountain like, that is a steep mountain. I mean, if it was a road, I'm like, nah, I wouldn't get on that road. I'll pass on that. And I remember during the summer times, people will whitewater raft right next to the interstate, and they'll be waving at you as you go by. And there's this, I think it's a hotel or some sort of resort, and there's always people swimming. Because, I'm driving along and I just notice these people off to the side standing there in their bikinis. I'm like, what is this? I'm in the middle of
They chilling.
Yeah. And the pool is usually empty if I go by there. Nobody's there. But it was one of those funny quirks about Colorado. Like I remember George W. I forgot what had happened in Colorado, but he called them hot tubbers. God, I miss George W. Man, he was funny. He's not as funny as Reagan, but he was funny. And the media tried to fact check him, and then they found out, oh, wait a minute, this part of Colorado has more hot tubs than anywhere else in the area or whatever it is. And I'm like,
okay,
it's cold up there. What do you expect? And what people would do is I remember that the snow that falls on your property is the property of the state of Colorado.
Say what?
Yes, the snow that falls on your property is the property of Colorado.
Get out of here. Are you joking?
Nope. Because what happened was people, because they had so many hot tubs up there, people would scoop snow, throw it in their hot tub, heat it up, and they got hot water for free. They didn't have to pay for it, right? Well,
oh my goodness. And so they penalize them for doing that. But go ahead, I'm sorry.
Like, how do you catch them? But what would happen is that snow melt, when the snow hits the ground, it melts, goes through aquifers and goes into the river. And the river feeds California, Colorado, Arizona, and Nevada. And it's all dammed up down there over there near. Oh God, I think it's not Mesquite, but it's near Lake Havasu City. That's where it's near. The Nevada side, I forget what's over there. But literally, when you're driving across, you don't cross the dam anymore. They used to allow trucks on it, but after 9/11, they barred trucks from driving it, and we had to do 100-mile dog leg around the dam, and we had to cross over at a smaller bridge. And now they have a bridge that's right up there, so you can't see it even from a semi. The dam itself, you'd have to park off in this little park and then walk back across like everybody else does, just to see the dam, which is kind of annoying.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I keep thinking about how beautiful the country is. I have footage, like a lot of it. I would show it, but it's like, nah, that's too shaky. I got to do something else. But I'm gonna start uploading videos. I don't know what I'm gonna talk about.
Oh, you should. I would watch your channel.
Yeah, it depends on what I'm gonna talk about. That's sort of the thing. Like imagine me talking about the Vietnam War like I just did, and it's like, it's kind of boring, man. I don't know. Just think about that.
It's not to me, but I wouldn't want your channel to get flagged right away.
Yeah, well, my thing is that was the whole thing about taking the video, because watching glowing circles is a bit boring. It's something you listen to in the background, and I'm like, I don't really want to watch people watch the glowing circle. I don't get on camera because my opinions are they're not popular. I mean, imagine how like some of these goofy broads would react when I would say something like, if I got a woman pregnant, right?
Mm-hmm.
She has my children, no biggie, we're together, and then she decides to break up with me and then hit me with child support. When she first comes up with the, hey, I'm gonna put you on child support, I says, look, you can either I can help take care of you, help take care of the baby, but let's not get crazy. Or you can go to child support, you can get more money, but we will never speak again. I won't talk to you or the child ever. We're done. And I would move out of the state. And she would find no way to contact me because I won't talk to her. I'm like, you're going to destroy my family and then I'm going to be nice to you later?
Yeah, there's brothers that have done that, though. Exactly what you said. There's brothers that have done that.
I remember I ran into another driver, and he said his wife had called him up and said, hey, I need more money. He was like, well, did you get the check? She's like, yeah, but I need more money. He says, that's not my problem. Hangs up on her. And he's from the island, so it sounded even funnier. And I'm like, that is, hey, look, you can't F me over and think I'm gonna be cool with it. I mean,
exactly. But they want things to stay the same as they used to be. Get out of here.
It's like, if you wanted to be married and you wanted to have a man give you money, maybe you should stay a submissive and feminine companion and obey his authority.
Exactly. And do the traditional wife duties.
There'll be chicks that be on Fresh and Fit. Now, I always pick on these broads because they're not that bright. But
they're not. Go ahead.
Any kind of relationship talk, they'll be like, men are supposed to protect and provide. And I'll see this in the chat where chicks repeat it. And I'm like, right, a woman is supposed to submit to a man's authority and obey my orders. All of a sudden, the problems start. It says, look, you can't have a body count of 30 and expect I'm going to marry you. No, your body count has to be under 5. What is this nonsense of chicks being 30 years old before they start thinking about marriage? Nah.
30 men? Oh, my God. But a lot of them have more than that.
Yep. It's just like chicks will sleep with there are chicks out there talking about they slept with 100 or 200 guys. I don't really believe them, but I know it's up there.
I don't believe the 100, but yeah. Oh, my goodness.
It's not that hard for women to get a body count of 100. I mean, you figure a lot of them can get to 100 before they turn 25.
That's past nasty, and it's like you have no respect for you don't care about yourself. You have no respect for your body, your cooch. There's diseases that you can't, that don't go away. You just don't have no respect for yourself. Even if you don't believe in God or nothing and you're atheist, how can you do that? And it's like, ew, all them different men. Oh, I'm sorry.
Mm-hmm. Now let's just talk legally. I mean, you're talking like chicks that are 18 years old. They're not losing their virginity at 18, but let's just say they are. 18 to 25 is 7 years. I mean, we'll just do it easy. 20 guys a year, 18 guys a year. I mean, everybody walks past this where a chick doesn't know who the father of her child is, and it could be between 2 or 3 guys. You say she's having sex with 2 or 3 guys in the same month, and we know it's like that. But it's like you're like, wait a minute. Let's say every month 3 guys. That's 36 guys in a year. It's like a lot of the time people do not sit there and put pen to paper and be like, yo, this is a problem.
Big problem. But no, you're right. That's disgusting.
And they expect to be married. Like, well, you need to marry me. I'm like, no, I'm not.
Yeah, and you gotta make over 100,000. You gotta be over 6 feet tall. You gotta be a protector and provider. And you gotta, you gotta take care of me. I'm very high maintenance.
I'm like, take your high maintenance ass over to Diddy's house. Maybe he'll beat you up.
He'll take care of you. You just gotta deal with the consequences of him taking care of you.
I keep thinking about if I was that wealthy, man, I'd actually have to have a screening process. And I could not mess with the what do you want to call them? Like chicks that get passed around. I couldn't do it. I can't even do it. Yeah. And I'm like, nah, I'm good. There would have to be some sort of screening process, and I would have to have a couple of women doing it. Because women, you women get to talking about stuff you shouldn't talk about.
Oh yeah, all you gotta do is engage her in conversation, and then especially the ones that like be on Fresh and Fit, give them a little liquor.
Yeah, they got some issues over there. Don't get me wrong, I love Fresh and Fit, but them women that they have on there, sometimes I even wish I was sitting down there so I could really just give these women a piece of my mind. Because Myron is actually a very nice person, and people don't realize that. I mean, if he has a good group of girls, he's actually really polite. He tries to not really go in on them, but he's like, look, I don't know what to tell you. It's like, look, you're going to have to accept less. I mean, even though he wrote a book like that, but there was this woman that was 33 or 36, and she was looking for a husband. He's like, look, you got to lose weight. She's, oh, I'm losing weight. I understand that. Because dudes are calling her fat in the chat. She was like, I understand. I'm not offended. I'm overweight. And what was the other one? And he says, look, you're not going to be getting the guy that makes $100,000 a year. Just look, sis, you can't even make a side chick with a guy like that. And she's like, I understand. And he was literally walking her down the process. It's like, look, you're going to have to accept a guy that might be 5'6", not that attractive. He might make 40 or 50K a year. It is what it is. And you're going to have to be paying a lot of the bills. She's a paralegal. And,
okay. And they make good money, I've heard.
Yeah. And he's just sitting there telling them that. And there's another chick, this is the same panel, this other chick that the guy she was with is the only guy she slept with, at least I think. And Myron is like, yo, don't fuck that up. He's like, look, take all them booty pictures you got on the internet, because she did have a nice round ass, real pretty girl. And he was like, no, sis, you got to take that down. And every time they go to a chick's Instagram, they make it abundantly clear this is unacceptable for a woman.
Yeah, I agree, sir.
I mean, I've never dated a chick that had her well, there was one chick I was dating, and she wore a shirt that showed her boobs. And this is the only chick I ever dated like this. And she did that one time around me. And I remember I had her on the truck with me for a little while, and we walk out of the terminal. We had just taken showers, and I wasn't really looking at her. I'm tired. I want to go lay down. I was driving, I drove a lot of miles to get there. And I'm walking, and at a corner of my eye, I realized I could see some cleavage. And I looked her up and down, and I said, when we get back to the truck, you're going to change that shirt. And I took off walking again. She'd say nothing to me because I had the blinds closed all the time. So we hopped in the truck, and I started the truck up, and then she changed her shirt, and I never saw a shirt like that again.
Amen. That was disrespectful to you.
Oh, yeah,
she doesn't have enough respect for herself. That was disrespectful to you.
Same chick. I don't like holey clothes. I don't wear holey clothes. If they get holes in them, they're worn out. They go in the
You know
trash.
what? I don't like it either. It's a fashion trend, but yeah. Mhm.
It was a fashion trend back when Jordache was the jean to get back in the what was it, the late 80s, early 90s. It was, or no, I think it was in the mid 80s. There was a movie where you could buy jeans and it would have a little opening, but it was covered in plastic and you could see part of your butt cheek. And that was like the trend.
That's nasty.
Yeah, it is. And so she knew I didn't like holey jeans. I'd buy her whatever. Because I tried to buy her clothes and she's like, I have to try everything on. I said, okay, fine, let's go to the store. And I'm the type of person, I shop really quickly. I mean, I'm not gonna sit there for 2 hours in the same shop. Man, we're gonna be here a half hour.
Well, yeah, that's a typical guy though.
I'm gonna go in there, I'm gonna try a pair of pants on. Okay, I like the look of them, I like the cut, and I get my size. My size is very hard to find in the mall or something like that. And my thing,
yeah, because you're tall.
Right, you try it on and you say, all right, buy 3 more different colors, and then you go about your business. This chick did not like shopping like this. I do not care. Go buy something different. I think we just to get her clothes for a week. I think it took like maybe a month or two. Because she like,
wait a month or two to get clothes for how long?
We're talking 7 outfits. It
took a month or two.
Yeah,
that's outrageous.
It was like another chick I bought clothes for. It was just like, okay, fine. I bought her whatever. She looked adorable, and I was like, cool. I mean, now I don't like chicks that wear pants, but anyway, getting back to this chick, she's a pretty girl, and she had some holey jeans that she did not bring with her because she knew of my reaction to it.
Mm-hmm.
She's at her mom's house. We're over there for Christmas, and I'm talking to her boyfriend, and there's another, I think one of her brothers was there for Christmas, and we're all talking and having a good time. The women, her mother, her and her mother's boyfriend's daughter, the women are all off talking, doing women stuff, and we're kind of ignoring them. And the chick I was dating calls me, and I look over there. And I didn't even say anything. I looked over, I seen the holey jeans, and they're just sitting there. They started giggling about it. And she had this big hole in her jeans. It was enough I could stick my fist in there. So I got up. I got up, walked over to her, reached in the hole, ripped the pants leg off, handed it to her, and went back over and talked with the fellas. And the women just started, they were howling like fucking hyenas. It was so funny. And
that is funny.
Yeah. She told her, she's like, look, she said he is going to react badly to this. And nobody brought it up again. It was funny as all get out. Because she was actually fairly pale. I thought she had some really nice legs. And it was funny. She had one holey jean on one side and one leg on the other.
That is funny. But seeing it in person, I would have been dying.
Yeah, that would have been funny, but it was at home, so it was cool. But I don't like, my woman represents me in public.
No, you're right. But that's the truth. That's the truth.
I have no problem buying a chick clothes, but it's just like, you got to be respectful. You can't treat me like trash and expect that, I'm gonna be traditional and you're going to act any old kind of way. I'm like, no, that ain't never gonna happen. Fuck yeah. Anyway, I still remember when you used to be able to actually talk about geopolitics. My God, you can't do it no more. Like they would have those students in college, because I'm looking at 3 screens and I'm watching shorts here and there, and there are people that don't like Israel. Okay, fine. There are people that think Hamas should die. Okay, cool. I don't like terrorists. I think they should all die, but that's another subject. And I'm talking about the Hamas. But anyway, those youngsters that are protesting on their own college campuses, I'm like, what you gonna get out of this? Everybody's looking at you like you're stupid. What you gonna?
All of them, and they are stupid. But all of them aren't students. They're paid to go there. Some of them.
Exactly.
Yeah, but go ahead. I'm sorry. I interrupted you for the millionth time, but go ahead, honey.
It's okay. It's like what do you call those people? The end oil or whatever, those kind of goofballs. I keep looking at them like, you guys are gonna stop in the street, pull that out there in the middle of nowhere, and a bunch of truck drivers have to deal with you. One, they can't do it because you can drive around them. And I'm like, that's an ass whooping waiting to happen. Don't let it happen in front of me. All I'm gonna say is I'm gonna buy me a fly swatter and some bear mace, and I'll clean the problem up real quick, even before the cops get there, because the cops will, in like a state like Nebraska, the cops will arrest them.
Good.
Yep.
That's what all states need to do. But I'm sorry.
I remember like I like you hear people that talk a lot of crap about the boys in blue. I get it and I understand it, and you got to actually defend your rights because the right not exercised, the right denied. But at the same time, I see cops. This is Nebraska only. There might be it might be Tennessee as well. You'll see an elderly couple on the side of the road, and this big, strong police officers changing their tire for them.
Oh, that's beautiful.
You see that a lot in Nebraska. And I'm just like, yo, because, Nebraska's Nebraska. But I'm sorry. I've been stuck under 6 inches of snow out there before.
Oh, because I was going to ask you, what do you mean by Nebraska?
Like out in western Nebraska, it's close to Wyoming. Like it's literally the neighboring state. And I remember once I drove over to, I was on I-80 and I went to this one truck stop. It is a Bosselman. That's technically it's a Flying J, but it is a.
Oh, I know Flying J. I know what that is. Yeah.
Well, that truck stop it's. I mean, this is in Big Springs, Nebraska, and I drove over there. I knew snow was coming. I thought I could take a 10-hour break and take off. I parked. 6 hours later, they shut all the roads down for like 50 miles, maybe 100 miles in all directions.
Oh, wow.
I'm at the truck stop and there's this little old lady in there, and my God, I felt for this woman. I'd been there for 12 hours, and the next day, I'm walking in there. I saw her when I was in there, and I couldn't take showers because they didn't have anybody to clean showers because nobody could get there, and she was stuck. She couldn't get home, so she was there. Like I went to bed, she was still there. I think there was one other person that was there, and they were going to leave in a little bit. She said, "I've been here for 20 hours." And I'm walking back because, I'm carrying my bag and I'm walking through 2 feet of snow. And the cops are coming in. The state troopers are coming in to clean their windshields off. This is one of the few times I've seen I-80 like totally shut down to all traffic. And I'm just like, yeah. And a couple days, that was a big storm they were talking about. And a couple days before, I was stuck in the middle of Wyoming. Same storm. And
oh, wow.
Yeah, and it was to the point where I'm telling the planners, "Oh yeah, I heard about it. You're one of the couple of guys there." And there was so much snow piled up in front of me, I could not pull forward. I would have ripped my bumper off.
Oh, wow.
There was a guy parked behind me, and you had 2 feet of snow on your truck, so it's like, what are you gonna do? And so he was actually a lot of the snow ended up landing on his truck. So it was probably 2 feet in front of me, about 8 inches behind me. That's pause, 8 inches.
Wow.
And so I had to back up, and then I pulled it. I was heavy, so I can crush the snow, but I didn't want to rip the bumper off because when I started, the bumpers used to be very high off the ground. Now, yeah, our bumpers aren't ridiculously low, but they're lower than what it was back then. And so I didn't have a cow guard.
What's a cow guard, sir?
Like you ever notice what's on the front of trains? Like there'd be this little like a cow catcher, like because cows wander on the train tracks. Those train tracks go across farmland, and there'll be a cow that'll just wander on the tracks and just sit there, or a moose or whatever it is, and they don't want to derail the train, so they have this basically it's a grate that's shaped in like a wedge. So when the cow's on the wanders on the tracks, the train's going to hit it, or any other animal, bears too. Because cows are slow and they'll just look at you if you honk your horn. And when the train hits, it'll lift the cow up and throw it off to the side. And then the train.
Wow.
And they have that on trucks. There are companies that would just buy them. They're like, look, we've had a $15,000 payout to fix this truck because we ran over a cow or a moose. I almost hit a moose once, but that's another subject. And moose are big.
Yeah, they are big.
Wow. 9 feet tall at the eyes. I'm like, okay, this is ridiculous. But anyway, in their meeting, You can hit a moose with a car; he'll get up, keep running.
I believe it. I believe it.
And it's like, you got deer, moose, elk, cows, bears, all of the kind of coyotes. I ran over a couple of them that they just wander onto the road. It's not like they're smart enough to realize it. But if I had a cow catcher, I could have just pushed right through it. Would have been no problem. But this truck, I didn't have one. And so I had to back out, went around there, took off. And, I don't know if you've seen like a semi, like where the sun doesn't come out and there's like a bunch of snow on top of his truck. Because of what I'm about to tell you, I always get up and leave before the sun comes up. And
you do?
Yeah. There'll be billowing snow out about a half mile, maybe not half mile, about a quarter mile behind me. The snow just lifts up and it finally gets off because I do not want ice on my trailer.
Oh, okay. I understand.
Ice is bad. I mean, you have a chunk of ice, like a block of ice that weighs, 5 or 10 pounds. That'll go through somebody's windshield at highway speeds.
Yeah, I believe that. Old man, that could kill somebody.
I do not want to be responsible for something like that.
I don't blame you. I wouldn't want to either.
I mean, I remember driving through North Dakota, and I had icicles off the side of my truck that looked like whiskers, but the whiskers went all the way around my truck, and they collected underneath like at the tail end of the trailer. There's it looks like a bumper, but it's not. It's a DOT bar. The DOT made us put them on the trucks so that when people ran into the back of us, like cars, they wouldn't get stuck under the rear tires. Because there's a gap that's big enough where they could literally the weight of the truck will hold the car down as it's squeezed under us until it knocked out all its speed. And then that stuff stretched out from on the side of the truck. It went out they were about maybe 2 inches, about 2 or 3 inches wide and about 4 inches long. They were just looked like long talons, but they were faced backwards. And I had to go out there and knock them off, and I had to leave too. And I had about 20 pounds of snow that just built up. I wasn't even driving through heavy snow. It was just that it was being kicked up by the tires and then freezing on the truck.
Yeah.
And I had to pull over to the side of the road. I mean, we're talking like basketball-sized chunks are coming off.
Wow.
Yeah.
Basketball sizes. Wow, that's big.
And we're talking ice, not snow. Snow is light.
No, that's big, and ice is heavy.
Yeah, I had to pull the hammer out, and I'm hammering on the trailer just to break the bond between the ice and the snow. It wouldn't come off. I had to kick it off. So we're talking maybe 15, 16 inches of just ice balls are falling off. I had a couple of them on it.
Wow.
Yeah. You think Kuda would come back in the chat or something? I mean, hey man, you guys still awake?
Maybe he's taking a nap.
Maybe sitting on them roofs like Batman or something, But it's got to be boring after a while. He's been making content for years.
He has been making the content for a long time because he was doing it for a long time before I found his channel.
Yeah, especially when he's talking about microphones and interfaces, and me being me, I was like, "Yo, microphones!" Like I was always on the other side of the radio from him. I would always listen to it, and I try to make the radio or CD sound as best as I could. And then I realized how bad YouTubers were. God. Some of them are horrible. I mean, if I'm a content creator, I gotta have a good microphone. I gotta have a good interface. Have to. Because most people, it's just like, yo, you be looking at them like, hey man, why are you using that crap microphone?
Yeah. That's annoying too when you're trying to hear.
And you hear the reverberations of their voice hitting the wall and then coming back and hitting the microphones, and you have an echo, sometimes 2 or 3 of them. And I'm like, man, why don't you just get a treated room or something? So these are guys that have millions of subscribers. I mean,
I hear you. Yeah, I hear you.
It's like
I agree.
Besides Kuda, there's the Angry Man and Fresh and Fit I've seen with the best equipment ever.
I love Angry Man. That's one of my favorite YouTubers.
Yeah,
besides Kuda.
Yeah. I mean, I love his shorts. His shorts are hilarious.
Oh yeah. And when he makes some facial expressions like, and then I'd be dying. When he first started doing the YouTube shorts, he first started doing it on TikTok, and then TikTok started for effing with him. And then he started doing them on YouTube, and I was happy.
I remember he was talking about some guy messing with Charleston White. He says, man, Charleston White just hit me in the head with a knife. He says, you remember when the first time you messed with him and then he maced you?
Oh yeah, I remember that one. That one was funny.
This spray bottle. Oh my God. And he said it in that voice like a man talking to his son. And roasted him at the same time.
Yeah.
That was funny. There's nothing funnier than that. I mean, AM is hilarious.
He is. Yeah, and he's real passionate too. That's one thing I like, because he had a really good stream about Diddy, and it was really good. It was yesterday.
Yeah, I remember people would go in on him for being light skinned. I'm thinking to myself, I grew up in California, man. We don't even talk like that out here. I mean, it was the whole idea of noticing that somebody was a white guy. Yeah, that's not a big thing out. Well, maybe now, but when I was in school, that wasn't a thing.
Yeah, a lot of people, and some people even call him Mexican, and I'm like, oh my goodness.
I think his last name was Valdez or something like that.
Well, what I'm saying, what I call it a cinnamon, it's not his real last name.
Okay, that's cool.
Yeah, because he doesn't use his real name. He's been doxxed before, and I wasn't a listener to his channel back then. But because I remember the first time I heard the word doxxed, I'm like, "What is that?" And somebody told me, and I'm like, "That's terrible."
Yeah, they used to try to dox Jessica, which I always thought was hilarious.
Oh, Jessica X.
Yeah.
Yeah, they did. They did, male and female. Yeah, they sure did. Why did she? Do you know why she stopped doing YouTube? Did she get bored?
You'd have to talk to her. I haven't talked to her in like a year or so. I may have to.
I have no idea, because I was a subscriber to her channel, even though I didn't listen to her a lot.
I'm gonna have to annoy her enough so she talks to us. But I had her make some sound bites. Here's a funny one.
Kid wears a wig.
Every time I set my equipment up, because a lot of the time I take it on the road so I can clip stuff out. Like
fuck a self-driving truck.
I love these sound bites. It's absolutely and it's like when Kuda started playing those, I'm like, man, I gotta have me a device like that. But I remember Jessica was really funny, and chicks cannot take other chicks that are funny and they're cool with the guys.
And she was beautiful, in my opinion, and I'm not a lesbo, because Angry Man saw a real picture of her. She sent it to him by email, and he said that's her.
Oh yeah, I've seen a couple of pictures of her. Even when she was a bit on the chunky side, it's not like she looked bad. She looked pretty good, and I think she's a pretty girl. And wait, how black women are.
Well, I know how black women are.
If you're
pretty. And then, but she's got that cute voice and an accent. I know how black women are. They were jealous.
Yeah. I remember when I keep wanting to call her Sweet Melody Speaks, but anyway, but Melody was telling a story about how some chicks threw Nair in her hair. Because, Melody is
Jessica X hair?
No, Melody. Remember Sweet Melody Speaks?
No, that name's not familiar, but I never heard her. Listen to her.
What did she call herself? She called herself Sweet Melody Speaks. I think it's Melody something now. She's really pretty. Even I'm like, damn. she had this video called Faces of Melody. She was pretty enough to be a bottle girl.
Oh, okay. And you're saying that somebody threw paint in her hair?
And they threw Nair, like some
Ooh, this nigga bald. That's jealous.
Oh, even I was mad when she told the story. And this happened years ago. And I'm like, what? Who would? Yeah, that would be some stuff where I would actually do some wild shit. And I don't do wild shit, but that was wrong.
That is past wrong. But that's just like the light skinned girls getting cut in their face by the dark skinned girls being jealous.
Yeah. And what's funny is like a lot of these dark skinned chicks. And this is the thing about a lot of black women. They don't seem to understand. You probably already know this. The darker your skin is for your ethnic group, the hotter you are in a lot of Western men's eyes. And it's like black folks don't know that.
I never heard of that. But one thing I do know from my daughter, my oldest daughter, is that I'm not gonna say all, but a lot of dark skinned people, if they take care of themselves, especially, they age better than us lighter skinned black folk.
Yeah. I mean, just better protection from the sun. But
exactly.
But the whole thing is, think about all these women that get tans. Men,
Mm-hmm.
People forget that men find women more attractive when they have a tan.
No, that's true. That's true, sir. That's true.
I mean, it's funny over in Asia, it's the other way around. The lighter you are, the hotter you are. But in Western countries, the darker you are. Like, let's say you're a Thai chick, and I've had a couple in school, or a Filipina, and you could pass for being either mixed or black. That's a hot chick most of the time. She could be ugly. I'm not even joking. Could be ugly, and dudes will be like, "Man, she bad," because she got that exotical stuff going on.
Yeah, because dudes like the exotic look.
I mean, me being me, it's like, man, that's cool. And I mean, me, I'm never one of those people to be telling people, "Hey, man, you should be liking that chick." I'm like, bro, you like it? I love it. Yeah, it's your business.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
But I'm still annoyed at like those lesbitarians, as Kuda likes to call them. God, I love that word.
Lesbitarian. That's funny. I haven't heard him use that phrase. That's funny.
It's like, I thought it was two dudes, slovenly dressed, talking about women, and then I realized a little bit later, oh, Nikes, those are women. They were just, it was just like, wow. There's some ugly chicks. I mean, like, you're 30 years old and you ugly. It's like, what happened?
They were born without good genetics. It happens.
And it's like, even ugly chicks, like, let's say they're ugly when they're 25. Okay, like they're abjectly ugly, are actually kind of attractive when they're younger. Not hot. They're like 4s, and 4s can get married. But you let that, you let age and the sun damage, ravage your face. You're gonna be busted. It's like, you better do something about that. Go find you a husband.
Yeah, but don't let them get started with drugs and stuff, because that ages you big time. Or become alcoholic, that ages you.
Or cigarettes.
Oh, that ages you too. That's definitely, let's not leave out the cigarettes.
Yeah, I don't like cigarettes.
Me neither.
I've dated like 2 or 3 chicks that smoke cigarettes. Can't stand them. Oh my God, them cigarettes are horrible.
Yeah, when I was younger, I called them cancer sticks.
Yep. There was a rhyme that I listened to that this guy was talking about, this chicks would do the splits and make her lips pick up a cancer stick.
That's what they are.
Yeah, and I remember that was it was fire when I first heard that, but it was just like, okay. But I don't date chicks that smoke cigarettes. I remember this one chick was trying to get my attention, and now I would have ignored her faster than this time. And I'm sitting there. I ended up meeting up with my dad, and we're kind of just standing there. Some chicks trying to get my attention. And my dad's like, "Hey, she talking to you?" I look back. I said, "Dad, she smokes a cigarette." He looks back. Oh, because he's the one where I got this whole death on smoking from. I mean, I know I'm a Californian and we're death on smoking here, but it's like, my dad would not let anybody smoke in the house.
Your dad was just a very wise and smart man. Secondhand smoking. It ain't no joke. There's people that, I'm sorry, I keep on interrupting you. There's people that have gotten lung cancer and were never cigarette smokers.
Mm-hmm. And back in the day, you go to a bowling alley and it would be filled with smoke.
That's true. That's true.
You used to be able to go to a baseball or football game and literally the whole stadium is filled it's filled with smoke everywhere. And I guess they passed an ordinance. I used to work at Jack Murphy Stadium, aka whatever they call Qualcomm, where the Chargers used to play. Now it's where the Aztecs play. I'm gonna make it to one of those games one of these days. And used to go down there, and it was like one year was smoky, next year it wasn't. I don't know what happened. I don't know how this happened because I didn't pay attention to politics. I was like 19, so.
Oh yeah, you're a young whippersnapper.
Back then I was. This is back in the 90s. And
yeah, I said you were a young whippersnapper.
Oh yeah. It was actually God. I loved working there for a little while. Then I realized I didn't like anybody I work with.
Ain't that something?
Yeah, I started working there when I was 17, and I didn't realize I was on a level where everybody was a college student except for me. I was only high schooler, and I was in high school. You know, these guys are like 19, 20, 21 years old, and you know, if somebody's daughter was just sitting there giving me the eye, I would go there and talk to her, get her phone number or whatever, maybe talk to her later. And some of the other vendors, because I was a vendor at the time, they got mad. And they said, and this one dude got to run.
Jealous. Go ahead.
Oh yeah, this one dude got to run in his mouth about me, and he said it to my face. Oh, there goes some little girls. Hey, you should go ahead and talk to them. And these are like 13. Now here I am, 17 years old. I'm like, yo, fam, what's up with that? And beyond the fact I didn't like 13 or 14-year-olds, so I was really mad. It's okay.
Yeah, exactly. You're not a
yeah. Can't say that here, but the whole thing was I took a mustard package after I finished my hot dog, cut my mustard package open, threw it on his back, walked away. People
excellent. That's excellent.
People
he deserved it.
Yeah, people saw me doing it, right? And so this dude, he comes into the I'm gonna call it a little warehouse, right? And he's like, "Oh, you want to throw mustard on my back? I'll fuck you up." I says, "Oh, so you want to kick my ass now?" I didn't even say it any louder than that. And there was nobody holding him back. And what the chick that was sitting there were only the three of us there. She runs over and grabs me. He takes 2 steps closer to me. I just grab her, spin her around. I'm like, "Bro, let's get it." You know, this is back when I like to fight all the time.
Not you.
He stopped when I moved her out of the way, like, "Yo, fam, I'm free. Let's dance." And he stopped, and then she said, "Oh no, don't fight," and he left. And then I went to go do something. They told me to stay down there, and I told the guy what happened, and so they moved me out of that stand because the manager down there didn't want me there anymore. And I said, "All right, fuck you. Who cares?" Because you know I'm the youngster, and they felt like picking on me. I'm like, "Okay, fuck around. Don't put your hands on me. I'll beat your ass." By the way, I'm the youngest guy down there, but I'm the biggest one there. And I'm 19. Oh, no, not 19. I left at 19. I was there at 17. And then I went up to another stand. It was like, all right, fine. I'll just go to another level. I don't really care. And I did not want to go to the plaza level. I was like, I did that once or twice. I'm done. And I went up to the loge level. By the way, San Diego Jack Murphy Stadium has the best seats in the country. It doesn't matter where you sit. You get a good view. You know,
I didn't know that.
Even the upper deck, you get really good seats, especially during night games. Night games, I mean, you might have moths flying around, but for the most part, you get a really good view of the game. You're very close. It's not a basketball stadium. I mean, it's like before they did the first renovation, I think it could seat like 40 or 50,000 people. Then they did the renovation. You can get like 55,000. Then they did a third one. You can get like 60,000, and people were sitting on bleachers. But field level is the worst seats for football.
Okay.
Yeah, because you'll be sitting down there.
Field level.
Yeah, that's the worst.
Why?
Because the field level is the only level where it's so flat. And so the person that's sitting up at the very front could stand up and block your view of the game.
Oh, okay.
And I'm sitting there like, this is ridiculous. And I tried to tell this chick I was with, I was like, look, we got to get there. We got to get there early. So, I got field level tickets. I said, you don't want field level tickets. She got them anyway. I said, all right, fine. You paid for them. I don't really care. Let's go on about my business. And we went because she had never been there. And I said, fine, let's go. And she wanted to tailgate. And I'm sitting there telling her, look, we got to go now. An hour later, I'm like an hour after the gate opened. I'm like, you've never been there. I'm like, you got to get there early to get a good parking space. We had to go park in what at the time when I used to work there, it was employee parking. And she was mad. And I said, fine. I threw her keys and said, fuck it, I'll take a trolley and go home. I wasn't even going to go to the game. And then,
wow.
And then she changed her mind. I'm like, yeah, because I know how to get home. I don't need you for this.
If you want to be tripping.
Yeah, I'm like, look, I'm not going to put up with your nonsense. I'm that dude. You ain't going to stay mad at me very long or you're going to be single. I mean, let some chick give me the cold shoulder. You ain't getting no D. I'm not doing we were living together and, I left. I left for like 6 months. I didn't come home. I didn't even have a phone at the time. So it was just like, I don't care. And I got a phone on like about after a year of me being gone. I mean, I left for 6 months straight. Didn't say nothing. I refused to have sex with her for 2 years or 3 years or whatever it was at the end of the relationship till she finally left. And I was happy when she walked out the door because, in California, you can't throw them out.
That's true. You got to legally evict them.
Unless it's a woman wanting to throw her man out.
Oh, of course. It's different. It's a woman.
Yeah. And it's just a lot of... What the hell, you have a morning constitutional at 8 o'clock or 7 o'clock at night? Anyway, sorry. I'm looking at TFM went live. He's been going live for years. I just haven't seen it because, I don't get any notifications. But now I do. I think they finally figured it out. Oh, okay. I'm sitting there like, how the hell we having messages? Ain't nobody listening to me prattle on about nothing. I should stop. I used to love talking to people when I was working down there. It was just you would end up having the same fans come in there, and some of them will wait for you to come around to only buy from you because you get to talk to a lot of people. You got a lot of caffeine in your system. You're gonna want to talk, and their whole deal is like, "Yo, I like this guy, man. You're a cool dude." And I've had people's mothers hit on me. That was weird.
Yeah, that's weird.
It's weird when you're 20 and no, I was 18 and 19 is what I was. I was 20, I was working someplace else. But anyway, 18, 19 years old and a 35-year-old woman's coming on to you. She's telling you how pretty you are. I'm like, what the hell? I don't know.
No, that's so inappropriate.
I mean, if I was 30,
in my opinion,
if I was 30 hitting on a 19-year-old, okay, fine. Yeah, that's cool. Nobody cares. A lot of women want a guy with a little bit of money. Not a lot of money. At first, when you're 18, 19 years old, a guy that has a car and a house, that is it. And a lot of chicks are mad at the guys that they want to date, which is hilarious. I mean, my whole thing to a lot of women, it's like, look, if you're 18, 19, 20 years old, you don't date anybody younger than 26, and you try to marry them. And you stick with them. None of this.
That's true.
It's like you're 18, 19 years old. You don't know anything. Your man is supposed to customize you into the wife he wants. Shout out to Kevin Samuels. I love that term. And it's like you grow up under the tutelage of your husband. And all of a sudden, life is easy. And you wonder why these bitches are so angry. You're like, there was a youngster. She's probably like 25 now. But at the time, she had videos 18 when she was 18 or 19. No, she had to have been 19 or 20. And she was a stay-at-home mom. She had her baby in her arms, and she was cooking while doing making a video, and she was pregnant at the same time. And she, on a scale of attractiveness, I'd say she was a California 5. But she was still fresh-faced. It's like, yo, she was like, look, you chicks, y'all need to get married while you're 18, 19 years old. I mean, don't be playing this game about sleeping around. If I got it right, she didn't go to college. So she was like, look, I'm right out the chute. You know, I was with a guy that could take care of me. I'm in there like last year.
I hear that.
And it's so strange. Like if you have a bunch of single friends, you're probably going to be single. You know, it's like being around a bunch of broke dudes. You know, it's like you know what is 5 broke dudes and a guy with money are 6 broke dudes. They're gonna be broke at some point. Like you can't hang around broke people if you want to make money. That's just ridiculous.
That's true. That's very true.
It's like hanging around gangbangers and you don't want to fight nobody.
Amen. Amen.
You're gonna go to jail at some point. You're gonna get hassled by the police. You know, all this kind of nonsense.
Yeah, that's true.
I mean, it's like letting cops search your car, and I'm like, no, that's asking for it.
Then here goes the cop. Ooh, I smell weed. That's probable cause to bring out the canine dog.
I remember there was this one guy that got out of his car, right? They say, hey, can you step out the car? Okay. Guy rolls his window up, closes his door. And right when he closes the door, the cop wants to go into the car to at least smell it. And the door shuts and the cop runs into the car and he's like, damn, lock the door. I said, you goddamn right, I'm going to lock it. What fool would allow the police? It's like, I'll talk to the police through the door, man. Look, I don't know you like that. I don't open my door. Well, I'm a police officer, especially if it's a police officer. I mean, I'd rather open my door at 2:00 in the morning to some stranger I've never seen before, you know, than open the door for you.
That's true.
And this is from somebody that got a little, they used to hand out stickers. The police used to hand out stickers to kids. Just, you know, this is back in the 70s and the 80s. I remember the sticker I got. I used to stuck it on my shirt. I love that sticker. I still have it today. And the cop didn't have to give it to me. He did. And it was like, you know, I was noticing all these people talk so much crap about the cops. I was like, I've never seen any evidence of this. But then again, I live in California. Nobody cares about my skin color. Nobody really gives a crap about anything that I do as long as I'm not hurting anybody or destroying property. I mean, we have a bunch of Karens, but I don't ever run into them. So I didn't have any problem with the police. We used to play football in the streets and the cops would just drive right by us. Okay, like, okay, yeah, y'all ain't doing nothing. Keep on going. Brrr, they'll be out of there. God, it was fun. I would not trade my childhood for anything. People, I mean, think about telling youngsters about what we used to do. We used to drink water out of the faucet. Your mother and dad would lock you out of the house. God, we didn't have the hood anywhere. Like, nobody wants Section 8 housing around them because, you know, their bastard children will be the next wave of criminals and nobody sees a correlation. Oh God.
You had to be in before the street lights came on.
Yep. I think one time we're over at my grandma's house on my dad's side. And we're just sitting there, you know, just having a ball. It was me, my cousin, my dumbass little brother, and we're just all sitting there just clowning. And then my father called up, and my father has just, look, y'all better be home in 30 minutes. And my grandma hung up the phone and says, your father wants you home in 30 minutes. Me and my little brother looked at each other, hopped on our bikes. We were home in 30 minutes. My dad wasn't even mad. It was just like, you need to be home now.
Dad don't play. It's time to come home. Time to come home. It's time to come home.
And if your dad is calling you, you better come running out of breath.
That's true.
God, I used to love riding my bike around the neighborhood. That's probably why I love driving. God, I love driving. I mean, like trucking is so different. Like, I'm trying to think about all the other jobs I've had, and they're sort of like in a dim memory. Like, I don't care about them jobs. And I'm like, on Monday, I could leave a house. By Wednesday, I could be caught in a snowstorm. And then by Friday I could be on the East Coast. You know, it's one of those things, you know.
Do you ever go down south?
Oh yeah. I mean, I don't go down south too much because they realize that I'm not scared of bad weather. And I told him, I said, I want to run east and west. I don't really like running north and south. You know, I've left Miami once. No, I picked up a load in Seattle, drove all the way down to Miami. Longest run I ever had. I think it was like,
oh, wow.
It was about 3,300 miles. That was a long way. And with a reefer that did not want to work.
Oh, no.
Yeah, it was a freezer load. So it wasn't horrible, but I couldn't sleep the whole week. It was like 5 days to get down there. And it was just really ridiculous. And I finally emptied the trailer out. Then I had to go drop the trailer. As a matter of fact, I picked up a Coke load and then ran it up to the terminal and they dropped it off. They fixed it and I went to go do something else. I'll just say that the shop manager was really pissed at those carriers that I went to. He was not even remotely happy, and he's that dude. He has a reputation that he will curse you out. It's a couple of places like TAs and well now Flying J's and Loves. They don't like calling the terminal. Can you call them and arrange the payment? It's always funny. It's like a lot of these places don't realize that we already said, "Hey, I'm here. I'm getting this done." All you got to do, you know, you would think, okay, all you got to do is either send them an email or call them, either or. Somebody's going to be there just to say, okay, it's this amount of money, fine. You know, that was cool though. But it's one of them things like I don't have to fix nothing. You know, I get a flat tire. Okay, fine. I lose a day. You know, whatever. I ain't got to pay for it. That's one of the good things about driving. It's like, look, somebody else is paying the bill. I'm having a ball. And I'm listening to Player Talk Radio. Oh God. But I can see that the government's trying the government is trying to force truck drivers not to drive. It's really annoying.
And how are goods supposed to get all across the country and elsewhere?
Well, they want to limit the amount of truck drivers so the price goes up to lower your standard of living. The more things cost, the happier they are because there's a lot of money in saying no.
Oh, brother.
Yeah, this is why the Gen X and millennials have a harder life than the boomers. The boomers got to live through the Reagan Revolution as adults the entire time. They saw the Carter age, you know, where they destroyed the economy. The funny part is the economy. There's a chart that I've seen that after World War II, the economy is roaring from the late 40s all the way to the early 70s, and the economy falls off a cliff. And it's literally like a map of the like a cross section map of the Marianas Trench. You have the highlands, which is Japan, and then it drops down a little bit, and then really drops all the way down to Mariana Trench, and then right on the other side, Reagan in '83 did the S&L crisis. He fixed that somehow. God, I wish I'd listened to my dad and tried to buy a house, but I was broke. And then the economy nearly doubled in 6 years.
Wow.
Yeah, that'll never happen again because the economy is so big. But you know, when people talk about how bad the 80s were, you'll find out the people talking lived in leftist, or I call them the communist enclaves, also known as cities. Oh God, I keep saying I love this country. Like we created the internet.
Al Gore.
Yeah, well, I mean, the internet was created in the 60s. There's like a 6 or 8 minute video about it called ARPANET.
But remember, he claimed he created it.
Yeah, I don't know why he would think that. I think he was in college when they created it. I mean, what is this nonsense?
And you want to hear something? He's a very distant relative of mine.
Really?
Yeah.
You're going to hell for that one.
Oh, that's not nice. Don't penalize me.
Hold on. The planet has a fever. I don't know how anybody thinks that global warming is a big deal. They're like, they're going to be droughts everywhere. So yeah, you know what you do is you prepare. How do you prepare for droughts? You live in California. You've seen in these mountaintops they have these big barrels up there. I'm going to call them barrels. They are they're water storage units, and they're everywhere in the West. And people don't know they sit up there. It's like, how do you pressurize the water? I mean, when power goes out, we still had hot water because we use natural gas to heat everything. I mean, I used to live in the hood, and the hood is gas powered. I mean, as a matter of fact, my grandma lives in the burbs. Well, when she was alive, she died at 93. But
oh, I'm sorry to hear that.
That's okay. Everybody dies.
How old was she, if you don't mind me asking, when she passed away?
93.
Oh wow, she lived a long. That's a blessing from God. She lived a long time.
Mm-hmm.
She saw and experienced a lot in her life.
Yeah. It's just like, I really love old people. It's the funniest thing. Old guys tell the funniest jokes. They tell the funniest stories. There is something that you're just like, wow, how is this guy like this? I used to live in awe of older guys because they give a shit.
They know they know so much too. Older people.
Yes.
They're wealth of their knowledge.
Yeah, and they keep trying to censor the internet. It's still weird because there's a lot of old folks who are creating YouTube channels. There's people like Ward Carroll, who I think was a naval aviator. He served in, I think, the 90s. I think he was around Desert Storm, Desert Shield. Desert Storm, Desert Shield he served during. And he flew.
Oh, wow.
And I'm trying to remember if he flew. He's a Tomcat pilot. Americans, we love the F-14 Tomcat. Until I hear little tidbits of information. Grumman used to name their planes after cats. I was like, wait,
I didn't know that.
It's like they had the Wildcat. I think there was a Bearcat, the Tomcat, and there was one more, and I can't remember the name of it. I know somebody can tell me that. And what was the other one? I can't remember the company. The company that made the F4 Phantom. They named theirs after apparitions. Ghost, Phantom, and there was like 3 or 4 more of the apparitions. The Army names their helicopters after Native American tribes. And I'm like, when I heard that, I'm like, holy shit, I didn't know why they named them that. I said, that's fire, man. Shit. Oh, God. And I remember when the Navy started to name ships after soldiers, sailors, airmen, Marine who did really extraordinary stuff. And then they named the submarine after Jimmy Carter. Don't know why. Yeah, they started naming them after presidents. I mean, everybody has a soft spot in their heart for the Reagan. And then, of course, there is the I'm trying to remember because I think they skipped. They started with Carter, and they went Carter, Reagan, Bush. They never named it Clinton. There probably is one name.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Did the last Reagan's second term, did he have Alzheimer's?
He had some sort of mental decline. Can I say it was Alzheimer's? I don't know. You probably have to look it up. But me personally, I don't really know. I just know he was slowing down. Because if you see Ronald Reagan given the 1968 Republican convention, they call it a time for choosing speech.
Mm-hmm.
He was talking about in one section about what black folks are going through, about women divorcing their husbands to get more welfare. And I'm just like, yo.
Wow, he was talking about it?
This was in the, he didn't, he's a Republican from California, so race is not really a big deal for us. But he was like, yo, there are women, the judge had told him, this is a friend of his, had told him that, that women were divorcing their husbands so they can get more money in welfare.
Wow, and he actually...
And if you listen to how he spoke back in the 60s, man, well, I'll be honest, the way they talked in the 60s, they talked about the speed that I talk. And you see Reagan in his later years, because let's be honest, he was a good-looking dude back in the was it the 50s and the 60s?
Oh, he was, and he used to be an actor too. Yeah.
Pause. No homo. But it's like you see him in his older years. I mean, he was like when he went over to Iceland, I think it was Reykjavik, and they were discussing a nuclear disarmament treaty. And it was like, Reagan, man, he dressed really dapper. And if I got it right, I think he went over to the Soviet Union or Germany. I can't remember where he went. Where they went, it was really, really cold. And Reagan had on his probably like $1,000 suit. He was looking all prim and proper. Had his wife by his side. If I got it right. No, wait, I don't think Nancy was there. But there's Gorbachev sitting right next to him in a great cloak, looking all dour. And here you have this big, tall movie star looking like president. It was one of those pictures, and they had to go away from that. They had to. What do you want to call it? They did not sign the treaty to reduce nuclear weapons at the time, and he was like, "Nah, we're not going to reduce our." We're not going to put ourselves at a disadvantage just from the point. And what it was is we didn't really know how bad the Soviet Union really was, because after Reagan left office in '89, the Soviet Union fell apart.
Yeah, they sure did.
And Reagan did it on purpose to hasten their demise, because before a war starts, you want to compete. You want to build as many destroyers, tanks, super carriers, and the Russians never had a super carrier. The only one they got, I don't think it's ever saw combat, and it always has a tug following it, because it always breaks down, and you could see it from miles away, because there's a big black smoke coming from its boilers. And what was it? We used to make fun of it, and one guy would be talking about, man, America, a aircraft carrier is a big target. I says, right, just like the Kuznetsov, which is the carrier. I said, yeah, nobody could sink the Kuznetsov, but I do know a crane that tried. just to add a little bit to it, it was on a dry dock, a floating dry dock, and they were doing some work on it, and a crane, I don't know how it became unbalanced, but this crane fell off and made a hole in the deck, and the floating dry dock sank, and the Kuznetsov, it was floating free after that. It didn't sink. And so we've been making jokes about them for years.
Oh, okay.
But a little more geopolitics, right? I happened to look at the Russian economy, and I'm looking at up until about maybe 5 or 10 years ago, people really thought Russia had 20,000 tanks, and America only had 2,000 or 2,500. I'm like, the Russians, and I had to tell this guy, Russia doesn't have 20,000 tanks. I don't care what they say. And the guy's like, well, what's your military knowledge? How do you know this? And I'm like, it's not a knowledge thing. It's a math thing. Their economy is 1.2 trillion. That's half the size of the Californian economy. No, a third the size. Half the size of the Texas economy. And I'm like, their economy is the size of Italy's, with 3 times the population. I said, look, man, they cannot build 20,000 modern main battle tanks. I'm sorry, it's just not possible. I mean, especially when the Russians spend $60 billion on the military. I'm sorry, you can't build 20,000 main battle tanks that are modern in that time. I mean, maybe they have some T-34s out there rusting out there in the tundra or something, but there was no way that they could actually build that many. And I said, and I had to look it up myself, and I found out Russia does spend a little bit more than the United States spends on fuel, or the United States military.
Oh, okay.
So this is after, I think it was after Crimea happened, the Ukrainians started to train over here in the United States or over in Europe to bring them up to NATO standards. And so when the Russians attacked them again, they were semi-ready for them. And I kept, everybody said, "Oh, they're going to lose, man. Russia has 20,000 tanks." And then you start finding out that after the United States blew up, or the United States gave them the equipment to blow up about 1,500 tanks, the Russians started pulling up T-54s. And you start saying, wait, T-54s. I haven't looked this up. I'm gonna say a bunch of nonsense. But the T-54 is an old Soviet era tank, like a lot of Russian equipment. And let me look, because you never know.
But I never thought Russia had 20,000 tanks.
That was the big thing they were talking about. And where is it at? Okay, no, not how many. Holy crap! Okay, never mind. I'm looking at something different. All right, because Google will send you on a rabbit hole, and then you have to be very specific in the questions you ask.
That's true. That's true.
Because they want to lead you on a goose chase. Okay, let's see. When did it made? Okay. Oh, wow. The T-54 came out in 1947 when they started building it. Oh, wait, I take that back. The first main battle tank, the T-54 Russian main battle tank, was completed in 1945.
Oh.
This is 20, at the time I was saying this. Oh, no, but that was, God, like 50. No, God, not 50. That's 60 some odd years ago. Maybe 70.
No, you said 1945?
Yep. That's when the first one, and then production.
The first one, 44 is 80. That's how old my mommy just turned.
Yeah, and then the production began in 1947. And then you find out more things about their T-14, quote unquote, the greatest tank ever. That tank has the same engine from the T-90, I think it is. And the T-90 is woefully underpowered because Russia can't make engines. They make
wow.
They make underpowered tank engines. Their tanks, I think their tanks are actually lighter, more squat than an American tank. So when you hit it with because they sell them all over the world. That's how they paid for a lot of the stuff they have. And American tanks were shooting these. Hold on a second. Let me look at this. One guy said that an American tank shot a Iraqi tank. I want to make sure I got this right. This is from 12,000 yards, which is, holy fucking shit, 7 miles away. Damn.
Wow.
And he said it went through a sand-covered berm, hit the tank, and the tank blew off. And the way the Russians made their tanks, they had their ammo sitting around it. So if you breached the tank anywhere around the turret, it would ignite the ammo, and the ammo would blow the
oh my goodness.
And you would hear story after story of guys hitting tanks with Bradley's I forget, I think it's a tow missile that Bradley carries. You could tell I'm a gearhead. And they would hit the tank and it would blow the turret off, and the turret would go flying through the air. And there's probably videos on Twitter, which would be kind of funny to find. Oh God, I should probably look at that.
Hey, have you looked at that documentary on Hitler? I have, because he interests me. Because of how he was able to persuade all them Germans, to come to his way of doing things. How he came into power.
It's sort of like how we do things here, like with the left. They'll take them to the university, and or they'll have the university, and then they will. Hold on one second. This is weird. Anyway, what would happen is you would have these you would have the story of the group. Like, look at Antifa. That's like the Hitler. And it's like you're not supposed to say stuff like that because people get really mad because you can't, because Hitler is the only leftist you're allowed to hate. If you ever notice, nobody hates Stalin. Stalin killed more people than Hitler did.
Oh, he sure did. Stalin was bad. I studied him in school. I studied him in college. He was bad.
Yeah.
He was real bad.
Stalin was wild.
He was evil.
Yeah. Hold on a second. Okay. See, I can't even find it. What the hell? Oh, that's just wrong.
If you weren't looking for it, it'd pop up.
No, I'm looking at something else. They got Putin sitting there at a desk, and Putin's getting older, and he's holding the table, right? And then I know they photoshopped the toilet behind him, and his pants.
Oh no!
Yeah, and the quote is, a Russian warship, brand new out of the box, just like that. Putin's talk his tough guy shit a few days earlier, and then bingo, he pays for it.
Oh my goodness.
That's cold.
Oh my goodness.
I don't know. It's just like Soviet tactics attacking, Ukraine, who were trained by Americans. And if you believe that there are no contractors, with quotes, if you don't believe that they're there, I mean, look, I got a bridge to Siberia to sell you, dirt cheap.
Amen. Yeah.
CIA are everywhere.
Another bad dictator was the Chinese Mao. Remember him?
Ooh.
Did you study about him any?
I learned a little bit about him, but Mao killed like 50 million people or something like that.
Yeah, he was evil too.
Oh my God! It was Hitler, Mao, Pol Pot, aka Uncle Lou, Ho Chi Minh, and there's a bunch of others.
Yeah, Ho Chi Minh. I remember him. I remember studying a little about him.
Yeah. I mean, what makes it so bad is how you be running to people. There are people that believe that the United States invaded Vietnam. And you're like, wait a minute, how is that possible?
That we invaded Vietnam?
Yes, that's what they're saying.
Since when?
Yeah, they don't know no better. They do not know it all.
I don't know it all, but I know that.
Yeah, I mean, it's like we no more invaded Vietnam than we invaded Kuwait. Makes no sense. Technically, we did invade Kuwait, because to push the Iraqis out, we had to invade Kuwait. But it's just one of those things. It's just like, come on, man. I just like, how would anybody believe that was possible to do that? Poor guy's about to get messed up.
What are you looking at?
I'm sorry. I'm looking at this tank get blown up. Twitter is one of those places, I mean, they don't really censor very much. I think it's a few things.
They did to Trump. They kicked him off.
Well, that was before Elon bought him. Elon Musk is one of them dudes. Like, I'm a free speech absolutist until somebody calls a woman a whore. I'm just joking about that. Shout out to Elon. The whole thing is there are people over there that think that we need to defend women at all costs, which is I find hilarious. AKA, well, here's my little idiom. A woman can lie about a man with impunity, but a man can never tell the truth about a woman without punishment.
That's true.
I mean, it's the strangest thing ever. A woman could sleep around, but you can't call her a whore. A man could sleep around, and you can call him a quote unquote man whore, but the word is a cad or a player. And people say, well, guys are getting a high five for it. I says, no, guys aren't. Young guys are, because a dude that can get the ladies, he's the man.
Yeah.
It's like, why do these chicks sleep with him if you don't want to be one of his victims? Sorry.
Be a notch on his belt, but that's very true, sir.
You can't have it both ways. Oh, good grief! Hold on one second. Let me read this. All right, it's not saying how high this was. There is a tank that was blown up somehow, and there's a picture of it, and there's a turret that's flying. I'm saying it's a good 70, 80 feet in the air easily. Yeah, I wouldn't want to be Russian. There's a lot of Europeans that are really pissed at the Russians. There was a super yacht. I think it was called Nord, N-O-R-D. If I got it right, I might be wrong. Anybody knows, correct me. But they were up in one of the Scandinavian countries. I'm thinking it was Norway. And anyway, they needed to get fuel, and all the fuelers. This is back right when the Ukrainian Russian war started, and they wouldn't give them fuel. They were like, "Fuck you, you Russian." And I don't know where they got fuel from, because it was a long way to get to a Russian port, or it was ice covered and they couldn't get through. And they were just like, look, you guys are screwed. So they had to have somebody come give them fuel. It wasn't in the local community because they don't like Russians. And they got fuel and they broke down the next day. I don't know why.
Wow, for real?
Yeah. And they're confiscating Russian, like the oligarchs, their yachts. They're confiscating them all over the EU. If you're in EU waters, they were Russian. They got out of the EU, and they went over to Turkey or Russia. And there was one guy. He was, I want to say he was Ukrainian, and he was on a Russian-owned boat, and he sank the boat.
Wow.
Yeah, he got arrested, but he was like, I don't care, man. You destroying my country. Fuck you, motherfuckers. That's always funny.
Hey, can I tell you something? I just logged into my Facebook on my other phone, and it says Chris Rock finally speaks on winning $40 million lawsuits against Will Smith. I hadn't even heard that he won $40 million. So Will Smith got paid $40 million for that slap.
Oh, Will Smith, he got money. He's hoping.
I know.
And
Chris Rock got money too, though.
Yeah. But hey, 40 million. Let's see, how much is he? Let's see, 2023. Oh, he's worth 350 million with his bald ass wife. I'm cool.
She looks gross.
Yeah, and to be honest, she might have went over to wigs or something. But I guess this is the funny thing about women. If you get enough women believing something, you can convince women. You cannot force men to like a fat chick or an ugly chick or a chick with a missing arm. Sorry.
That's true. That's true.
You can't force that.
That's true. Yeah. But I don't follow celebrities. But in my opinion, though, I do believe that Jada doesn't love him. I don't think she ever did.
Yeah, they got issues over there.
And did you hear about Shawnee, who used to be Shawnee O'Neal, saying that she has that book that ain't nobody buying, and she's over here saying that she divorced, that she never loved Shaq?
Well, that's how women are. Men love women, women love a man's lifestyle.
That's what she loved, the lifestyle.
Mm-hmm.
That she even admitted it, and now she's trying to backtrack because she's getting backlash. Because imagine what her kids are thinking. They have 4 kids together. You know what I mean? You didn't love my dad when I was conceived.
Yeah, it's not so much the kids; it's all her friends and people that she respects saying something about her.
She's been getting a lot of the negative backlash, and I think she deserves it.
Yeah, she does, because every successful man should have a very quiet wife that sits in the background and just basically whispers in his ear, "You're still a man, but you're my man." You know what I'm saying? Don't let his head get too big, but knowing that you're respected and loved, but let's not go crazy.
How come nobody never told Michelle Obama that?
Yeah, there's something wrong with her.
I don't like her. I never liked her. My mom bought me as a gift, I think it was my birthday or something, her book, and I never read it.
Yeah. And somebody else wrote that. But the whole thing is, like, she was up there talking about political stuff like Hillary with a tan, and people were like, "Yo, fam," because like Obama was getting mad about it. Every time I'm my wife, he says, "Well, get your wife off the stage. What's
Yeah, you want exactly. Mrs. Reagan, Jackie Kennedy, none of them acted like that.
You know, I was just thinking about Laura Bush and Barbara Bush. You never heard them talk about politics.
No, they didn't. They didn't act like that.
And you know, Barbara Bush had said something when her son was president. This is talking about George W. And she was like, you know, I'm so surprised that a Republican can get elected when the media is against you, the government's against you. And this is about the only political thing she really said. It was that really very subdued. And she really wasn't all wild with it, you know? Now, I can understand they have an opinion, but you never heard Laura Bush or one of the daughters talk about politics. Because, you know, no, I'm thinking of Meghan McCain, my bad, who used to be hot. I gotta stop. Anyway, I don't like that woman. I'm sorry. I think she got married. It was just like you see a woman in her 30s with no kids. She's not married and she's in politics. That's a feminist. Sorry.
Yeah, that's true.
I mean, you can't just sit there and just be like, "Oh, I'm a conservative." I said, "Okay, fine. Where's your husband at?" There are
she's like,
and she's acting just like feminists. She just votes Republican, maybe. Or another one is you think about all these quote unquote influencers who claim to be conservative, and dudes are like, "Well, where's your husband at?" Like Tommy Lahren. She's like I guess somebody pissed her off.
I've heard her name before.
I remember when she was a stunner. I mean, she's got that bleach blonde hair with her skin tone. She looks really good. Pretty girl. I mean, maybe not now, but anyway, she got to run in her mouth like she was going to be giving advice to men, and most of her audience is men. And let's be honest, men nowadays have a very visceral reaction to when women start to demand things of men, or saying, "Hey, I'm going to help you out because some guy pissed me off, and I'm going to take it out on all men around there." I'm like, when you start losing thousands of or hundreds of Patreon people that pay you every month, and you piss them off like that, you will feel it, and it'll be quick.
And rightfully so.
It's like, by the way, I don't know if she's not married now, but at the time she wasn't married, and she was just sleeping around, and she was talking about how, you know, she's tired of broke dudes. You know, I think what it was is maybe she saw her ex-boyfriend with Tatiana, as she called her, because, you know, the chick was probably hotter than her, and she decided to run her mouth on the internet about it. And what happened?
No.
And what happened is about a week or two later, she apologized, because you got to stop the bleeding at some point. And it was funny because when the Blaze fired her, it's like, how are you going to be a conservative but you're okay with abortion?
Wait a minute. She's a conservative and she's okay with abortion?
Supposedly. I think she's just a feminist. I mean,
so she's posing. She's a poser.
Because that's where the money's at. If you're a conservative and you come out and say a lot of stuff about your Christian values and how much you respect the United States, the rule of law, and if you sell a product, people will come out and buy it just because you said it, because conservatives have the money in this country. It's never going to change. And if you notice, the people in politics, most of them are leftists. And when I mean people in politics, I'm talking about the lobbyists and
I agree.
The politicians, the administrative state, aka all these 3-letter government agencies that will violate your rights in an instance and claim that they're upholding the law, quote unquote. It's all these people are leftists, and they don't realize the vast majority of Americans, and when I mean the vast majority of them, 40% of Americans say they're conservative, and another 40 say they're very conservative, whatever that means. You're talking 80% of the population. That ain't changing. I don't care what school you're talking about, because they thought, okay, we'll take over the colleges and we'll turn everybody into commies. Well, that is working to a certain extent. And then these people get out and get a job, pay taxes, and find out the real world is 180 degrees from what they say that's in college.
Mm-hmm.
Then they go to the high schools, and they were successful for a little while until kids started getting phones. I kept crying. Kids started to record them. Oh, okay. And they were literally pontificating for Democrats. So kids started to record them, and they would sit there and they'd send it on Reddit or YouTube or whatever. And YouTube, of course, will delete them now. But it was like, yo, fam, you want to talk this way? Okay, I got you. We'll go ahead and deal with that. I'm not even playing with you. And so these teachers started to get fired because you can't be a leftist in a conservative district trying to encourage your children to vote Democrat. They're like, no, don't work that way. That ain't your job.
I'm sorry to change the subject. Did you see that idiot black teacher that had them young black girls taking the braids out of his hair? He got fired, and rightfully so, in my opinion.
Why were they in his hair?
Because he had a hair appointment after school, and that was inappropriate.
Yeah, it was.
And some people are feeling sorry for him. I don't.
My thing
He
is,
deserved to be fired.
my thing is, he should have took that stuff to the hair salon.
Exactly. You know what it's like? I thought, when it's, not to say that he's, one of those things, but what if it takes the next step further next time and the next step and the next step? You know what I mean? Because there's a process called grooming.
Yep. And you ever notice that speech you're not allowed to speak is usually speech you should probably be saying louder? What if women started to hear when men say they don't like whores and said it everywhere? There'd be a problem now, wouldn't it?
Yep, they sure would.
It's one of those things where they always try to limit the speech of men, and women could say the most heinous things and nobody has a problem with it unless the woman's a conservative.
That's true. I saw one good. It's been a while ago. A YouTube short of Candace. She was pregnant with her second baby, and this leftist had the most stupidest question. Did you see that? And she let her have it. She said, "I'm too pregnant for this SHIT," and she went off on her, and it was brief, and I don't blame her. You know what I mean? The question was past idiotic. I don't remember the question because it was that stupid.
I've got to stop looking at Twitter. I really got to.
What are you looking at now?
There's this listen to this. A transgender woman, I'm just reading the title.
Oh no.
Is in a fight with her boyfriend. People say he's wrong for hitting a woman with quotes like this.
What?
Yeah. I said it's two gay dudes fighting.
Because in Lolitas, I know it's not quote unquote popular, but if you aren't born with a box, you're not a female in Lolita's opinion.
Goddamn right. And what makes it so funny is like the dude was I guess they were arguing, and he turns his back to the female and starts hitting the back of his head, and he starts whooping that dude's ass, or the female's ass. I mean, he's laying them hammer blows.
Oh, and the other party didn't fight back.
Oh no, this is a straight out fight. One dude was, all right, I'll say it how in their speak. See, the male in this conversation, quote unquote, but let's just say the male was doing something where he had his back to the quote unquote female, or no, actually sideways, and the female punches him in the side of the head and giving him a good 8, 9, 10 blows before the guy can actually turn square on him and just starts whooping that ass. And then the people are saying, well, wait, hold on a second. People are saying he's wrong for hitting a woman like this.
With that
7, 8. Yeah, he got about 7 or 8 hits before the guy could respond. I'm like, wait a minute. How you gonna sit there and sucker punch somebody, and then when you get your tail whipped from doing that, people are like, well, you're not supposed to be hitting no female.
Oh, miss me with that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And the real females that are born with boxes, a lot of them are violent. And if they hit a man, then what is that? I believe in equal rights, equal lefts.
Yeah, my hands are rated E for everybody. I I dated.
But you can't expect, that's wrong, because I'm even the men's, they're single mamas, or even if they're not single, they'll turn around and tell them, you shouldn't have hit that woman, but that woman was hitting on him first.
Yep. And you know what makes it so funny is like some states are kind of like, well, if it's a mutual fight, it's a mutual fight. But some states would be like, oh, well, you hit a female. Like some of these dudes would like, there was this one cop, or there was I guess they were in a bar and there were two girls fighting. And both guys, there was two guys, one on one side, they grabbed the girls and they separated them. And a cop was coming up and witnessed the not the fight itself, but the aftermath. One guy let the chick go. She turned around and kicked him in the balls. And he was going to knock her.
Oh, no. Arrest her.
This guy was going to knock her into the middle of next week. And the police officer said, if you hit her, you're going to jail. And the guy said, what's your badge number? Yeah. The cop got fired for that. You can't wish.
Good. That's outrageous. She kicked him in the balls. That's a man's most sensitive area.
Yeah. You could sterilize him.
Exactly.
And nobody cares. And what makes it so bad, it's like, look, you can't be a police officer and witness a felony. Yeah, if I got it right, you can't even witness a felony off duty and not do anything about it.
That's true. That's very true about the off duty. You have to intervene.
I'm watching this. I'm still watching. It's like a loop that's going on. This is one of the things I like about Twitter. And I'm sitting there like, they keep trying to keep quote unquote violence from people. Boxing is still on television. It's the weirdest thing. Like people like fighting.
I like boxing.
Yeah. I mean, especially when you watch people break down how they fight. Man, I remember Obsidian used to call it the sweet science for years. And I really didn't think nothing of it because, I'm not really into boxing. But when you start to learn, guys like the way they shift their feet, the way they'll offer you to hit them in the face and then they'll duck out of the way and then come around and hit you upside the head and analyze their opponent in about maybe a second. You watch film and you're waiting for your opponent to do something. Okay, he's susceptible that if you stay on his right side, he's going to swing with the left or vice versa. I forget. And it was like you would watch these guys just breaking down how they fight. And like the science of it really, really is intriguing.
What do you think about Mike Tyson fighting again?
I think Mike Tyson, or I'll say it this way. If he doesn't knock Jake Paul out, I think the fight's fixed. And you got to understand, it's a 57-year-old man in a ring trying to fight. But then again, that's Mike Tyson.
Exactly. When Mike Tyson first came out, I was a big fan of his until he went cuckoo.
Yeah, you can't get hit in the head that many times and not go.
Until he went cuckoo. But yeah, and he's had a hard life too. That man been through a lot, which I learned about later. He's been through a lot.
I bet you if they I bet you if somebody, like, let's say when he passes away or if he get analyzed, I bet his adrenal glands are just kicking out a lot of adrenaline. And it's not like he doesn't know how to box. Oh my God, watching him
he knows the box.
When he talks about the science of boxing, I'm like, wow. I said, I'm like, good God, I had no idea. Literally, you might have to go to college to learn about boxing and just how much there is to learn. And I'm not really a big boxing fan. I'm more of an MMA fan.
Oh, I like MMA too. I've only seen it one time and I really enjoyed it.
It could be like some no-name guys boxing, you still get a great fight. I mean, I've watched two guys knock themselves on. They would literally go in and out of unconsciousness fighting. It was one of those.
Oh my goodness!
And there's this guy called Wakanda Savage. This guy does commentary about it, and sometimes he goes into not so much the science of it, but the philosophy behind it. And he talks almost like it's a nature video sometimes, but he talks with an African accent. And he always says savage. It was funny as hell. sometimes he interviews the fighters, and it's just like, I mean, I've never seen him with like say a De Silva or what's the Irish guy? Oh, what is his name? Conor McGregor. I actually like Conor McGregor. He is the shit talker of shit talkers. Well, I gotta chill out. There's a gangster by the name of Chael Sonnen. I think he might have McGregor beat by just a little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah, Chael Sonnen's a really smart guy, and he talks crap to reporters in ways where you're just like, yo. Like this reporter said, he had said something to him. And he says, you better take the bass out of your voice. I'm a gangster from Eugene, Oregon or something. It was funny how he said it, but I would never laugh at Chael Sonnen, because it might be an act and it might be true, and he might fuck you up. I mean, he's got
exactly. I wouldn't want to make Mike Tyson mad. I'm like, yes, sir. Whatever you say, sir. Have a nice day, sir.
Well, like Mike Tyson scared Joe Rogan, and Joe Rogan's an MMA fighter. He loves.
I didn't know Joe Rogan was an MMA fighter.
Well, back in the day, he used to fight. I think this was back when Chuck Liddell used to fight. I don't know how much fighting he does, and he's a comedian. So I'm just like, what talents does this guy not have?
Is that the same guy that did Fear Factor? That was the host?
Yes.
Because one of my sisters used to love that show.
To be honest, they would have like a cow egg. You had to eat a cow eye, and I'm sitting there like I would just ate it like it was
nasty. Ew.
It is nasty, but it's Fear Factor. They jump from one truck to another truck that was moving down the road at however fast mile an hour it was.
Yeah, I saw that. I saw one of those, and they be letting the people put roaches and snakes and stuff on them. I'd be like, nope, I quit. I would never go. I would have went on that show. A show that I used to love was Survivor back in the day.
Yeah, I never watched that. That wasn't my thing. There's a Survivor. What was it like? You look up Survivor Men versus Women or something like that, and the men will be out there like it's a vacation, and the women are sitting there dying of thirst. They haven't eaten. The guys are catching wild caiman, aka alligators, probably crocs, but anyway. And they were eating them. They were fishing. They were finding stuff on the beach. These guys were acting like it was a vacation. And it's the funniest thing to see just how much women need men, but men really don't need women. And
see, I need to see that one. Like, I'm sorry.
For what little women give men were happy with it. A woman to bear his children, a woman to stay at his side, a woman to be his helpmate in life. And I gotta find the name of it. Oh great, I should have looked on YouTube. I'm fucking off. But it was like oh god, what was it? Oh, what was his name? Yeah, The Island with Bear Grylls, Man versus Woman. I think that's it.
I need to see that.
I think there's one that's like 45 minutes long. I don't know if I could find it in the time we got here. Yeah, it's 40 minutes and 16 seconds. It's Survival Men versus Women. I think it's another one. There's like two different ones. And it was like there's this real pretty chick, and she's just sitting there. She was talking about how she thought the women were going to do better than the men. And I'm like, no. Men will work together. Yeah, men will work together to complete a task. It doesn't matter where we come from. It's sort of like we'll divvy up labor based on our experience. And if somebody has to be in charge, somebody has to be in charge. But, the guys may fight about it, but we're talking fist fights, and then they'll get back to work.
Not women.
Nah, women, they just sat there arguing. Like the British ones, if you hear chicks with a British accents, that's the funniest one. And they use the word knickers for underwear. And
they sure do.
This one lady was like, oh, I was sitting there drying out knickers all day, and you guys are sitting there bitching about snakes and spiders. It was funny as hell. She was going in. I think two of them had to be medical evacuated. One of them passed out. and I think the other one got really sick. And the
Oh
dudes,
wow!
yeah, Bear Grylls is like a survivalist. He does survival programs, right? He used to go around the world. I forgot the program he did, but he used to go around the world and just go into like, he would talk about, survival in these areas, and he doesn't play with animals or anything like that, but he used to do all that kind of stuff. It was actually really interesting. I mean, I think I watched one or two of his shows, and he's I think he's from Australia or New Zealand, but he does just a great show. And he was flipping out the whole time when it came to women, when they're on the beach. They were on the beach for like a day. They didn't go inland. They didn't find some other place. They were just milling around. And I'm thinking to myself, wait, hold on one second. Let me see. Oh, I guess we're off. Either Kuda. Oh no, we're still here. I'm tripping.
No, we're still here.
Yeah, because it's like Anthony Brian Logan went live, and TFM, and I forgot the other guy's name. They went live.
Oh, I like ABL. I haven't watched him in quite some time, but I like ABL.
Yeah, I remember when ABL was on. He was on Russia Today, RTTV television, and I remember he used to do the Rumbles, and he would do them for a little bit. And what was funny is like O'Shea called him a coon, which I thought was hilarious. I'm like, bro, you're
O'Shea called him a coon?
Yeah, or something close to that.
Oh my goodness!
Yeah, well, he's petty. Sorry, there's what's going on here. This is the problem where I just sit there all day, and I can look at whatever I'm watching, because I'll be paying attention to what they're doing on Starbase, but YouTube messed that up for me, so I don't really pay that much attention. Ooh, what's this? I gotta stop looking at this screen. I'll get distracted. Don't you hate when somebody's talking to you and they get distracted by something else?
I'm sitting there wondering, what are you looking at?
Because it's like there's so many different things to look at, and you used to have to go look at this stuff to find it.
That's true. That's very true, sir.
Now it's like stuff is everywhere. It's fun, and you could see stuff like you never thought you'd see. Like, I remember when they were putting together the windbreak for Starbase, before it was nothing but just a big wall of metal, and they started to build a water tower. They got a water company to build a water tower in the middle of nowhere, and there was this one chick named Boca Chica Gal, and I think her first name is Mary, but everybody calls her Boca Chica Gal. And she's out there. She was the first content creator to start watching it, because they interviewed her, because I think it was near her house. And she was like, yeah, I'll come on out there. And she started talking to them, and all of a sudden, they bought a bunch of houses, and some people still live there because, they're not required to lose their homes, because they live right on the beach. Like they can walk.
Oh, okay. I love the beach.
Yeah. It's funny. I live in San Diego, and I haven't been to the beach in like two or 3 years. Yeah. I'm not going to the beach if I'm going to the beach, I'll go on Monday. The beach is one of those places. It's like you don't want to go on the weekend, especially when it's hot, because it's really crowded.
Oh, it's going to be super crowded.
Yeah. And I'm like, I'll stay home, eat my Amazon food, and chill out. It's like I've been home for a week. No, I've been home for 8 days.
When do you go back out, if you don't mind me asking?
I got some family stuff to deal with. So like I'm home until that's cleared up. And then I'll go ahead and then I'll go back to work. But for the most part, chilling here, being here for my family, and
being a good son.
Yeah. I mean, you got to do what you got to do. This is family, so that's what I do.
No, I understand. I totally understand. 1,000%.
And to be honest, I wouldn't get mad at somebody. No, I would never do that. I got stuff to do. I got a family to feed. I can understand that, but I don't have a family. I got my mama, my sister.
No, that's your family. It's just a different type of family.
Right. I don't have any kids. I'm not married. I'm straight. I really feel sorry for them. Something else I was thinking about? They said married guys are the happiest. And I'm like,
I've heard that before, but I don't know if that's true or not.
Let's just say all married guys are happy. I want to call BS because we already know about sexless marriages.
Oh yeah, that is BS.
And we already, because this is you marry a former whore. I mean, what do you expect to happen? She's going to stop wanting sex after a while. And if you slept with 10, 15, 20 guys, you're just the 21st guy. Who cares? Oh, you came back.
Yeah, if it's only 15 or 20.
Yeah, it's like yeah, that's true. And what happened was they played with numbers. They took the divorced guys and put them with the never married guys, because there should have been 3 columns.
Oh.
And you find out the never married guys are the very happiest, because they made it to a point, and if a man gets divorced, he gets financially destroyed.
That's true.
I mean, what do you owe your wife? You're with her just because you make more money than her. All of a sudden, you owe her money. Even if you make the same amount of money, you still owe her money.
That's crazy, because I've seen it before where the woman will be making more money than him.
And guys
he still has to kick in a bunch of money. That's the government doesn't care about men. It cares about men's money.
They care about the money that women can steal from them in the hope of helping the poor single mothers. And I'm like, well, they're single mothers for a reason.
That's very true.
And if you convince people that single mothers need to be helped by everybody, you're already losing. I mean, you have the people that want family. Reagan said this. He said, if you want something, if something's moving, government will tax it. And if it's still moving, they'll regulate it. And it's like
that's true.
And a woman can hold a man's children hostage and then literally financially destroy him. And I had a friend get divorced, and matter of fact, he had a baby with this one chick. His baby mama wanted him to be out of the life of her child, because that's how women are.
You're not selfish.
Yeah. And the judge said, "Sir, are you paying child support?" He said, "Yes." And he said, "If she doesn't let you see your child, come back and talk to me." And he kind of left that hanging, like, okay, bitch, I will throw your ass in jail. Don't disobey my orders, that kind of stuff. And I'm like, oh.
But really throw her ass in, really throw her butt in jail, because I know some states all they do is give them a warning, and they'll give them a warning more than once.
Well, think about it like this: what happens if you're a judge? Judge was a man, and what if it happened to him?
That's true.
And so think about all the women that come before him. He can be like, all right, look here, you're gonna do what the law say. We ain't gonna give you no breaks, or you're gonna get this government foot in your ass.
Good, because I think they should be thrown in jail, just like they're so easy to throw a man in jail when he doesn't pay child support. Even though, like Angry Man said, that we're not supposed to have no debtor's prison, but we do.
Yep. The debtor's prison houses only men. There might be a few women here and there, but the vast majority of them are men.
Yeah, vast majority are men.
And child support's a broke bitch's hustle.
Yeah, that's true.
They really don't like when we talk about it, but it's like, yo, sis, you decided to, you let him hit it raw. Now you're a single mom.
Oh, did you hear that song? Now you're a single mom.
Yes.
I heard that a different YouTuber. He said that he got penalized by YouTube. He can't play it no more. But I like that song. It was a catchy tune.
Yep. And the funny part is, it's probably someone on YouTube that's a single mom that let him hit it raw.
that flagged his channel. Yeah. Oh,
yeah.
Because that song was catchy, and I do the dancing emoji and put it in the chat.
Oh yeah, I fucking love that song. It's funny. It's like for many, many decades, you would have women just basically just going in on men about how bad men are and all this other kind of nonsense, and you find out later it was all lies.
It was all lies, and Angry Man talks about that too, which I know you've heard him say it. About how for decades, Oprah and all these other Lucky Lake and all them were bashing men all those years.
And especially black men. That was always the funniest thing for me.
Of course.
You would hear black women say, "Well, he's going to leave you," and then you start getting the stats of it, and you start saying women are divorcing men at 70 to 80% of the time. You're like, wait a minute, we got a problem here. This ain't men. If it was like 51-50 or 51-49 or 60-40, I could rock with you. But we're talking nearly 80%. I'm like, nah, we got a problem here. And casual relationships, every man knows that a woman will break up with him. It's very rare that a man breaks up with a woman. I mean, I remember this one lady said, "Yeah, you ain't shit if a man breaks up with you." I mean, I remember the first serious relationship I got into. I was 19 years old. I think I met old girl when I was just turning 18, and I was like, "Oh, nah, we can ride forever. Fuck that." And that relationship lasted like 18 months, 2 years. And then the next one was 4 years. Like, we're talking serious relationship. And then the one after that was like 10 years. And you're like, okay. Now, I know I'm not a bad person. People say, well, why do they keep breaking up with you? I'm like, because they're women. Sorry.
I have a question. Can I ask you a question?
Mm-hmm.
The 10-year relationship, did you want to marry her? Did she want to get married?
I would have married all three of them. Not at the same time, of course. But yeah, it was like, look, nothing else mattered but that relationship. And
they didn't want to get married?
Nope. Well, to be honest, one of them did. I bought her a ring. And she couldn't get pregnant. And then she started being a bitch.
No.
Well, I say she couldn't get pregnant, but she wasn't actually getting pregnant. So I just kind of was like, okay, that's your business.
Was she sneaking taking birth control? Because women do that too.
No, she stopped taking birth control.
Okay.
And then
I'm just checking because women do that too. We're very sneaky,
Oh yeah. And then after a while, I was like, look, I am not with this having kids with this bitch shit. I'm good. And I think she pissed me off one time. I was done. I hopped in my truck and I left in September. I skipped my birthday in October. I skipped Thanksgiving, Christmas, New Year's, her birthday, Valentine's Day, and I showed up in March. Didn't say nothing about it. Totally changing attitude because bills weren't getting paid.
Of course.
I wasn't paying shit.
Oh, honey, I missed you. How have you been? Where have you been? I know how women are because I'm a woman.
Still refused to have sex with her. And I think she was unemployed. I paid the bills that were past due and that kind of stuff. But she still had a car note. She knew I wasn't going to pay that. I'm like, how you being a bitch and expect me? I used to tell her this all the time. This ends every argument. You can leave anytime you want to.
Amen. Can I ask you something else?
Sure.
How did you get interested in trucking?
I had a buddy that's been driving since he was 18. I started driving when I was driving a truck when I was 30. Matter of fact, it was like about 2 or 3 weeks before my 30th birthday is when I started driving.
Oh, okay. Wow.
And from 30 to 40, I was the youngest guy in every room I went to. I was the young guy, which is hilarious in trucking because most guys will have a career somewhere else and then they'll come into trucking.
Oh, okay.
I'll be the only one off in the corner playing Xbox. Yeah, because it used to take 8 hours from the work on your truck. It used to drive me nuts. Yeah, but trucking is one of those jobs. It's like once you do it, you're like, bro, I do not want to do nothing else.
Really?
Yeah, I was a machine operator before I started driving. I used to work at fast food. I was a supervisor in the not a Taco Bell. I was at the companies I was at. I ended up getting promoted. God damn, that was a bad thing. I don't like office people. I don't like playing office politics.
Oh, I hate office politics. I work at the corporate because I was a professional accountant before I became disabled. That's one thing I don't like is the office politics.
Mm-hmm. Because I'm a blue collar guy, and it's like blue collar guys, we a little different. Let's say we both men and we're at work and I don't like something you're doing or you're doing something wrong. Well, I may curse you out. And you could either A, fight, which we don't want to fight, or B, yell at me back, or C, go ahead and say, all right, how do you do this? And I'll explain it to you.
Thank you.
And by the way, if I did that to a woman, I'll be in HR about 20 minutes later.
Oh, of course, of course.
I remember
He yelled at me, abused me, cursed at me.
I remember this little
I
fat
get
chick.
crying when they're saying it too.
I used to work in a production facility. That's when I got promoted at and demoted, which is hilarious. But I'm over there, and this one chick is sitting there for 8 fucking hours, and all she's doing is talking.
You lying.
It was the first time that we had women actually working in our department, and it was just 2 of these chicks. One chick from Mexico that stank, and another. By the way, she was pretty. She smelled like nasty pussy. And the other chick, don't get me wrong, she was cute, but she was fat as fuck. And it's not like I didn't find her attractive. It's just like when I'm at work, and my dick is like, look, man, I understand you need all the extra blood. We'll send it to the brain, and then you get the job done. I'm not worried about pussy while I'm working.
No, you're in work mode. I get it.
And so I'm working, and I'm looking at her, and it was like that we had to actually get our job done, or we couldn't go home. We get paid overtime, but still, I want to go home. I have my babies to go home to. And so this chick was sitting there all day. The supervisor wasn't doing his job, or he was the supervisor at the time. And I got pissed off one day. I says, wait a minute. How the fuck am I doing my job? I'm helping 2 other guys, and they got to come at the end of my shift and do your fucking job that you can't do. And she would just sit there all day and do nothing. And
what was she doing all day? Talking on the phone?
No, talking to her friend that was sitting across from her. And and the way our company ran, they were downstream from me. So it's like you had guys that were upstream from me. This is all in one department. They would work on something. They would send it to me, and then I would send it to them or to one of her friends. And then that friend would be sitting there talking to her the whole time. She was the last person in the department before the product went out the door. And she's sitting over there doing nothing.
That's a damn shame. But they want to get paid. But I can't stand lazy people. I always had a strong work ethic, and I can tell you I have one too. And I can't stand lazy people.
My dad used to say this all the time, and every time I do something, I hear his voice in my ear. Don't half-ass it.
Amen. Amen. Like I said, your daddy's a very wise man.
Yeah, he is. Smartest man I know. And I'm sitting there, I was so pissed off, and I just flipped out on her. I said, we got all the work done, and she wasn't doing anything. She just sitting there just talking, and I'm like, damn, I got the product in front of me, and I'm pushing it down the stream. Your friend is working, even though she's talking and she's slow as fuck. And I'm surprised I didn't fire her before then. But this chick was just sitting over there talking to her, not doing a damn thing. There was an open chair for her to take her ass over there and help her friend out. Nope.
But she was lazy. She was a lazy bum that should have been at home.
And by the way, all the women that have ever worked in that department are slow.
Really?
Yes. They're just ridiculous. And I'm just sitting there like, how are y'all even employed when you don't do the job? Because the thing about it is they promoted me and sent me to second shift. Now, I had got into it with the floor supervisor because he's an idiot, and he's like he's a government worker. He likes to fuck with people. And I'm like,
I know people like that. I used to, yeah.
I'm like, look, fam, we could take it out back and I could whoop your ass, if you really want to go there. But my whole thing is, yo, fam, I'm at work. I ain't got time for all the goofy nonsense. I don't care if your wife's not giving you any sex and you mad. I don't care. He would say shit. I remember he said something. You're right on the razor's edge. I says, fine, then fire me then.
Ooh.
I was getting paid $7 an hour. Not like I couldn't find that work anywhere else.
Amen.
I'm like, one thing, I am not putting up with nobody's nonsense. I said, if you're going to fire me, do so. I'm not going to sit there and walk on eggshells for a little punk motherfucker like you. And so what had happened was he would always go talk to the plant manager about me the next day. And I'm like, yo, fam, if you're going to fire me, go ahead and do it. And so they I think what it was, it closed down second shift. They demoted me. And I was like, I don't give a fuck. You still got to pay me. I'm getting paid as a lead man to do regular work. I said, this is a vacation. I ain't responsible for nobody.
Amen.
There was a supervisor that was there, right? And he went off to do something, either that or he was sick. And the quote unquote lead man was a dude that I trained, which I didn't give a fuck. I'm like, bro, I'm here to go to work. I don't give a fuck about all this other nonsense. I'm going to do my job. I'm going to leave and go home. I don't take the job home with me. And so this dude had no idea how to run the department.
Oh.
And he walks up, hey man, you know I'm running things, but you know what you're doing. Can you kind of get everybody moving? I said, sure. Because I'm that dude, like, if you're the right hand, I'll be the left hand. You know, if you like dribbling baseline, I'll go to the top of the key, and vice versa. I will help you be you. And so I kind of got everybody moving, and then the department started working, and Jose would just be laughing. I mean, Jose was a cool dude, couldn't hardly speak no English, but man, that was my guy. And because he didn't know what to do, he didn't know how to get people moving. He just kind of sat there and would fuck with people while they worked. I've noticed this in government workers or in bureaucracies. This is what happens. You know, you have people that are useless, and this guy is useless. And we used to be cool, which is hilarious. But the thing about it was, it's like this guy, he was just like, he was literally got promoted because he was there and spoke English. I don't know what it was. And so I guess they thought he was going to be another me without the attitude. I'm a nice person. I like to laugh and giggle, but if you're going to yell at me, I'm going to yell right back. I don't give a fuck who you are. My mama don't yell at me. How you going to yell at me?
Amen.
Well, anyway, I'm sitting over there. The next day, the supervisor comes in. He's like, hey, you trying to take over the department? Are you serious? I says, no. I said, the boss man told me to help out and told me to get everybody moving. I says, okay. He walked away, didn't say another word to me. I don't know what happened, but it was just like, people get to talking about me, but I guess people are afraid to talk to me. He was one of those people that was not afraid of me. Mm-hmm. I mean, I'm not a violent person. I ain't never fought at that job. I was there for like 6 years, but it was just like, yo, it was fucking fire, man. It was like, it was cool when he was training me to be a lead man, but that dude that they had there, man, he was bad. I mean, I know what it's like where you work for somebody where you're smarter and better at your boss.
I've experienced that many times. Go ahead, preach.
You're better at your boss's job than he is, and he knows it.
Mm-hmm.
I remember he showed me how to use the machine, and there was a guy teaching him how to use this machine, and I can't tell you what it is, NDA stuff. And he didn't understand that I understood the concept of what I was doing while watching him out of the corner of my eye while I'm working. And he started telling me how it works. I was like, oh shit, yeah, I got this. And then I started working it out, and he wrote me up because he wrote me up because he was fucking up the machine, and he blamed me for it.
Oh, that's so foul. That's wrong.
Now think this through.
People are scandalous.
Think this through. He wasn't even going to get in trouble for it. It was all in spec, but his specs were low. Anyway, well, I'm in there, and he writes me up, and I look at the write-up, and I'm like, you can't write me up for this. I've written people up. I'm like, bro, you don't know what you're doing, bro. Get that shit out of here. We ain't cool at this point. And he calls the boss man over, and the boss man looks at the write-up like, yeah, you can't write him up for that. You got to try again. And he comes back. And so he writes it again. Like, you can't write me up for that. And the boss man, nah, you can't write him up for that.
He's really hard now.
It took him 3 tries, and he finally wrote me up. But the thing about it was, and I told the boss man what it was, it's like, this dude don't know what he's doing, man. This is what happened. This is what I did to correct the problem. I checked my measurements. I'm right. He's wrong. And he was kind of like, yeah, whatever. But I'm just trying to think of another issue that had happened. What happened is they promoted the supervisor. This guy was a lead man, the useless guy. They promoted him, and he promoted him to a new part of the company, right? Okay, fine. and because they bought another company and they put it together, and stuff is stuff. And he was over there working, and they transferred me down there one time. I worked one day, called in sick the next day. I was not going down there. I could care less. And so I went over there, and then I went back to my normal job, and I did that job for a while. He was annoying me, but I'm like, bro, you don't know how to do your job. Fuck out of my face like that. I know what you're gonna know before. I know what you're gonna want before you say something to me. And he was just like one of them dudes that just like to ride people. I'm like, bro, you can't do nothing.
Can I interrupt you?
Sure.
Was that dude, was it a case of nepotism is not what you know, but who you know? Because he said he's getting promoted and he's useless and he doesn't know nothing.
I'll say they took what they could get, and they knew they didn't like me. And it wasn't even like a performance thing. It was a personal thing with me. Because, the supervisor would love to badmouth me the next day. The plant manager,
okay.
Yeah, they would fire the plant manager, and there'll be a new plant manager in there every 6 months.
Oh, that turnover is too high for a plant manager. That's terrible.
And it was like two of the plant managers I couldn't stand, and the guy that demoted me, I did not like him. And there was another guy I wanted to punch in the mouth. He had no idea I wanted to fuck him up. It was him and another dude. And I like before they promoted me, I never spoke to them. The office people, I knew I didn't like them, but I just kept that shit to myself. I'm a cool dude when it comes to people I don't like. I don't like you, I don't like you, but we could still work together, have fun or whatever, but I still might not like you personally. But we're at work. When I'm at work, I'm a happy person. And because I'm a truck driver, truck drivers at heart, we love to work. And man stuff. But anyway, I'm over there, and when they demoted me, I says, why am I talking to these people? Why am I being even nice to them? I just started to ignore all the office people. There's not one office person I spoke to. And they weren't going to fire me. I didn't actually look at it that way, but it was just like, yo, fam, you that dude that can do the job of 4 people. And you not speaking to these cocksuckers who demoted you. They used to say hi to me all day. I just ignored them. We got the funny part, when they demoted me, they never talked to me. Like the plant manager never said a word to me. He never said, hey, we're having this problem.
Wow.
Oh yeah. And same plant manager.
Very unprofessional. To me, that's unprofessional.
Oh yeah. I'm a lead man. I'm part of the command staff. Okay, fine. If you want to do things that way, that's your personal business. But there was this one guy that just kept staring at me. And it really used to get under my skin.
Dang, was he rainbow?
No. And rainbows weren't out back then. But there was one guy, he was just regular worker, and I was a lead man, but second shift would come and go, and I would go back to first shift, and I was back on first shift. This dude just kept staring at me. And I'm like, that if I was a woman, they could say it was harassment.
Yeah.
I'm like, bro, what's the problem? I'm like, and he just would stare at me. Bro, we could walk across the street and talk about it like men. Now, that got the plant manager's attention, which it makes no sense to me, but, we work around a bunch of women. This is why I don't like working around women, but that's another subject.
I don't either. Not too many of them. Yep, it's a bit. Yeah, but go ahead.
And the whole thing is, we're in the office. It's me, just to write me up. There was the plant manager who was writing me up because he wasn't there. There was the floor supervisor for second shift. He wasn't there. There was my supervisor who was there. I was actually in a, I'm trying to remember. I think I was at, back in my old job, quote unquote, in the same company. And it was the 3 of them sitting there just to write me up. And I'm
sorry about that.
That's all right. And I'm sitting there like, yo, fam, I'm looking at like, what's up with this? And that's okay. His whole thing was like, oh, well, you're threatening employees. I'm like, this dude is staring at me all day when he gets a chance, trying to get a rise out of me. And he finally did it. And he had no idea. I wasn't even close to violence right then. But he said, okay, fine. I'll write this sign up. I'll sign this right up. And I think I worked during the 6 months, and then I bounced. I quit. I went on vacation. And then I went back to, because I've been on vacation twice with that company, even though they used to either you use it or you lose it, whatever. And so
Yeah.
And so I went up to LA, went to truck driving school. A week later, I came home. I was like, I'm out. I'm not doing this shit. I'm done with you motherfuckers.
Woo, 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 woo.
And I had to come back again just to get my
final paycheck.
Yeah, I should have just waited till I got paid, quote unquote, and then went back on vacation. That'd be fun. But the whole thing was, I came back later and tried to encourage people to drive a truck, even people I didn't like. I was like, bro, drive a truck, man. You make a whole lot more money than here. And one dude hopped in the truck like, oh, this is cool. He was the shortest little dude that I've ever seen, and I don't like him. But when I went off on that one chick, this one dude was writing me up for it, and I'm just like, you could have drivers like in the blue collar industry. I could curse out the vice president. I curse him out, for whatever reason. And he probably be like, okay, fine. We'll deal with that later. Go back to work. You got your load to be there. You got to be there. You got to get out of here in another hour. That kind of shit. I mean, if you're a blue collar guy, you're expected to go back to work, no matter what you say.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, people will be calling they'll call your company and be like, oh, your driver was driving crazy. And the way it works, we got cameras on these trucks. I'm like, okay, where were you at? What truck was it? And what time was it? And they will go look and they're like, really? We have cameras on what these guys are doing, and nothing usually bothers us. So have a nice day. Because it gets to the point where a lot of people that they think they can do your job better than you can. And I'm like, you never spent a day behind the wheel. Shut your hole.
Shut your pie hole.
Yeah. Oh yeah. And then they'll be asking for us because they started to ask drivers for rebuttals because they started putting cameras on trucks, and now they're like, wait a minute, we saw what happened. We like some companies have cameras that look into the truck, which I'm not down with. They're kind of like, hold on. We could see what he was doing. We could see what you were doing. How about you go get a fuck you and a smile? I mean, you can't be messing with people when there's cameras. I mean, because the camera don't blink. I mean, no. I never put myself in a ditch. I've driven over ice-covered roads. Ooh, I got story. I'm gonna have to start I'm gonna start getting these stories down. It'll be fun. Oh God, I got a million stories. But I tell you, driving a truck, working the blue collar trades, it's always an adventure. It's always something where you have to be in total focus doing, and you don't have to be nice to people to do it.
Hey man, I hear you on that.
Oh my God, I probably should get something to eat. I've been here way too long.
Yeah, I was thinking I'm gonna heat up me some chicken. My daughter bought for me some healthy chicken.
Yeah, I don't know what that is. It probably tastes bad. I'm just kidding.
Oh, I'm gonna tell my daughter you said that.
Yeah, it's okay. She can bite me. No, I'm just kidding. I ain't scared of her. I'm like Batman. If I'm not on top of a building like Cuda.
Yeah, but Cuda sure never did come back.
Yeah, because
you're a fucking self-driving truck.
But I really enjoyed talking to you, and I've learned a lot. And it's nice to talk with intelligent Black men.
Yeah, I hear you. I had fun too, so I'm still here.
Me too. But you have a good night, okay?
You too. Take care of yourself.
Bye. You too. Bye.
All right. Now we can talk shit about her. No, I'm just kidding. I can't do that. She's a nice lady. Oh my God. That was fun, you guys. I'm gonna have to shut her down for the day. Cause
got the titties out.
Yeah, we gotta be looking for them, titties be out there. Thank you, Jessica. Thank you, everybody. Peace out, yo, because he's probably sleeping right now, sawing logs and pissing the neighbors off because he sounds so loud. But I'm out.
Shazam!